It's official. The election results of 2024 were certified today in the House of Representatives presided over by Vice President Harris. Donald Trump won, the biggest political comeback in American history. I'm glad of the part I played in it. I think he's going to be a great president. Let's hit the ground running, secure that border, cut our taxes, and get the world back in better shape. I'm ready to go. It was great to be part of history, seeing the votes counted. President Trump won. The only problem I saw is they skipped Canada. We'll fix that next time.
Mr. President, if we were to work under the assumption that you're serious about making Canada the 51st state of the United States, the leader of the Conservative Party in Canada said, under no circumstance will it ever be the 51st state.
Maybe he won't win, but maybe he will. I don't.
You had suggested.
Listen, I don't care what he says.
But, sir, real fast, you said you were considering military force to acquire Panama and Greenland. Are you also considering military force to annex and acquire Canada?
No, economic force, because Canada and the United States, that would really be something. You get rid of that artificially drawn line, and you take a look at what that looks like. And it would also be much better for national security. Don't forget, we basically protect Canada. But here's the problem with Canada. So many friends up there. I love the Canadian people. They're great. But we're spending hundreds of billions a year to protect it. We're spending hundreds of billions a year to take care of Canada. We lose in trade deficits. We're losing massive. We don't need their cars. You know, they make 20% of our cars. We don't need that. I'd rather make them in Detroit. We don't need the cars. We don't need their lumber. We have massive fields of lumber. We don't need their lumber. We have to unrestrict them because stupid people put, restrictions on, but I can do that with an executive order. We don't need anything they have. We don't need their dairy products. We have more than they have. We don't need anything. So why are we losing $200 billion a year and more to protect Canada? And I said that to, as I called him, Governor Trudeau. I said, listen, what would happen if we didn't subsidize you, if we didn't, because we give them a lot of money. We help them. As an example, we're buying icebreakers, and Canada wants to join us in the buying of icebreakers. I said, we don't really want to have a partner in the buying of icebreakers. We don't need a partner. But no right. Nope, no right. Here's what we have. We have a right not to help them with their financial difficulties because we owe $36 trillion too. We're going to start knocking it out pretty fast, but we're going to be able to do it because of energy and other things. But no right. No right. But why are we supporting a country, $200 billion plus a year? Our military is at their disposal. All of these other things, they should be a state. That's why I told Trudeau when he came down, I said, what would happen if we didn't do it? He said Canada would dissolve. Canada wouldn't be able to function if we didn't take their 20% of our car market. They send us hundreds of thousands of cars. They make a lot of money with that. They send us a lot of other things that we don't need. We don't need their cars, and we don't need the other products. We don't need their milk. We got a lot of milk. We got a lot of everything, and we don't need any of it. So I said to him, well, why are we doing it? He said, I don't really know. He was unable to answer the question. But I can answer it. We're doing it because of habit, and we're doing it because we like our neighbors, and we've been good neighbors. But we can't do it forever, and it's a tremendous amount of money. And why should we have a $200 billion deficit and add on to that many, many other things that we give them in terms of subsidy? And I said, that's okay to have if you're a state. But if you're another country, we don't want to have it. We're not going to have it with European Union either. European Union, we have a trade deficit of $350 billion. They don't take our cars. They don't take our farm product. They don't take anything. And so we're not going to have it with them either.
When you threatened tariffs on Canada a couple weeks ago, Justin Trudeau rushed down here. He wanted to make nice. Now he's on the way out. Is that what you wanted?
I didn't think he was going to quit. He probably saw the numbers. Look, I call him Governor Trudeau because they should be the 51st state, really. It would make a great state. And the people of Canada like it. They pay lower taxes. They have virtually no military. They have a very small military. They pay less than 1%. They're about the lowest payer in NATO. They're supposed to pay much more. They haven't been paying. They have a lot of problems, and I was with Wayne Gretzky. I said, Wayne, would you like to be the governor of Canada? I can't imagine anybody doing any better than Wayne. Wayne was not too interested, but I think he probably would have liked statehood. He's a friend of mine. He's a great guy. He's the great one. We call him the great one, right? He's a great hockey player. But I will say this. I think that there's, it was stated pretty strongly a couple of weeks ago about Canada, and people laughed, and now they're all saying, well, it's very interesting. And I say from the standpoint of the United States, we're subsidizing Canada $200 and $250 billion a year. We have massive deficits. They've taken about 20% of our car business. I'd rather do it here. We could put tariffs on that. We don't have tariffs on them yet, but that will happen. But they've taken about 20% of our car business. I'd rather have it done in Detroit or have it done in South Carolina or any other state that does cars, and we have a lot of them. We don't need Canada for that. We don't need Canada for lumber because we have big forests that we have, not utilized. In some cases, they're protected, which I can take that protection off. And you take down a tree and you grow a better tree. And that's, pretty common. But we don't need anything. We don't need their fuel. We don't need their energy. We don't need their oil and gas. We don't need anything that they have. And I said to Trudeau, I said, why are we subsidizing you $200 and $250 billion a year? He said, I really don't know. And I said, well, I don't know either. I said, what would happen to Canada if we didn't? He said Canada would be obliterated if that happened. I said then Canada should be a 51st state.
A story
that's
that
where we are now.
The CIA, Mr. President, prefers the lab leak theory to explain COVID's origins now. I was curious to hear your thoughts on that.
Well, you have a good man there, a very good man, and John has just got approved, as you know. John Ratcliffe also got approved, and I'd rather have you ask him that question. He knows everything about it.
Go back to Greenland. Have you given any thought to the future of the airbase at Diego Garcia, which is, is part of the Chagos Islands, which Britain is returning to the Mauritius Islands? There are concerns that could open it up to spying by Iran or China. Do you have?
It hasn't been number one on my list, I'll be honest with you. That was not number one.
During your campaign, you didn't talk about Canada, about the Panama Canal. You mentioned today expansion.
Canada's been treating us very unfairly on trade, and they've taken advantage of us for years. We're not going to allow that to happen. I love Canada. I have so many friends up in Canada, and they like us, and they like me. But Canada's been taking advantage of the United States for years, and we're not going to let that happen. And without our subsidy, Canada, doesn't exist really. Canada is totally reliant on us. Therefore, they should be a state. Canada, we lose $250 billion a year in Canada. I could stop that in one day, and if I stopped that, Canada wouldn't exist as a state, as a country. You mentioned if we're gonna have to give that kind of subsidy, and we're not even talking about tariffs yet, but that'll happen on February 1st. But if we're going to lose $250 billion for the sake of supporting a country, it's not fair to us. And they do about almost 90% of their business with the United States, whereas with us it's the opposite. It's relatively small. So I don't want to spend hundreds of billions of dollars on supporting a country unless that country is a state. And if it is a state, the people of Canada would pay a much lower tax. Their taxes would be cut in half. They would have no military problems. They'd be much more secure in every way. And I think it's a great thing for Canada. And I view it as, honestly, a country that should be a state. And they'll get much better treatment, much better care, and much lower taxes. And they'll be much more secure. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
About tariffs on Canada and Mexico, 25%. That's coming on Saturday?
That's coming on the 1st,
okay.
Saturday.
But no oil tariffs.
No, I don't. Well, I didn't say that. You said that. No.
Well, I don't want to misinterpret.
No, we may or may not. We're going to make that determination probably tonight on oil.
Okay.
Yeah, because they send us oil. We'll see. It depends on what the price is. If the oil is properly priced, if they treat us properly, which they don't. Look, Mexico and Canada, have never been good to us on trade. They've treated us very unfairly on trade. And we will be able to make that up very quickly because we don't need the products that they have. We have all the oil you need. We have all the trees you need, meaning the lumber. We have more than almost anybody in those two categories. In oil, we have more than anybody, and we don't need anybody's trees. We have to free up some of the tree areas that we have. We have great lumber in this country. We have to free them up environmentally, which I can do very quickly. But we don't need what they have. And for us to be subsidizing Canada to the tune of $175 billion a year and subsidizing Mexico to the tune of $250 billion, $300 billion a year, and Mexico is a method of China sending in its product. And with China, I'm also thinking about something because they're sending fentanyl into our country, and because of that, they're causing us hundreds of thousands of deaths. So China is going to end up paying a tariff also for that, and we're in the process of doing that. We'll make that determination what it's going to be, but China has to stop sending fentanyl into our country and killing our people.
Mr. President. Thanks, Carol.
You're welcome.
Justin Trudeau, the Canadian Prime Minister, said today that if the U.S. imposes tariffs, he will respond and he will not relent until the tariffs are removed. Are we seeing the start of a trade war with Canada?
I don't think so. I think the president is going to implement those tariffs tomorrow, and he will respond to Mr. Trudeau's comments in due time, I am sure.
What type of things have to happen? What does the administration need to see in order to avoid those tariffs?
Well, the tariffs are incoming tomorrow on Canada, and the reason for that is because both Canada and Mexico have allowed an unprecedented invasion of illegal fentanyl that is killing American citizens and also illegal immigrants into our country. In fact, I have more language for you right here. Canada, Mexico, and China, which, as I mentioned, President Trump will implement a 10% tariff on China, have all enabled illegal drugs to pour into America. The amount of fentanyl that has been seized at the southern border in the last 2 years alone has the potential to kill tens of millions of Americans. And so the president is intent on doing this, and I think Justin Trudeau would be wise to talk to President Trump directly before pushing outlandish comments like that to the media.
If I may, one more.
Yes, Lindsay. Justin.
Hey, friends at Reuters are reporting that the president has made a decision on the Canada and Mexico tariffs, but that they won't actually be implemented until March 1st. I was wondering if you could confirm that and talk through some of the president's thinking.
I saw that report and it is false. I was just with the president in the Oval Office, and I can confirm that tomorrow, the February 1st deadline that President Trump put into place at a statement several weeks ago continues. The president will be implementing tomorrow a 25% tariffs on Mexico, 25% tariffs on Canada, and a 10% tariff on China for the illegal fentanyl that they have sourced and allowed to distribute into our country, which has killed tens of millions of Americans. These are promises made and promises kept by the president.
The president yesterday said that last night he was planning to discuss whether an exemption would be made on oil imports. Do you have any information on what decision he made there, or will there be exemptions at all offered under this?
I don't have an update or readout for you on the exemptions, but those tariffs will be for public consumption in about 24 hours tomorrow, so you can read them then. Stephen Nelson.
Mr. President, is there anything China, Canada, and Mexico can do tonight to forestall your implementation of tariffs tomorrow?
No, nothing. Not right now, no.
Not a negotiating tool?
No, it's not. No, it's a pure economic. We have big deficits with, as you know, with all three of them. And in one case, they're sending massive amounts of fentanyl, killing hundreds of thousands of people a year with the fentanyl. And in the other two cases, they're making it possible for this poison to get in, number one. And number two, we have big deficits, and it's something we're doing. And we'll possibly very substantially increase it or not. We'll see how it is, but it's a lot of money coming to the United States. As you know, we have about a $200 billion deficit with Canada, getting close to $200 billion. They've treated us very unfairly, and I say, why should we be subsidizing Canada? It's wonderful. I have so many friends in Canada. It's a great place.
Is there a concession you're looking for, sir?
No, we're not looking for a concession. And we'll just see what happens. We'll see what happens. And with Mexico, it's the same thing. We have a $250
billion-dollar deficit, and we have a lot of people coming into the border, and now we've largely stopped that, but we've stopped that ourselves. I think they've done a fantastic job. You've seen the numbers, they've dropped to almost zero. But we've suffered under the past administration for years and years. We've suffered with millions of criminals coming into our country. Criminals, people from jails from all over the world. They come through Mexico, and they come through Canada too. A lot of them come through Canada, and a lot of fentanyl comes through Canada. And China makes the fentanyl. You know, China makes the fentanyl, gives it to Mexico, puts it through Canada, puts it through different places, mostly Mexico, but also a lot through Canada. And so all three haven't treated us very well.
With all that said, I also want to speak directly to Canadians in this moment. I'm sure many of you are anxious, but I want you to know we are all in this together. The Canadian government, Canadian businesses, Canadian organized labor, Canadian civil society, Canada's premiers, and tens of millions of Canadians from coast to coast to coast are aligned and united. This is Team Canada at its best. Plus tôt aujourd'hui, j'ai parlé avec les premiers ministres de toutes nos provinces et territoires. On est unis et solidaires. Ils ont tous appuyé notre approche. On est aussi alignés pour faire tomber les obstacles qui freinent le commerce entre nos provinces et territoires et rendre ça plus facile pour les consommateurs de choisir des produits de chez nous. Il y a quelques minutes, je me suis entretenu avec Mme Sheinbaum, la présidente du Mexique, notre autre partenaire nord-américain, qui a lui aussi été la cible de tarifs douaniers aujourd'hui. On s'est engagé à travailler ensemble pour y faire face. Il s'agit d'une menace qui vise l'ensemble du pays, et ça m'a fait chaud au cœur de voir autant de nos leaders répondre à l'appel et s'engager pour qu'aucun Canadien ne soit laissé pour compte. Notre gouvernement va être là pour les Canadiens, on va être là pour vous, mais en même temps, j'ai quelque chose à vous demander. Je vous demande d'être solidaires les uns des autres. Beaucoup d'entre nous vont être affectés par tout ça et vont vivre des moments difficiles. Je vous demande d'être là les uns pour les autres, d'être là pour vos amis, vos voisins et vos compatriotes. D'un océan à l'autre, les Canadiens sont très différents. On parle de différentes langues, on a de différentes croyances, on a de différentes opinions, de différentes idées. Mais quand on reste unis, on puise notre force dans cette différence. And now is also the time to choose Canada. There are many ways for you to do your part. It might mean checking the labels at the supermarket and picking Canadian-made products. It might mean opting for Canadian rye over Kentucky bourbon, or foregoing Florida orange juice altogether. It might mean changing your summer vacation plans to stay here in Canada and explore the many national and provincial parks, historical sites, and tourist destinations our great country has to offer. C'est le temps de choisir des produits d'ici et d'appuyer des entreprises d'ici. D'appuyer nos producteurs agricoles, nos manufacturiers, nos travailleurs, nos entrepreneurs, nos artistes. It might mean doing all of these things or finding your own way to stand up for Canada. In this moment, we must pull together because we love this country. We pride ourselves on braving the cold during the long winter months. We don't like to beat our chests, but we're always out there, waving the maple leaf loudly and proudly to celebrate an Olympic gold medal. On a notre propre identité, notre propre histoire et nos propres valeurs. Les Canadiens sont accueillants, ouverts, novateurs, ambitieux. On préfère régler nos disputes avec diplomatie, mais on est prêt à se battre quand c'est nécessaire. Canada is home to bountiful resources, breathtaking beauty, and a proud people who've come from every corner of the globe to forge a nation with a unique identity worth embracing and celebrating. We don't pretend to be perfect, but Canada is the best country on earth. There's nowhere else that I and our 41 million strong family would rather be, and we will get through this challenge, just as we've done countless times before, together. Thank you. Merci. Vive le Canada. I think Canadians are a little perplexed as to why our closest friends and neighbors are choosing to target us instead of so many other challenging parts of the world. I don't think there's a lot of Americans who wake up in the morning saying, oh, damn Canada. Oh, we should really go after Canada. We're there as friends, as partners. We always have been, we always will be. Sure, we're going through a difficult time right now, and yeah, emotions may run high here and there, particularly around hockey games. But I know we're going to make through this because we have the most successful partnership the world has ever seen, and it's a true value in this time of really challenging geopolitical instability.
Jillian Piper with Global News. Prime Minister, will you recall Parliament to pass a bill to help Canadian workers and end prorogation?
As you can see from our strong response package, as we spoke about with premiers this afternoon and have for many weeks, we have the tools to be able to support Canadians through this challenging time as it stands. This is a moment for Canadians to pull together, including Canadians of all different political parties. This is a moment where we need to set aside our differences and focus on delivering for Canadians, standing up for Canadians, and protecting the most successful political, military, economic, and security partnership the world has ever seen. And that's exactly what we're going to do. We have the tools to do it as a government right now, and we will keep doing it alongside our premiers and our partners.
A member of the Canada-U.S. Council, Alana Payne, today said that an ally would not act this way, and therefore the U.S. is no longer Canada's ally. Do you agree with that?
Like I said, I think there are going to be people who are upset and even hurt by what's gone on here. But I have faith. I have faith in Canadians, but I also have faith in the friendship between Canada and the United States. It has gone through challenging times before, but we always make it through because we've been able to count on each other for over 150 years, and we will continue to be able to do that long into the future. This is a friendship that has stood the test of time, and despite challenges that we can work on and we will work on together, we will continue to be friends and neighbors.
Thank you very much. So we had a very busy weekend. We got the 6 hostages out of Venezuela, as you probably know, and they're very safe right now. They're home with their families, and we appreciate the hard work of a lot of people, including Rick Grinnell, We appreciate the cooperation from Venezuela, and we have some very happy people right now. Nobody thought that was going to happen. So they are home, they're safe, and they're with their families. That was a big one. Secretary of State Rubio is in Panama right now, and we're talking about the Panama Canal. What they've done is terrible. They violated the agreement. They're not allowed to violate the agreement. China's running the Panama Canal. That was not given to China. That was given to Panama foolishly. But they violated the agreement, and we're going to take it back, or something very powerful is going to happen. And as far as other things are concerned, as you know, we had a very busy weekend. We're dealing with Israel. We're dealing with Ukraine and Russia. We have meetings and talks scheduled with various parties, including Ukraine and Russia. And I think those discussions are actually going pretty well. The discussions on the Middle East with Israel and various and sundry other countries are progressing. Bibi Netanyahu is coming on Tuesday, and I think we have some very big meetings scheduled.
Mr. President, do you feel that Elon Musk is delivering on his promises to you? Do you feel he's doing a good job right now with
I
Doge?
do. I think Elon's doing a good job. He's a big cost cutter. Sometimes we won't agree with it and will not go where he wants to go, but I think he's doing a great job. He's a smart guy, very smart, and he's very much into cutting the budget of our federal government.
Mr. President, you saw some retaliatory tariffs from Canada.
Say it?
You saw some retaliatory tariffs from Canada. There was a rider in the order. Are you planning to increase the tariffs against Canada?
Well, it could happen. If they do anything, we will. Canada's been very abusive of the United States for many years. They don't allow our banks. Did you know that? Canada does not allow banks to go in. If you think about it, that's pretty amazing. If we have a U.S. bank, they don't allow them to go in. Canada's been very tough on oil, on energy. They don't allow our farm products in, essentially. They don't allow a lot of things in, and we allow everything to come in. It's been a one-way street. We subsidize Canada by the tune of about $200 billion a year. And for what? What do we get out of it? We don't get anything out of it. I love the people of Canada. I disagree with the leadership of Canada. And something's going to happen there. But if they want to play the game, I don't mind. We can play the game all they want. Mexico, we've had very good talks with them. And this is retaliatory. This is retaliatory to a certain extent. Millions of people flowed into our country through Mexico and Canada. And we're not going to allow that. And by the way, we have among the lowest numbers we've ever had of people crossing our border, the lowest numbers since my administration.
Mr. President, you said, so on Truth Social, you said that you were going to cut aid from South Africa. Will you plan to cut aid across other African nations, and why South Africa?
No, it's only South Africa. Terrible things are happening in South Africa. The leadership is doing some terrible things, horrible things. So that's under investigation right now. We'll make a determination. And until such time as we find out what South Africa is doing, they're taking away land, they're confiscating land, and actually they're doing things that are perhaps far worse than that.
And on the Fed Chair Jerome Powell, he held rates. What's your reaction to him not changing the rates?
What did you say?
Fed Chair Jerome Powell, the Fed meeting was this week. He held the rates. He didn't cut them.
No, I'm not surprised. I think holding the rates at this point was the right thing to do.
Mr. President, which country will be next on tariffs? Would you consider taxing the UK, for example?
Well, we're going to see what happens. It'll happen. But we're going to, we'll see how things work out. It might happen with them, but it will definitely happen with the European Union. I can tell you that, because they've really taken advantage of us. And, you know, we have over a $300 billion deficit. They don't take our cars. They don't take our farm products. They take almost nothing. And we take everything from them. Millions of cars, tremendous amounts of food and farm products. So the UK is way out of line, and we'll see. The UK, but European Union is really out of line. UK is out of line, but I'm sure that one, I think that one can be worked out. But the European Union it's an atrocity, what they've done.
Prime Minister Starmer wants the relationship with the EU. So,
well, Prime Minister Starmer has been very nice. We've had a couple of meetings. We've had numerous phone calls. We're getting along very well. And we'll see whether or not we can balance out our budget. With the European Union, it's $350 billion deficit. So obviously something's going to take place there.
For the European Union, what's the timeline? And are you thinking
Where?
along
Where?
the line 25%? 10%?
With who? With who?
The EU, how much?
I wouldn't say there's a timeline, but it's going to be pretty soon. No, I'm not concerned. We may have short-term a little pain, and people understand that. But long-term, the United States has been ripped off by virtually every country in the world. We have deficits with almost every country. Not every country, but almost. And we're going to change it. It's been unfair. That's why we owe $36 trillion. We have deficits with everybody. We help everybody. We've been helping everybody for years. And to be honest, I don't think they appreciate it. So we're going to change that. We're going to change it fast. We're going to make America great again. We have to focus on our country. We have tremendous potential if properly used, and we have to focus on our country. Tremendous deficits with China, tremendous deficits with the European Union, tremendous deficits with Mexico and Canada. And why? What's the purpose of that? Why would we have deficits? And you look at, if you look at pharmaceuticals and drugs, if you look at various products, it's much cheaper in other countries. We're not going to allow that much longer. We're not going to take it. Well, it's been run by a bunch of radical lunatics, and we're getting them out. USAID, run by radical lunatics, and we're getting them out, and then we'll make a decision.
Mr. President, have you spoken with anyone from Canada or from Mexico since you appointed?
I've spoken with people from Canada, I've spoken with people from Mexico, and I've spoken to a lot of other people too.
Prime Minister Trudeau or
I'm speaking with Prime Minister Trudeau tomorrow morning, and I'm also speaking with Mexico tomorrow morning. And I don't expect anything very dramatic. We put tariffs on. They owe us a lot of money, and I'm sure they're going to pay.
Would you send troops to take the Canal of Panama?
About what?
Panama, the Canal of Panama. Would you send US troops?
I don't think troops will be necessary in Panama. What Panama has done is terrible for national security for this part of the world. And, 70% of the signage on the Panama Canal was written in Chinese. That's not right. So it wasn't meant for China. It should have never been made. The deal was a ridiculous deal. We lost 38,000 people building the Panama Canal, one of the great wonders of the world. 38, think of it, 38. It was the most expensive project ever built by this country, if you take it forward. The most expensive project ever built. We lost 38,000. And what happens? China owns it all of a sudden? It's not going to happen. We're not going to let that happen. We have national security concerns, and they wouldn't let it happen either.
Mr. President, what does Canada and Mexico need to do for you to lift the tariffs? What are specifically you want?
They'd have to balance out their trade, number one. They've got to stop people from pouring into our country, and we've stopped it. They haven't stopped it. We've stopped it. They have to stop people from pouring in, and we have to stop fentanyl, and that includes China. Fentanyl has killed this year at least 200,000 people. It's pouring in from China through Mexico and Canada, and they've got to stop it. And if they don't stop it, the tariffs are going to get worse, a lot worse.
Mr. President, you're going to the border.
Our federal government.
Mr. President,
You saw some retaliatory tariffs from Canada.
Say it?
You saw some retaliatory tariffs from Canada. There was a rider in the order. Are you planning to increase the tariffs against Canada?
Well, it could happen. If they do anything, we will. Canada's been very abusive of the United States for many years. They don't allow our banks. Did you know that? Canada does not allow banks to go in. If you think about it, that's pretty amazing. If we have a U.S. bank, they don't allow them to go in. Canada's been very tough on oil, on energy. They don't allow our farm products in, essentially. They don't allow a lot of things in, and we allow everything to come in. It's been a one-way street. We subsidize Canada by the tune of about $200 billion a year. And for what? What do we get out of it? We don't get anything out of it. I love the people of Canada. I disagree with the leadership of Canada. And something's going to happen there. But if they want to play the game, I don't mind. We can play the game all they want. Mexico, we've had very good talks with them. And this is retaliatory. This is retaliatory to a certain extent. Millions of people flowed into our country through Mexico and Canada. And we're not going to allow that. And by the way, we have among the lowest numbers we've ever had of people crossing our border, the lowest numbers since my administration.
Mr. President.
They say, what are they doing here?
Thank you, sir.
Mr. President, on the tariffs, is there any chance that Canada or China could also get out of the tariffs after you struck a deal with Mexico?
Well, nobody's out with Mexico. We had a great talk with Mexico, and we had President Sheinbaum is a woman. I like her very much. We've had good relationships, but we have to stop fentanyl from coming in, whether I like somebody or not, and we have to stop the illegal aliens from coming in. I think we've lost 200,000 people on average a year for many years, much higher than the 100,000. Could be even closer to 300,000. And they've agreed to put in 10,000 soldiers permanently, like forever, 10,000 soldiers at their side of the border and stop fentanyl and illegal aliens from coming into our country. They have a big incentive to do. Other than that, we've agreed to talk and consider various other things. We haven't agreed on tariffs yet, and maybe we will, maybe we won't. But we have a very good relationship. I also spoke with Prime Minister Trudeau of Canada, and we had a good talk in the morning, but I did ask him a couple of questions, like, you know, banks aren't allowed to do business in Canada. Canada is very tough. Canada is very, you know, we're not treated well by Canada, and we have to be treated well. Banks are not, as an example, allowed. Did you know that? That banks, American banks, are not allowed to do business in Canada. Can you believe that? And that's one of many things, and we talked about it, and I think we'll win most of the subjects. But for some reason, a lot of things have been very unfair with Canada. I noticed that in the first term. You deal with people, and after a while you begin to realize, like you learn that Larry Ellison's very tough to do business with, okay? He's a very tough guy. I mean, I'm sure you're shocked to hear that. But Canada is very tough. They're very, very tough to do business with. And we can't let them take advantage of the U.S. They don't take our agricultural product for the most part. They don't take our cars. They make cars, but they basically don't take our cars. And, you know, we don't need, and look, I think we're going to have another good conversation today. We're actually speaking at 3 o'clock again. But we don't need them to make our cars. We don't need them to give us lumber. We don't need them for agricultural products because we have all the agriculture we need. They don't take our agricultural product for the most part, our milk and dairy, etc. A little bit they do, but not much. We take theirs. And as far as cars are concerned, they took in a big percentage, almost 19% of the market. And, you know, I wouldn't mind making our cars in the United States, so we have a problem there. I'd like to make our cars in the U.S. We don't need Canada to make our cars. With that being said, we're going to have another call at 3 o'clock. We had a call this morning. It was a pretty good call, I'd say. So the call with Mexico went very well in the sense that they're very strong now on the border. They're going to put soldiers there. So, actually, they're best military soldiers, and they're going to be at the border, 10,000. That's a lot of soldiers. And they want to protect it also. You know, they don't want people running through Mexico, coming through Mexico to come into our country. So they're going to do that. And then we're going to talk about other things over the next, and we're going to have, over the next 30 days, we're going to have Scott, Howard, and Marco Rubio, Secretary of State, lead the delegation, and we're going to have a big negotiation with Mexico. I'll be involved too, and President Sheinbaum will be involved to see whether or not we can work something out on the tariffs.
What about China?
Substantially higher.
Sir, just to clarify, when you said about Ukraine earlier,
the rare earths, is that something you want them to give the rare earths to the United States?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
I want to have security of rare earth. We're putting in hundreds of billions of dollars. They have great rare earth, and I want security of the rare earth. And they're willing to do it.
Mr. President, on Canada, when you talk to Justin Trudeau again, is there anything he can give you at 3 p.m. when you talk again to also
I don't
secure
know.
a pause,
I don't know.
like you said, with Mexico?
I don't know. We have big deficits with Canada, like we do with all countries. I mean, I look at some of the deals made, I say, who the hell made these deals are so bad? But with Canada, I have a talk with him, and you maybe know or maybe not. We're going to meet again or talk again at 3 o'clock, right after my next meeting, and we'll see what happens. I can't tell you what's going to happen.
You mentioned that he could agree to change your mind on the tariffs?
Well, we can always, look, what I'd like to see, Canada become our 51st state. We give them protection, military protection. We don't need them to build our cars. I'd rather see Detroit or South Carolina or any one of our, Tennessee, any one of our states build the cars. They could do it very easily. We don't need them for the cars. We don't need them for lumber. We don't need them for anything. We don't need them for energy. We have more energy than they do. We don't need them for energy. So I say, why are we doing this? Why are we willing to lose between $100 billion and $200 billion a year? We don't need them. As a state, it's different. As a state, it's much different. And there are no tariffs. So I'd love to see that, but some people say that would be a long shot. If people wanted to play the game right, it would be 100% certain that they'd become a state. But a lot of people don't like to play the game because they don't have a threshold of pain. And there would be some pain, but not a lot. The pain would be really there. So we're going to meet again by phone at 3 o'clock, and we'll let you know.
On Israel.
Disgrace.
Mr. President, Gulf of America, Canada, Greenland, Gaza, all these are very muscular foreign policy. How does this align with America first?
Because it makes us bigger, stronger, and better, and more protective. We need Greenland because of national security, international security, world peace, and we'll have to do that. Canada, we'll see what happens with Canada, but the people of Canada would be paying less than half of the tax. If you look at the tax, they're going to be paying less than half the tax. They don't pay very much for military, and the reason they don't pay much is they assume that we're going to protect them. That's not an assumption they can make, because why are we protecting another country? Now, I love the people of Canada. We have a great relationship. But if they became our 51st state, it would be the greatest thing they could ever do. It would be unbelievable. It would be a cherished state. And think of how beautiful that country would be without that artificial line running right through it. Somebody drew it many years ago with a ruler, just a line. You look at how beautiful that is, wow, it would be very exciting. But if you look at Canada, it would be cherished as a 51st state. They don't pay their share of military in NATO. They pay very little for military. They're not protected at all. And the reason is they think we're going to protect them. The other thing is we subsidize them to the tune of about $200 billion a year. If we stop doing that, if we stop allowing them to make cars through tariffs and other things, cars, trucks, etc., what they make, they're not viable as a country.
So would you agree that it's a more aggressive foreign policy than your first term? And why is that?
It's more aggressive. It's better. Why? Because I think I've had a lot of experience. And in my first term, I was fighting everybody because they were very aggressive toward me. I always said survival and taking care of the country, not necessarily in that order. But I had to take care of the country, but I had a bunch of lunatics like Pelosi and all of these people. They fought me, and we won. And, I had a lot of other things that were going on there. This time it's much more, they've lost their confidence. I think they've lost the respect of the American people with, men participating in women's sports, with open borders, with transgender for everybody, for all the things that they're doing is so bad. When you allow people to empty their jails into your country with prisoners, killers, their mental institutions and insane asylums into our country, this is what they're doing.
when you allow gang members from Venezuela, but many other countries coming into our country, we're getting them all out now. They've lost their credibility, but they've also lost their confidence. So I have more time to do what I want to do. So we're making our country larger. We're making our country stronger. And in the case of Canada, if this should happen, I don't know how they can do it without us, because without the U.S., Canada really doesn't have a country. They do almost all of their business with us. And if we say we want our cars to be made in Detroit, with a stroke of a pen, I can do that. And other things in addition to that would not allow Canada to be a viable country.
You said you didn't. Is contender to be our 51st state.
Mr. President, how are negotiations going with Canada? There was obviously a delay in implementing those tariffs.
I spoke to Governor Trudeau on numerous occasions, and we'll see what happens. But it just sets up so good for them. Look, the people would pay much less tax than they're paying right now. They'd have perfect military protection. They don't have any military protection because and you take a look at what's going on out there. You have Russian ships, you have China ships, you have Chinese ships, you have a lot of ships out there, and you know, people are in danger. This is a different world today. It's a different world. They need our protection. Yes.
You mentioned Elon Musk and the efforts that he's.
On the Canadian drug importation plan, doesn't that require the approval of the Canadian government? And wouldn't that be a little difficult right now, considering the tariffs? I mean, they're booing the.
Yeah, but I don't think that has necessarily changed the calculus. They were opposed to the legislation. Canada was opposed in 2019. They sent emissaries down here because why? Because they're protecting subsidies for themselves. That's why. If we're able to buy at cheaper prices, that is going to be potentially impact the supply that they have. It potentially could cause some of the Canadians to have to pay more. I mean, we subsidize Canada with drugs. We pay higher prices because the patents apply here in the United States. Canada pays dirt cheap. Europe pays not as cheap as Canada by and large, but still much cheaper. So I think what the president has said is you have these drugs, let's have basically everybody pay similar. So that would mean we would pay less, Canada would probably pay more, Europe may pay a little bit more, but that's more equitable. So they've been opposed to this from the beginning because it's kind of a golden goose for them, right? That they get to have these discounted pharmaceuticals and they're basically being subsidized by American consumers who are having to pay. Some of the drugs in Canada are like 20 cents on the dollar, the same exact drug as you have in the United States of America. So yes, there's going to be opposition to that, and that's irrespective of what they're doing now in terms of booing the United States. Although I will note, I see this article, I put something out, says, oh, Canadians rethinking, going to Florida in light of the tensions. I'm seeing a lot of Canadian license plates in Florida. I think any of you who are out there and the places you're seeing them, they always say people are going to stop going to Florida. I mean, what was it? NAACP announced a boycott. Other groups announced a boycott. And I think every time they announce a boycott, we end up setting a new tourism record. So I don't anticipate you to see a decline in Canadian tourism to Florida. I think that they want to get out of the cold and come down, and this is something that I've been used to pretty much my whole life. I mean, when you grow up in Dunedin, they have the Toronto Blue Jays spring training. So as you get into February, I would say like a third of the license plates in Dunedin can be Ontario license plates at some point. I mean, they're everywhere. They stay for the spring training, then they go back up when it gets a little warmer in Canada, and they have a right to do it. But the reality is don't tell me you're not going to come to Florida. I mean, I am totally fine if you honestly mean it and you say it, but it's just like, how many times have we lived that? Remember when they were going to move Disney to Columbus, Ohio? They were going to do all that. Disney's going to leave. I mean, they just announced, $18 billion in investment in Central Florida. So I think you're going to continue to see Canadians coming down here. And I would also just point out, this Trudeau government is on the way out one way or another, it seems, that he's going to be gone regardless of the outcome of the election. Part of the reason we had such an influx of Canadians in 2020, 21, and 22 was because of the draconian COVID policies that Canada was doing. Remember, the Toronto Blue Jays had to play in Dunedin, Florida, because Canada wouldn't let them play in Toronto. because of the draconian restrictions. We had people coming down because they wanted to escape being forced to take the mNRA jab, people that were escaping lockdowns and other types of really, really tough policies in Canada. So I think that the Trudeau government, I think they treated the people very poorly for a number of years, and I think that's part of the reason why we've seen an uptick in the number of people from Canada that have come, and some of them moved here permanently because they wanted to escape that. So that's why I don't think you're going to see much of a change in that. Okay, we'll see.
Does President Trump have a bet with Trudeau about this USA-Canada hockey game tonight? And when there is a big hockey game on, is the president watching for the goals or for the fights?
Probably both. I think he's watching for the United States to win tonight. I know he talked to the USA hockey team this morning. He talked to the players after their morning practice around 10 o'clock. And I also spoke to some folks from that team after. They were jubilant over President Trump's comments to the team. I believe they're going to put out a video of that call. So he looks forward to watching the game tonight, and we look forward to the United States beating our soon-to-be 51st state, Canada. Bloomberg, go ahead.
You add the state things, but 41% to 21%, which people said was impossible. And now I'm trying to bring it down to 15%, so it'll go from 21 to 15, but only if you make your product in the United States of America. Otherwise, you pay 21%. That'll be great. To protect American auto workers, who, by the way, they're going to be one of the biggest beneficiaries of what we're doing with tariffs, because they just stopped 2 big auto plants in the middle of construction from being built in Mexico, because they see, when I got elected, they said, oh, this is going to be a problem for us because we have big tariffs going on, and we have tariffs going on autos. And they don't have to pay any tariffs. There is no tariff. All you have to do is build your plant in the United States. They were building plants in Mexico right opposite the border. They're making them in Mexico. They're selling them into the United States with virtually no tax. And they're killing Detroit, all these places are being killed. Now it's the exact opposite. And by the way, Canada was a big participant in that too. And I think Canada, they're going to have to pay tariffs on automobiles, lumber, and oil and gas, et cetera, et cetera. And they get 95% of their product from the United States. I think they have to become the 51st state. And you heard the people booing the national anthem, but I think ultimately they'll be praising the national anthem. We'll have to work out some deal with it, because I do like the "O Canada," right? It's a beautiful thing. I think we're going to have to keep it for the 51st state. I call him Governor Trudeau. I said, Governor Trudeau's doing a wonderful job. I think it's actually cost him his election, if you want to know the truth. But we're gonna see about that. We're looking at Greenland, and we have to take back the Panama Canal, because that wasn't the deal. We gave the Panama Canal to Panama. It was the most expensive thing ever built in our country. It'd be the equivalent of $2 trillion today. We spend massive amounts. We lost 38,000 lives from the mosquito and snakes. A lot of bad snake bites, but mostly the mosquitoes, malaria. They killed 38,000 of our people. They paid laborers 5 times what they were getting in the United States to go, knowing that there was a good chance they were going to die. 20% of them died. And Jimmy Carter, may he rest in peace, the late, great Jimmy Carter, gave it away for $1. It's also the most profitable thing ever built. It's what you hear about casinos and you hear about all this stuff. They're peanuts compared to this. It's the most profitable thing ever built. There's never been anything. I mean, you have ships lined up. And by the way, when they gave it away like a bunch of dummies for $1. The day after they took over, they raised the price per ship by 4 times. That wasn't high enough. There was no problem. They raised it again twice. And they're getting almost $1 million a ship. And their product is water. It's Pacific and Atlantic where they meet, and one is about 18 feet higher than the other, which a lot of people don't know. Actually, it's one of the great marvels of the world. Well, we built it, and we're not going to let, because China has essentially taken it over. We're not going to let that happen. China knows it, and so does Panama. To protect American workers and bring billions of dollars into our treasury, we're in the process of imposing reciprocal tariffs on any nation that tries to cheat us or steal our jobs. So India, as an example, has very, very high tariffs. And I was going to impose a flat tariff, but that wouldn't really do the trick, because some of the countries have really high tariffs. So it really works out much better. Nobody can even fight it. Whatever they charge us, we charge them. So if they're at 25%, we are 25. If they're at 75, we're at 7. Whatever they charge us, and it was very interesting, the European Union, we were 2.5% for cars. European Union was much higher. They just reduced their tariffs on cars to 2.5 to be reciprocal with ours. So that's just an early sign, but I think that's going to happen.
Next week, there's a key deadline for your Canada and Mexico tariffs. Do you expect those will go back on, or do you believe those countries have done enough on the border to stop those from taking effect? And for President Macron, I'm wondering if you believe that this critical minerals deal with Ukraine represents a de facto security guarantee by the United States, since the U.S. would have an interest in protecting those reserves in Ukraine. Thank you.
We're on time with the tariffs, and it seems like that's moving along very rapidly. We've been mistreated very badly by many countries, not just Canada and Mexico. We've been taken advantage of. We were led by, in some cases, fools, because anybody that would sign documents like they signed, where they were able to take advantage of the American people, like has happened over the last long period of time, except for a little 4-year period that took place 4 years ago. But anybody that would agree to allow this to happen to our country should be ashamed of themselves. No, the tariffs are going forward on time, on schedule. This is an abuse that took place for many, many years. And I'm not even blaming the other countries that did this. I blame our leadership for allowing it to happen. I mean, who can blame them if they made these great deals with the United States, took advantage of the United States on manufacturing, on just about everything, every aspect that you could imagine they took advantage of. I look at some of these agreements, I'd read them at night, and I'd say, who would ever sign a thing like this? So the tariffs will go forward, yes, and we're going to make up a lot of territory. All we want is reciprocal. We want reciprocity. We want to have the same. So if somebody charges us, we charge them. It's very simple, but it'll be very good for our country. Our country will be extremely liquid and rich again. Plus, we're doing other things, as you know. We're finding tremendous waste, fraud, and abuse at levels that nobody thought possible. You're seeing what's going on. And that was also part of the Harvard poll. Do you agree with what President Trump is doing with Elon and others that are looking for the waste, fraud, and abuse? And the numbers were staggering. It was like 70% to 2%. Everybody wants to find out. They don't like it. And the radical left or whoever it may be starts screaming about the Constitution, but it has nothing to do with the Constitution. It has to do with fairness to this country. It has to do with being ripped off. And when you read the things that all of these billions, and I mean many billions, hundreds of billions of dollars have been spent on, that's all you have to do is stand up here and read them. I could stand up all day and read the kind of things where we're spending all of this money. The good news is that when you think of how rich a nation we can be when we get rid of this, sometimes you'll buy a company and you'll see it was really well run. They accounted for every penny. Well, not much you can do there. You got yourself a bad deal. This one is the exact opposite. Tremendous fraud, tremendous waste. And when you think of what it is, Elon uses an expression, caring. If we had people that cared, just cared a little bit, when they did contracts, when they negotiated with outside vendors on behalf of the United States. That's what I'm doing now. I'm negotiating for the people of the United States. So we're doing a great job of it. I will say we found it'll be hundreds of billions of dollars of waste and fraud and abuse. Thank you. Please.
Look, I think this discussion is a very important one. First, because it's important for the U.S., and it will be a good occasion for a first very important meeting between President Trump and President Zelensky. Second, I think there is a lot of economic upside on both sides. And third, de facto, there is a recognition of Ukrainian sovereignty, a recognition of the Ukrainian interests, and this is de facto a very important alignment of interests. Now, the security guarantees will be negotiated in due time in a full-fledged package of a peace security. But this peace, as it is now written and negotiated, and as this meeting is scheduled, is an important step forward, full-fledged peace agreement.
Last week, I spent some time with two government officials for Canada. I was asking them how realistic is it that Canada would be the 51st state. And they told me there is a path. Alberta is first, and if they sign on, Saskatchewan would follow, and then you go west to British Columbia. There is a movement in Canada to join us. I want to get your thoughts on that and how that's proceeding.
So it's true. Thank you, Brian. It's true. A lot of people in Canada are liking becoming our beautiful, cherished 51st state. They'll have to pay much lower taxes. They'll have the ultimate security. You know, they don't pay very much for security right now because they rely on us, which is really unfair to us. They make cars that we could make, and they send them back into the United States. They make a lot of things, including the sending of oil and everything. We don't need their oil. We don't need their lumber. In fact, we're going to be freeing up, and I've asked Howard Lutnick to get that done with Lee and everybody, Lee Zeldin, environmental. We're freeing up our forests. We're going to be able to take down trees. Right now, you know, we're so restricted environmentally. We're going to be freeing it up with an emergency order. We have an emergency order, and we're going to be freeing up our forests. We have more forests than almost anybody, and great lumber, great trees. We don't need anybody's trees. We don't need trees from Canada or anybody else. In fact, we have to put the slits, as they call them, the area, 50, 60-yard area in between areas of trees. It stops the fires. And frankly, California should have been doing that for years. It's almost getting late. They're going to run out of forests the way they're going. What a shame. And by the way, the water is flowing in California. I hope you people have seen it. But the water is flowing. Do you have a picture of that? I'd hold it up. Do you have a picture of that? Get a picture of it, please. You know, we had a little skirmish in California. I can't believe we had to do that. But we opened up the water in California. The water was flowing into a place called the Pacific Ocean, which for the Pacific Ocean is only a drop. But for us, it's more water than we can use in California. So I'll get you some photographs, but it's a beautiful sight. The water is flowing in California. Beautiful water from the Pacific Northwest and beyond. And it flows down, and instead of being routed out to the Pacific Ocean, and this has been going on for 20 years more in order to take care of a certain species of fish, which wasn't doing very well without water, I can tell you. So that's a big deal. It's like not reported. It's incredible. But California has a lot of water. That's going to take care of farmers. It's going to wetten up the land. And it's going to go all the way down to Los Angeles, where they have curfews on water, where they have all sorts of blocks on water. You can only use so much. We're going to put until just recently, they were going to put a number of gallons per person living in a house in Beverly Hills on water. You're not going to have that problem anymore. Do you have a picture? Let me just see what that looks like. How beautiful is that? Look at that beautiful water flowing. Look at that. That's coming in the dikes and other means of transportation. Isn't that beautiful? Who would believe that? That's all water they could have had. I went to the governor during my first term and I said, why don't you do this? And they said they have an environmental problem with clean water. If this water were there, you wouldn't have had those fires. You had sprinklers. They make people put sprinklers in the ceiling of a home, and they had no water in them. With this, they would have had a lot of water in them. They would have all been full. You would have had a whole different deal down there. You probably wouldn't have had a fire, but if it was, it would have been small, would have been put out. You had the fire hydrants not working in California. So it's a beautiful site. These are canals that were built. These were all built. And you saw them for years. They were empty, concrete. They call them the V-shapes or the half pipes. And they're shaped different forms, but they're shaped. And they rush down through the farm areas where the farmers can take it and down to Los Angeles. And they were sitting empty for years. And now look at that. Look at that way it looked. It wasn't easy. We had to be very unfriendly to get into those areas. We opened it up.
Mr. President.
I essentially attacked California. Can you believe it? I attacked California. Let's go.
At the outset of your
Please.
Earlier today, you told me that you believe that foreign countries
pay tariffs, but Americans who are concerned about higher prices believe, as most people do, that they're paid by consumers and importers when they import things into this country. Can you explain how you came to this belief that foreign governments are paying tariffs? And for the Prime Minister, did you discuss with President Trump his repeated statements of desire to annex Canada? And has the King expressed any concern over the President's apparent desire to remove one of his realms from his control?
So I'll go ahead. The first part, the tariffs are necessary because we've been treated very unfairly by many, many countries, including our friends, friend and foe. But we've been treated very unfairly in trade at levels that nobody's really ever seen before, and especially under the Biden administration, they really took advantage of the United States. I put massive tariffs on China during my 4 years. We had the best economy in the history of our country. Probably the best economy, maybe the best economy in the history of the world. And I used tariffs to even things up. And in particular with China, we took in hundreds of billions of dollars and we had no inflation. And it's a myth. It's a myth that's put out there by foreign countries that really don't like paying tariffs, and especially to even up. So we've been treated badly by a lot. We're using tariffs. And I find, and you just have to look at the numbers, but I find that it's not about inflation. It's about fairness, and the inflation for us has not existed, and I don't think it's going to exist. We're going to bring our car industry back. We're going to bring our chips back. We're going to bring so many things back to our country, including pharmaceuticals and drugs. And the thing that's going to get us there is tariffs. And I say often, it's my favorite word in the dictionary, but I always preface that by saying now, because I got into a lot of trouble with the fake news where they say that's not good, so I say God, love, family, wife. They're all my favorite words, but tariff is about number 4 or 5 on the list. But I will tell you, it's going to make our country rich, and it's going to stop us from being a laughing stock all over the world, because we have been taken advantage of like no country has ever been taken advantage of. Thank you very much. And
look, we had a really good discussion, a productive discussion, a good discussion, as a result of which our teams are now going to be working together on an economic deal. Our teams are going to be working together on security in Ukraine. You mentioned Canada. I think you're trying to find a divide between us that doesn't exist. We're the closest of nations, and we had very good discussions today, but we didn't discuss Canada.
Thank you. Please. Go ahead.
Address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks as needed.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise this evening to say that tariffs on Canada are going to blow a hole in the United States automotive industry. Please, Mr. President, do not put 25% tariffs on Canadian goods. Our automakers, our supply chain, our auto workers cannot take this hit. Let's work together to come up with a plan to invest in manufacturing in a bipartisan, common sense way. These tariffs are not the answer. This is a threat to too many livelihoods. Listen to the auto worker. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the...
Revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to oppose the big elephant in the room, Trump administration's imposition of a 25% tariff on U.S.-Canada trade. It will severely impact jobs and companies in the Great Lakes region, including what I represent, northwestern Ohio. You've heard it right. President Trump is going to put a 25% tariff on U.S.-Canadian trade. They're our best trading partner. What's going on over there? Unneeded tariffs will cause prices to rise more on everything. Just wait. Cars will go up $9,000 to $12,000 a vehicle. Costs of grain will go up. Road salt, potash, oil, gasoline are going to skyrocket dangerously. Let me state plainly, 25% tariffs on Canada are foolish. The people and businesses of our region and the industrial Midwest overwhelmingly oppose the administration's unnecessary trade war with Canada. Tariffs can be imposed in a smart and targeted approach. The Trump tariff is nothing like that. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask all citizens to contact the White House. Put it simply, don't hurt North American trade with Canada. It works. Don't kill what isn't broken.
The gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
For unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and
Oh, you guys. Good morning. So last time that we were in this room, it was freezing cold.
It's a new podium. Look at that.
I know. You guys are trying to hide me behind it. It's not very
freezing cold.
Oh, come on.
From Michigan.
I know. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for coming. Let's start off by the deranged Democrats are living in a distorted reality. Over the weekend, the minority leader told CNN, and I quote, "President Trump is not focused on solving the problems of everyday Americans." I can't believe the minority leader would say this, but he did. The irony about the minority leader's comments is President Trump is solving the problems of everyday Americans. For example, the comment comes after Democrats voted against securing our border and making our communities safe. Meanwhile, President Trump has secured our borders. He has only been in office for less than 2 months. And in the Democrats' distorted reality, President Trump is to blame for all the world's problems. He inherited these problems, when in reality, Democrats are the ones who caused the problems. Illegal aliens flooded our borders because Democrats kept them open. Democrats let killers like Jose Ibarra come into our communities. And Democrats keep voting against fixing these problems. Let's be clear. But I can share with you, times they are a-changin'. Common sense has been restored. Illegal border crossings were the lowest ever recorded last month. How's that by taking care of the American people's problems? Our communities are actually safer. President Trump is keeping his promises that he made to the American people. After 4 years of silence and shadows from Joe Biden and the Democrats, President Trump has restored accountability and transparency at the White House. He's actually answering unscripted questions from the press. Americans actually see the president working for them daily. This is a stark contrast from the past 4 years. And Americans are actually excited. President Trump is turning our country around. He is reversing the damage caused by Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, and the deranged Democrats. I expect Americans will notice the new direction of the nation when we hear from our commander-in-chief this evening. In his first joint address since returning to the White House, President Trump's message to the American people will be clear. America is back. There's no doubt about that. Thanks to President Trump's, America is strong again. Terrorists are actually on notice. Our enemies and adversaries actually fear and respect us again, especially our allies. America will no longer be taken advantage of. This was made clear in the Oval Office on Friday. So let's be clear. The war in Ukraine started while Joe Biden was president. I just got to remind everyone of those facts. And President Trump is the president that's actually trying to end it. So one president starts the war, the other president actually tries to end the war. He inherited this mess from Biden. I know the Democrats want you to forget about that, but every once in a while we have to reset that playing field and remind people. In less than 2 months, President Trump has restored peace through strength and turned the page on Biden's blunders on the world stage. But that's just one of his many accomplishments. President Trump is working at an unprecedented pace. He's putting America and its people first. That's exactly what we just heard from our Secretary of Defense. The president's efforts to rid the Department of Defense of DEI has been profoundly positive. Soldiers are actually excited to be focused on the actual mission, lethality and preparedness, not weakness and wokeness. The president is rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse of taxpayer dollars at the Pentagon. As I mentioned, he returned to the White House and has set Democrats into complete and utter disarray. They have no vision, no plan, and no leader. They only have one thing to offer the American people, and that's fear-mongering. This has caused a messaging crisis in the Democratic Party. They are clearly scrambling. The main goal is to be against, for the Democrats, their main goal is to be against what 77 million American people want. And the House Republicans are calling them out for it. Look no further than tomorrow's Oversight Committee hearing on sanctuary cities. Democrats' radical policies will be on full display, and I encourage you all to watch. Americans will be reminded that Democrats protect killers, rapists, and drug dealers who find safe haven in sanctuary cities. For example, a Sudanese national who was convicted of raping a victim under 13 years old, a Mexican national convicted of a criminal sexual conduct on a victim under 13 years old. Both were arrested by ICE in St. Paul, Minnesota, a sanctuary city. And what do deranged Democrats in Minnesota have to say? They say, well, targeting criminal illegal immigrants threatens their safe spaces. Threatens the safe spaces of whom? Listen to what the Democrats are saying. Instead of showing empathy, they are siding with and protecting criminals, violent, illegal, alien criminals. Meanwhile, Republicans actually stand with the victims. We actually stand for legal. We actually stand for law and order. What about the American people's safe spaces? Do they count? House Republicans will hold these mayors accountable. Refusing to cooperate with immigration law puts communities and Americans in danger. But it doesn't stop there. Even in the U.S. House of Representatives, deranged Democrats hold briefings and post videos on how to avoid ICE. That's pretty American, huh? They are literally helping criminal, illegal immigrants. This is a result of having no vision for the American people. But I'm here to share with you Americans can be optimistic because real leadership returned to the White House. Leadership in our country that our country desperately needs. The leadership 77 million Americans voted for. Together, President Trump and House Republicans will stop sanctuary cities. Sanctuary city policies are wreaking havoc on our communities, like the ones Representative Gabe Evans represents in the northern Denver suburbs. Rep. Evans has joined us today to help tell the local stories, like the story of the Trende D'Agua who took over an apartment complex in the Denver suburbs. They used it to kidnap and torture people at gunpoint. Not real good people. It's a shame that this is happening in America. But I'll turn it over now to Gabe to let him tell his story.
Well, thank you, Chairwoman. Gabe Evans from Colorado's 8th Congressional District, and I was a police officer in the Denver metro area for over a decade. In fact, today I'm still wearing my police boots. They're on their third set of soles because that is what keeps me ground Congress. I'm focused on serving the victims of these crimes that you just heard the Chairwoman talk about. Let's talk some of the statistics that have happened in Colorado as a result of these sanctuary policies. When I started my law enforcement career, Colorado was 31st in the nation for our crime rate. We're now number 4. Colorado is number 2 in the nation for teenagers overdosing and dying on illegal drugs, predominantly fentanyl. Colorado is once again got the highest rate of motor vehicle theft out of all of the 50 states. As a police officer for over a decade in the Denver metro area, I saw firsthand what was contributing to these problems, and a significant percentage of the blame lays on sanctuary city and state policies that allow violent transnational criminal organizations and cartels to come into our community and find safe harbor. Recent headline news in Colorado showed that violent gangs like Tren de Aragua have looked at Denver, Colorado to be their national headquarters as a result of these sanctuary policies. In fact, very recently, ICE in Denver sent out a tweet where they highlighted that the Denver City and County Jail would not honor ICE immigration detainers, and as a result, they released a Tren de Aragua gang member back into the public. Immigration and Customs officers had to go into the public to arrest this individual again, who assaulted officers in the process. This does not keep our communities safe. This does not protect the victims of these crimes. We know where this fentanyl is coming from. In fact, every month, the death toll of fentanyl in the United States is greater than the total death toll of the September 11th terrorist attacks. And so with the designation of these cartels as terrorist organizations, it's incumbent that sanctuary cities and states get on board with the program and focus on protecting their communities and focus on allowing law enforcement to be able to work with their federal counterparts to be able to degrade and disrupt these criminal organizations that are operating in our communities and peddling poison by using immigration laws to be able to get these violent cartels, get these violent traffickers of people out of our community by using immigration laws and by being able to use that partnership with the federal law enforcement apparatus. And so tomorrow in the hearing, we are going to highlight how these sanctuary city and state policies fail public safety, make America less safe, and why we need to continue to pave the path forward to build those safe communities that we all deserve. I am of Hispanic descent, and so I can speak particularly to the fact that this is something that is critically important to the Hispanic communities. Hispanic communities critically want safe places to be able to raise the next generation here in the United States of America, and tomorrow we're going to highlight how we get these policies in sanctuary cities and states reversed to give that safe future for all Americans, particularly in places like Colorado and Denver. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Gabe. Tonight, President Trump will address Congress and the American people to highlight his historic actions and bold vision to renew the American dream. I have no doubt it's going to be big. The president's first 43 days in office can be summed up in 4 words: promises made, promises kept. From bringing back American manufacturing with over $1.7 trillion in new investments, to saving taxpayers billions by rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse in the federal government, to reestablishing peace through strength and America's position on the world stage, to paving the way for our country to achieve energy independence once again, and ending the crisis at our southern border, resulting in the lowest border numbers in history, and even driving reverse migration. President Trump has delivered countless victories to celebrate tonight. And if it's a preview of what's to come, which I believe it is, America has a great 4 years to look forward to as President Trump renews the American dream and unlocks our country's golden age. Now, before I go, I want to say that I'm also looking forward to welcoming my guests for the joint address tonight in the Capitol. Minnesota House Speaker Lisa Demuth is going to join us, and hockey legends, gold medalists from 1980, Buzz Schneider and Rob McClanahan. These 3 certainly represent the best of Minnesota and the American spirit. And with that, I turn it over to our leader.
All right. Well, let me first say happy Mardi Gras, everybody. Today is Mardi Gras Day in my home city of New Orleans. This is a Mardi Gras king cake, which we enjoy to celebrate the day. This is not to torture you. This is to let you know I've gotten this for each of you. So that it's all cut up. I'm going to pass this around. You don't have to write nice stories about me. You can, but this is, we like to share our celebration. There'll be about 1 million people from all around the world on the streets of New Orleans celebrating with the crew of Zulu, the crew of Rex, riding, and it's a great family event. My parents took me to Mardi Gras parades when I was a kid, and we take our kids now and pass that tradition on. I am so glad to be with all of you today, but I wish I was in New Orleans celebrating Mardi Gras. But here, put your cameras down for a minute, take a piece, pass it around. If you get the baby, the tradition is there's a plastic baby in one of the slices. That means you have to throw the next king cake party. So we'll let you know where to get the cake, and you'll want more, believe me. Anyway, on that note, so we start off on a really good note. We love to celebrate things. We're celebrating a lot. Tonight, President Trump is going to be celebrating the renewal of the American dream. And he's going to go into a lot of detail about how his agenda not only is starting to be carried out in just less than 2 months. It's been a riveting pace that President Trump took to start getting our country back on track. But the work is just beginning. Here in the House, and obviously Congress has to play a critical role in helping the president do this. Part of that is passing President Trump's agenda. And one of the things we did from the Speaker on down is committed to getting the agenda moved through one big, beautiful bill, which means budget reconciliation, starting that process by passing a budget so then we can get to the reconciliation phase. And last week, with an overwhelming, not one vote to spare, literally just by the margin we needed, which is all it takes, right? We passed our budget to the Senate to start the process of putting into law the things we need to do to deliver on that Trump agenda that 77 million people went to the polls to give all of us a mandate to do. In fact, the American people insisted that we do these things to reverse the damage from the Biden-Harris agenda. Number one, stave off a tax increase. Make sure that middle-class families don't see a massive tax hike. And notice every Democrat voted no last week, which means Democrats voted to put a tax on over 99% of families that make less than $1 million. You hear them talking about millionaires and billionaires. The people that would be hurt by Democrat actions are people that make well under $1 million. President Trump's trying to eliminate the tax on tips, which, by the way, we support and will be in our package. The average salary of tip workers who will benefit from President Trump's agenda is a family making about $35,000 a year. That's who will benefit from that provision. You know, and they talk about billionaires and Elon Musk all day long because they want to hide the fact that it's middle and lower income families who will benefit from the Trump agenda, because those are the people that have been devastated the most by the high inflation, high taxes, high cost of living we've seen from the Biden agenda. More energy production in America, manufacturing more things in America. That's in our bill. And it's going to be in this package that moves through. And for some reason, every Democrat wants to vote no on an agenda that lowers gas prices, lowers food costs. When people complain about the price of eggs, you can try to make political hay about it, or you can try to do something about it. And you do something about it by lowering the energy cost, the cost to get products to the grocery store. And every Democrat voted no because they are okay with those families paying more. Well, families are fed up. And President Trump's going to be laying out tonight the things not only that he's already done, he's done a phenomenal job at getting the border secure. We need to do our part at funding the wall, funding the technology for our Border Patrol agents. That's also in our bill. But President Trump is finally starting to bring manufacturing back to this country. The whip talked about almost $2 trillion in private investment that's already being announced by some major companies, some major American companies, some countries and foreign nations that want to now come and build things in America because of President Trump's leadership. Leadership matters, and I think you're going to see great, strong leadership tonight in the President's State of the Union. We will be there, looking forward to it. The man sitting right behind the President, we know tonight the President's speech will not get ripped up by a Speaker of the House. because our Speaker of the House has been leading the cause to usher in this agenda of a renewal of the American dream. Our Speaker, Mike Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. Thanks to all of you. No, we will not be ripping up the speech tonight. I would like to frame it in gilded gold, but I'm not sure how to do that from the podium. I want to welcome you all and happy Mardi Gras. And if I had forethought, I would have brought beads to throw at you. You would have the whole experience. We had a great weekend. Let me give you a recap on a few things. We had a great weekend down in Florida. We had the House Republicans gathered in Miami for an NRCC winter retreat. It's an annual tradition, and the vibe is so good among Republicans. We had our largest attendance ever. The most members ever participated with their families, and lots of friends and donors and supporters of the cause were down there with us in a great time. We understand that nobody really wants to talk about 2026 yet, the midterm cycle, but we are, because we are very excited about what that is going to yield. We're in very strong position to defy what is the norm. It's not traditionally expected for a new president to pick up seats in that first two-year midterm for his party, but we are going to grow the majority next year, and we have a great plan to do that. We will be riding the wave of the popularity of President Trump's policies, and he is doing some things that everybody in the country is excited about. Once all this is signed into law, the American people are going to begin to feel real relief at the pump, in their bank account, and in safer communities. This set of policies is what the president ran on, and all of us ran on, and we'll be checking the boxes along the way. Now, polling continues to show the American people are with us on the issues. In Congress, we have the highest approval rating in 4 years. Among Republicans in our party, we have the highest approval rating in over 20 years. You have to go back to August of 2005 to see similar numbers. And I think the reason for that is because we're restoring common sense. And that is the theme that the president keeps reiterating over and over. We're restoring what makes sense to the people. And this contrast between our policies and our ideas and this common sense agenda is very different than our Democrat colleagues. They are defending wasteful government spending right now. They're opposing tax cuts for working families. They're supporting open borders in sanctuary cities, you heard about this morning. And they're doing all that above the well-being of the American people. And the American people are taking note. And while House Democrats struggle to find a message that hasn't already been rejected by the American people, House Republicans are going to continue to deliver for the country. Speaking of delivering for the American people, President Trump makes his triumphant return, of course, tonight, as was mentioned. It's 5 years after his last State of the Union address. This is a joint address to Congress, not a State of the Union, because a State of the Union is typically delivered on or around the sort of the one-year anniversary, first year in office. But this president is working so quickly, I invited him to come early in the process to give this joint address because there's so much to report to the people, and we're delighted he's going to be there. If he just stood at the Speaker's rostrum and read off all his list of accomplishments since January 20th, we'd be there all night. I don't expect it will go that long. He's going to give a truncated version of this. But there really is so much to celebrate. The president has already notched impressive lists of wins in so many categories. There's a few. Securing the border so well that border crossings have hit an historic low. Deporting criminal illegal aliens. Taking on the cartels directly. Standing up to terrorists. Bringing hostages back home. Working to secure peace around the globe. Ending the weaponization of government, bringing investments and jobs back to the U.S., unleashing American energy, keeping men out of women's sports that the Democrats don't seem to agree with us on, and cutting waste, fraud, and abuse. I mean, all this has been happening in just 43 days. It's hard to believe. He's just been in office 43 days, and that's just one sample list of what's been accomplished. It is, as our whip said, promises made, promises kept, and we're going to keep that going, and he's just getting started. So we look forward to hearing more about his vision for the future tonight, and we will continue to work with him hand in hand to deliver and implement the America First agenda and renew the American dream, which is what will be the subject of his discussion tonight. So with that, I'll take a few questions, and we'll go. Yes?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Democrats have been seizing on footage of protesters at Republican town halls, and now they're pushing back on, I guess, reporting that there's been discretion that Republicans should hold less town halls. I mean, do you think that that's what your members should be doing? Do you think that they should be
Well, look, we've been encouraging our members to communicate directly with their constituents, and they're anxious to do that. There's lots of different ways and forums to do it. You could do it in telephone town halls. You can have small subgroups of people from different industries and segments of the community. We find that to be very, very productive, and more productive than if you just go to an open forum right now. Why? Because we've seen this movie before. George Soros-funded groups and others literally pay protesters, and I saw my friend Hakeem Jeffries decrying that I've said that, but we know that that is a fact. Democrat activists who don't live in the district very often will show up for these town hall events, and they'll go in an hour early and they'll fill all the seats, and so the constituents and the people from the community that are actually represented don't even get a seat. Now, I'm not saying everyone in these, all the Democrats in these town halls that you've seen on television were not from the local area, but look, there are people who do this as a profession. They're professional protesters. So why would we give them a forum to do that right now? The best thing that our members can do is communicate directly, frequently, consistently with their constituents, and there are other avenues to do it than just going in to try to give the other side sound bites. I mean, they're doing this for the cameras, we all know it, and I think it's wise not to play into it right now. So that's my position. Yes?
Speaker, would you have preferred, or should Secretary Rubio have gone through the Congress on the $3 billion arms sales announced to Israel over the weekend? And what do you hope to hear from President Trump tonight on what's next for Gaza?
Well, I think we'll have some important information on that tonight. From my perspective, what is happening at the Secretary of State, Department of Defense, and of course all through the White House is well within the President's authority. They have discretion on some of these funds and how to use them. There's been consternation about the announcement that they would pause military aid to Ukraine, and I had a few people ask me this morning, well, don't you think that's a violation of separation of powers or something? It's not. The President has authority to do that, to act as the Commander-in-Chief, to use the strategy that he and his team believe is best fit for that. It's not changing or redirecting something that Congress did, unlike the Biden administration. You remember with Israel, he was basically redirecting whole categories of, for example, armaments and bombs that Congress had duly enacted, had voted to send to Israel. They were trying to redirect and hold it in perpetuity. This is different. A temporary pause, I think, is a strategic move by the Commander-in-Chief, and we support that. And so we'll see. I think there'll be more information about it tonight and in the days ahead, and we'll see how it develops.
Mr. Speaker, if you're moving ahead with a clean CR at current spending levels, does that mean that Congress will be funding programs that may have been eliminated or frozen? And if so, how do you intend to address that?
Yeah, so a clean CR allows us to avoid a government shutdown, which isn't good for anyone, while the DOGE effort continues, and it's really critical work, finding fraud, waste, and abuse throughout the government. So what the DOGE effort will do is prepare recommendations for FY26. We have to get FY25 done. We will not be funding fraud, waste, and abuse that's already been discovered. As soon as that is qualified and quantified, okay, it will be codified in that sequence. And what that means is we have a deadline of March 14. We don't have time to calculate all the things in major categories to work in an appropriations process in that amount of time. So what will happen is that a clean CR requested and supported by the President and all of us, we will fund the government responsibly, and at OMB, the Office of Management and Budget, and in the White House, they will not direct funds to these categories of things that have been shown to be abusive. What will happen on the back end, is the way the procedure works, is that we'll be able to go back later and do rescissions and handle it in other ways. The big savings that DOGE is finding, and I'm very excited about this. I've been meeting with Elon Musk about it regularly. We talk about it often. That will be a part of FY26. We're going to get back to regular order, restore the process. We'll get a budget from the White House that reflects all of those savings, because there'll be time to calculate it and do that. And then we will begin the appropriations process for FY26. I think it's going to be a very exciting development, because we're going to do it differently than it's been done in years. We'll have whole categories, big savings, I believe, that will change the equation. And it's going to be a great thing for the American people.
Last question, guys. On Ukraine?
There are major tariffs that have obviously going into place today. Lots of concerns from the business community, from Americans. What is your message to those who are very worried that we could be at the start of a long and painful trade war?
Well, look, I don't think anybody envisions a trade war or looks forward to that, but I do think President Trump makes a great point. I've always thought of myself, I came up as a Reagan Republican, and we believe in free markets and free trade, and the President was really ahead of his time. Back in 2015, 2016, when he first began to run for president, he would often correct us. He'd say, yes, free trade, but fair trade. And he made a great point. I mean, a lot of people had blinders on. There was all these countries around the world that have taken advantage of America. The America First agenda is to reset those relationships. And his idea of reciprocal tariffs policies is actually really comports with common sense. I mean, if we have a country that we have a huge trade imbalance with because they're charging 100% tariff on imports from the U.S., well, then we need to bring that down. How do we bring it down? By giving them a dose of their own medicine. Now, this is not an adversarial thing. This is to continue good relationships and trade policy. So I think this initiative will achieve that desired result. My suspicion is that there's a country that's charging us hypothetically 100% tariffs on imports, and we do the same, they will begin to lower those import tariffs pretty quickly. And you will get back to a point of equilibrium that does resemble free trade again. I think that's good for the American people and for our country. And as the President said, just have a little patience with this. Let it play out, see how it develops, and I think at the end of the day, America is going to be better off. American consumers, American families, and all of us as a nation and as a people. So we support it, and we'll see what happens. And thank you all for being here this morning. Thank you.
Greg, can I ask, we cut off funding, we cut off aid for an ally of war.
Well, I just addressed it. So it's a temporary pause, and it is to do a reset. I am heartened by the development that President Zelensky has indicated that he does want to do this deal after all in the mineral rights. I certainly encourage that to happen, and he needs to come and make right what happened last week, the shocking developments in the Oval Office. And if he does that, I think this is the win-win-win scenario for everybody involved. I think it's the best deal that could be offered, and it will assist the Ukrainian people. So I encourage him to do that.
Thank you.
A nice, Mardi Gras.
That was great, and great tie. Great tie.
Yeah, did anybody get the baby?
Right here.
All right. You're seeing the United States seemingly moving closer to Moscow. This is a same day that the United States has announced it's suspending aid for Ukraine. The Kremlin just said that U.S. foreign policy now is in alignment with Russia. So how do you successfully, or your successor, successfully negotiate with a president who seems to regard his friends as his enemies and his enemies as his friends?
In this regards, Canada and Canadians are very clear. We know who our friends are. We know who our opponents are. And there is no question that Vladimir Putin and his attack not just on Ukraine, but on the rules-based international order, on the founding principles of the United Nations, is an opponent of Canada. I think the question that we all need to be watching closely is, what do the American people think? How do Americans feel about jettisoning one's friends and allies in favor of a country that has never wished Americans well and continues to act in ways that harm the global economy and specifically the American economy and American values and principles?
Madam President, my colleague from New Hampshire is being way too logical for some of what passes as a trade debate here, and it's my hope that her excellent proposal will be back on this Senate floor sometime soon for unanimous consent to pass a very important bill protecting Americans from tax hikes on imported goods. This is, as she has stated, a straightforward proposition. All it does is it clarifies that the President's emergency powers can't be used to put tariffs on the things Americans buy from other countries. Now, Donald Trump calls himself a tariff man. His quote, not mine. It's the only answer he seems to have to any problem under the sun. Instead of taking time to think through actual solutions, he's willing to use any authority he can find to slap tariffs on our trading partners. Just today, he announced he was slapping 25% tariffs on Canada and Mexico, which are two of our three largest trading partners and closest allies. That alone is going to raise costs for Americans on gas, on cars, on fruits and vegetables, and many other products. It's also going to cost America jobs because Canada and Mexico have announced plans to retaliate against our exports. That is, I say to my friend, that is the opposite of what Donald Trump pledged to the American people. It's disturbing that Donald Trump is going rogue and using emergency powers to pursue his tariffs. The American people voted for lower, not higher prices. Donald Trump campaigned on the promise that he would lower costs on day one of his presidency. But just a month in, all Trump has managed to do is gut the agencies in charge of protecting consumers and going after predatory corporations and land us in trade wars that are going to drive up the cost of goods people use every day. Whether it's to punish a country that he doesn't like or to settle scores with foreign leaders, the only answer Donald Trump has ever had is tariffs. And as the ranking Democrat on the Senate Finance Committee, I've heard him play that card again and again. No matter how many times we've said, look, tariffs should be one of the tools in the trade toolbox, but it shouldn't be the universal answer to everything. Trump's approach is going to drive up prices and costs for American families, businesses, and farmers in the process. He does it, in my view, because he and his billionaire friends aren't going to feel the impacts, and they don't care about the millions of Americans who will. These higher costs essentially add up to a Trump tax on everything from food to clothes and cars. And I use those words, Senator Shaheen, specifically. These policies end up being a Trump tax. And to those who voted for Donald Trump because they wanted lower prices and a fairer economy, sure seems to me that these policies are a betrayal. The Shaheen bill that we're trying to pass today would rein in some of Donald Trump's worst impulses and clarify that the laws on the books were never meant to be a blank check for the president to abuse tariffs by using them as a punishment against any country that kinda, sorta, hurts his feelings. A number of our Republican colleagues have supported the Shaheen proposal in the past because putting a check on the president's power to land us in trade wars should not be, as my colleague has said, should not be partisan or controversial. It is Shaheen common sense. I want to thank her for an excellent bill, for her leadership that I have watched from my vantage point on the Finance Committee. And I urge my colleagues, when we can get this bill back on the floor for unanimous consent, I hope it will be met with a resounding bipartisan showing of support, and I look forward to working with her until that day comes to be. And with that, Madam President, I yield the floor.
Last question, guys. On Ukraine. There are major tariffs that have obviously going into place today. Lots of concerns from the business community, from Americans. What is your message to those who are very worried that we could be at the start of a long and painful trade war?
Well, look, I don't think anybody envisions a trade war or looks forward to that, but I do think President Trump makes a great point. I've always thought of myself, I came up as a Reagan Republican, and we believe in free markets and free trade. And the president was really ahead of his time. Back in 2015, 2016, when he first began to run for president, he would often correct us. He'd say, yes, free trade, but fair trade. And he made a great point. I mean, a lot of people had blinders on. There was all these countries around the world that have taken advantage of America. The America First agenda is to reset those relationships. And his idea of reciprocal tariffs policies is actually really comports with common sense. I mean, if we have a country that we have a huge trade imbalance with because they're charging 100% tariff on imports from the U.S., well, then we need to bring that down. How do we bring it down? By giving them a dose of their own medicine. Now, this is not an adversarial thing. This is to continue good relationships and trade policy. So I think this initiative will achieve that desired result. My suspicion is if there's a country that's charging us hypothetically 100% tariffs on imports, and we do the same, they will begin to lower those import tariffs pretty quickly. And you will get back to a point of equilibrium that does resemble free trade again. I think that's good for the American people and for our country. And as the President said, just have a little patience with this. Let it play out, see how it develops, and I think at the end of the day, America is going to be better off. American consumers, American families, and all of us as a nation and as a people. So we support it, and we'll see what happens. And thank you all for being here this morning. Thank you.
The President just posted on social media that he had spoken with Prime Minister Trudeau. He says he's not satisfied with what the Prime Minister has said when it comes to fentanyl, but less than 1%, as you know, less than 1% of the fentanyl seized last year was in the northern border. What else does Canada need to do?
Well, the president did just put out a statement on his call with the governor, Justin Trudeau, as he calls him, of Canada, and he said that he was not pleased, as you said. He said it's not good enough. He told Prime Minister Justin Trudeau that directly. The call ended in a somewhat friendly manner, as the president said, but he's not going to stop standing up for the American people. And to answer your question directly, when it comes to fentanyl, for the last 4 years, unfortunately, our neighbors to the north and the south, Canada and Mexico respectively, have allowed America to be a dumping ground, not just for illegal aliens, but for illegal, poisonous, deadly fentanyl, which is now the #1 killer of young people in this country aged 18 to 34. Through the northern border in Canada, in last fiscal year alone, there was enough fentanyl seized to kill 4.8 billion people. And that number is up 2,050% from 2023, the year before. So there's been more than a 2,000% increase in illegal fentanyl seizure at the northern border. Why? Because Canada is allowing that fentanyl to come to the United States. The president sees these numbers, he thinks about the lives that are lost, and everybody in this room, I'm sure, everybody watching at home, everybody across the country knows someone in our lives who has been killed at the hands of this deadly poison. There needs to be repercussions for that. The president feels very strongly about it.
But Caroline, respectfully, it's just 43 pounds that were found last year. That's less than a carry-on suitcase. Is that a lot of fentanyl compared to, say, Mexico, where the vast majority of the fentanyl is brought in through Mexico, not Canada? So what else does Canada need to do?
Well, I just told you, last year alone, there was a 2,000% increase in illegal fentanyl. You're asking me for what the president's justification is for these tariffs. It's not up to you. You're not the president, Gabe. And frankly, I think it's a little bit disrespectful to the families in this country who have lost loved ones at the hands of this deadly poison. If you talk to them, and this president has, they are grateful that they finally have a president who is standing up to both Canada and Mexico, and most importantly, to China as well. The president added an additional 10% tariff on China because this deadly poison is being produced in that country. It's being distributed through our neighbors, and there needs to be consequences for that, period.
Continues to call the Prime Minister of Canada, Justin Trudeau, Governor of Canada. I'm curious what he means by that, and if there are any plans that are moving forward with trying to make Canada the 51st state. And I have a follow-up on the economy as well.
Sure. Well, the president put that in his True Social account, or his True Social post earlier today. He feels strongly that it would be very beneficial for the Canadian people to be the 51st state of the United States. They wouldn't be paying for these tariffs. They'd have much lower taxes if they were part of our great country.
On the economy, you and I traveled the country during the campaign. This is an issue that so many voters decided to cast their ballots on, and they voted for President Trump. He has started to have that realistic conversation with the American people, that disturbance comment last night. But I'm curious if you can be real with Americans right now as all of these factors are playing out. Are things potentially going to get worse before they get better?
Look, I've now been asked and answered this same question, just given to me in different verbiage, of 3 different times, and I will answer it again in an effort of transparency to the American people, because this is an important issue, and the American people, this president understands that it is. And again, that's why in his joint address to Congress last night, he addressed this issue with a realistic and honest approach. He talked about what this administration is doing to unleash American energy and to make America affordable again, and this administration is wholeheartedly committed to doing it. And I would remind the American public that the first-term record of this president speaks volumes. That's why they reelected him, because they know that he can fix our broken economy, and it's very, very broken from the previous administration.
One for Canada, one for Mexico.
Yes, sir.
They've been in the news lately, haven't they? And I spoke to the president of Mexico, wonderful woman, today, and we helped them out with the problem they were having to do with the tariffs, short-term tariffs. And we had a very good conversation. Also, we discussed drugs, and they've been working much harder lately. Do you notice that? On people coming in and drugs, and we've made tremendous progress on both.
President Trump, what's your thought about why the markets are so spooked? Do you think they don't like the tariffs, or do they not like the uncertainty with some of the changes and the carve-outs?
Well, a lot of them are globalist countries and companies that won't be doing as well because we're taking back things that have been taken from us many years ago. We've been treated very unfairly as a country. We protect everybody. We do everything for all these countries. And a lot of these are globalist in nature. You know, they have, if you're outside of the United States, you know, it's going to be a little bit different. Good people.
President, on tariffs, sir, can you walk us through the next steps on this? Steel and aluminum tariffs are due to kick in next week on Canada, Mexico, and every other country. Are those going to be modified as well?
No, those aren't modified. Those are happening next week. And the big one will be on April 2nd when reciprocal tariffs. So if India or China or any of the countries that really, India is a very high tariff nation. I'll tell you what's a high tariff nation is Canada. Canada charges us 250% for our milk product and other product, and a tremendous tariff on lumber and things as such. And yet we don't need their lumber. We have more lumber than they do. We don't need Canada's lumber. So what I'm doing is I'll be signing an executive order freeing up our forests so that we're allowed to take down trees and make a lot of money and then reharvest trees. Also, we're cutting fire divides. A fire divide is a 50-yard to 70-yard swath where the trees can't, you know, it's long enough so trees don't burn forever until you can get them out. And those trees can be sold and made a lot of money with. So, but we'll be doing that. We don't need trees from Canada. We don't need cars from Canada. We don't need energy from Canada. We don't need anything from Canada. So where we can be self-sustaining, which is in most things. Look, we have more oil and gas than anybody. Our forests are massive, massive forests. We're just not allowed to use them because of the environmental lunatics that stopped us. So I'm going to be freeing that up very shortly so that we don't have to go to other countries to buy lumber. You know, why should we be buying lumber from other countries, paying tariffs, paying big prices, extraordinary prices, and we have lumber. We have the best lumber. Go ahead.
And this USMCA exemption that you're essentially announcing today for this 1 month?
It's just a modification, short term, because I didn't want to hurt the American, it would have hurt the American car companies if I did that.
Would you consider the same sort of exemption or pause for the auto tariffs you're talking about next month?
We're not looking at that, no.
You're not
No, we're not looking at that, no. No.
Sir.
Thank you very much. One other thing, in Canada, you know, we find that they're charging us over 200% for dairy products. You know about that. And when I left, we had that well taken care of, but under Biden, they just kept raising it. Very difficult to deal with the Canadian representatives. 250% for dairy products, tariff. So where do you hear that? You don't hear that. They have a tremendously high tariff. Give you the exact numbers in a little while coming out on lumber. So they sell us lumber. They have a tremendous tariff. They make it impossible for us to sell lumber or dairy products into Canada, but our numbers are a tiny fraction of that, almost non-existent. And what we're doing is freeing up our forests from the environmental nonsense that they put on them, where you can't cut down a tree. And we have to cut down trees in order to build the firewalls. And those trees are sold, but we're freeing it up on an emergency basis because Canada has been ripping us off for years on tariffs for lumber and for dairy products. 250%, nobody ever talks about that. 250% tariff, which is taking advantage of our farmers, so that's not going to happen anymore. they'll be met with the exact same tariff unless they drop it. And that's what reciprocal means. And we may do it as early as today, or we'll wait till Monday or Tuesday. But that's what we're going to do. We're going to charge the same thing. It's not fair, never has been fair. And they've treated our farmers badly. Look, our country's been ripped off by everybody, and that stops now. I had it stopped in my first term, and we're going to really stop it now, because this has been very unfair. Our country, from an economic standpoint and financial standpoint and a trade standpoint, has been absolutely ripped off by almost every country in the world. Canada, Mexico, and then you just go right down the line. India charges us massive tariffs, massive. You can't even sell anything into India. It's almost restrictive. It is restrictive. You know, we do very little business inside. They've agreed, by the way, they want to cut their tariffs way down now, because somebody's finally exposing them for what they've done. And same thing with China, same thing with a lot of other countries. And the EU has been a terrible abuser of this country. I mean, the EU was formulated in order to take advantage of the United States, and they have taken it, but they're not taking advantage when I'm in charge. So sometimes you'll hear some negative things. It's always from outside countries. America will be very strong. And, you know, if I'm a foreign country, they're going to do fine. But they can't do like they used to do, because we're going to bring back our business into this country. We need it from a job standpoint. We need it from even just a psychological standpoint. Think of it, 90,000 factories are gone since the beginning of NAFTA. So we're not going to have that, and we're going to see them build it back. Now, we've already had 5 major automobile companies. First time you've heard this in a long time, since my first term, actually, where we were really rocking and rolling, and then Biden came in and he stopped everything. Like, such a stupid thing to do, not even a believable thing. But we have many auto plants now coming in. We have big chip plants. We have the biggest chip company in the world, most powerful, probably one of the most powerful companies in the world. Wouldn't you say, Kevin? And he's coming in, and they're building one of the largest chip plants in the world. That'll be done in Arizona, mostly in Arizona. And that'll give us a big percentage. That one plant will give us a big percentage of the chip market, something we have very little of. You know, we used to have Intel, and Intel was run by a man named Andy Grove. And Andy Grove was a tough, smart guy. I used to read about him when I was a young man, and he did an incredible job. He really dominated the chip business. And then he died, and I guess they had a series of people that didn't know what the hell they were doing, and we gradually lost the chip business, and now it's almost exclusively in Taiwan. They stole it from us. They took it from us, and I don't blame them. I give them credit. I blame the people that were sitting in this seat because they allowed it to happen. We could have protected that so easily. But so we had the chip business, and now it's all in Taiwan, almost exclusive, a little bit in South Korea, but mostly in Taiwan. And it's very important. Everything you do, everything you touch is now about chips. The brake of a car, cars have chips all over the place. I was reading an article the other day where they talk about the brakes of a car are loaded up with chips. Who would think that a brake has a chip in it? But it's all about chips. So that was a big thing. And they'll be investing hundreds of billions of dollars in this country, and we'll be taking back a big, big portion of that industry. We have others coming in too. But a lot of car manufacturers are coming in, and they're coming in fast. And one of the reasons you see these numbers, and again, Kevin said it, and I said it a little bit, but the fact that they know I won the election, so after I was president-elect, they assumed that I was going to do what I said, because I do what I say. And so these numbers really reflect a lot of things that took place since November.
So now our liberal friends, after they've caused all this damage, are going to pull a sneaky trick tonight. They're going to try to get elected for a 4th term. By replacing Justin Trudeau with his economic advisor, Mark Carney. Carney's advice drove up taxes, housing costs, and food prices, while he personally profited from moving billions of dollars and thousands of jobs out of Canada to the United States. Working for Trudeau, Carney made Canada weaker and poorer. Working for himself, Carney made the United States richer and stronger. And for the first time in our history, Canada will have a sneaky prime minister with millions of dollars of financial interests that go directly against our national interest. And make no mistake, Donald Trump will have a big smile on his face as he exploits all of Carney's many conflicts to attack Canadian workers and Canadian jobs. But we Conservatives won't let either of them do it. We will put Canada first. Thank you. We will put Canada first by bringing it home. This is the Bring It Home rally. Now, let me explain what that means. We've had a great Canada First rally already. And bringing it home is how you put Canada first. You see, what we've seen over the last 10 years of the Trudeau-Carney Liberals is that they've raised taxes, blocked projects, hammered our small businesses, all with the idea of driving money and jobs out of Canada. Now, a small group of economic elites have gotten fabulously rich, filling their pockets, as our working class communities have been devastated. Resource towns look like ghost towns. People have fallen into hopelessness and become addicted to drugs. This approach that sells out our country has allowed for China to send fentanyl into our communities, killing 50,000 people. Bringing it home means that we're going to crack down on the drugs, we're going to secure our borders, we're going to reinvigorate our economy, we're going to bring our resource sector roaring back to life, and we're going to allow our working class to thrive again. It's time. Bring it home. Thank you. We'll start by bringing home lower prices. As you've seen over the last 10 years, inflation has run rampant. The cause is very clear. Rampant government money printing to finance out-of-control deficits. The Carney-Trudeau Liberals have nearly doubled the cost of government and doubled the national debt. Now they can't borrow all that money, so they had to print it. Mark Carney famously said, "Don't worry about inflation," that we had to be worried about deflation. His concern was that prices might actually go down. Wouldn't that be a terrible thing? Maybe for him. His CEO said that the CEO of his company said inflation was good for Brookfield. Of course it is. When billionaires see their assets inflate, they get richer. Meanwhile, the working class sees the purchasing power of their paychecks go down. It's a transfer of wealth from the have-nots to the have-yachts. This is elite economics that Mark Carney has come to incarnate. He calls himself a globalist and an elitist, and he's right about both of those things. But here in Canada, we're going to protect the purchasing power of your money by getting rid of the money-printing deficits. We will cut bureaucracy, consultants, corporate welfare, and foreign aid to bring down deficits, taxes, and inflation for you. My message to those who are struggling with addiction today is have hope, hang on, help is on the way. There is a better future for you in this country of ours. And we will pay for this treatment by suing the corrupt pharmaceutical companies that caused this crisis in the first place. We'll secure the border by cutting back on the multi-billion-dollar gun grab that targets lawful, licensed, trained and tested hunters and sport shooters. After 10 years of Trudeau and Carney allowing gun smugglers and criminals to run wild while they ban Grandpa Joe's hunting rifle, what do we have? 119% increase in gun crime. I will do precisely the opposite. We will allow our hunters and our licensed professional sport shooters to safely enjoy their property while we lock up the criminals and lock down the border. You know, I want to stop criminals from harming Canadians. The Liberals want to stop hunters from harming turkeys. I think that's the difference we're dealing with here. But you know, that is kind of the symbol of everything they've done, isn't it? They're always punishing the good people. The loyal and patriotic people who fight for this country are always put to the back of the bus. The hardworking, law-abiding Canadians who lay down their roots in this country, who fight for our nation, they get left behind, all for the benefit of a global elite. We've seen it with our natural resources, where they block pipelines while Mark Carney invests in pipelines in the Middle East, where they put in carbon taxes on Canada while he invests in American coal. That will come to an end when I am Prime Minister. We will repeal C-69. We will approve pipelines, mines, LNG plants, data centers. We will build this country once again. We will bring it home. 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 We will bring home our jobs, our resources, and our political power. We will put Canadians back in charge of their lives. No longer will a global elite serve itself at our expense. Our people will come first. I will ban all of my ministers from any involvement in the World Economic Forum. We will repeal the censorship laws so you can speak freely. There will be no central bank digital currency. And we will cut back on foreign aid to dictators, terrorists, and global bureaucracies. And that money will go for our soldiers and our veterans here in Canada. We will take back control of our northern territories. We'll make sure that no more Russian spy balloons and Chinese submarines make their way into our waters. We'll have 4 new icebreakers, a brand new, beautiful base, the first northern Canadian base since the Cold War will be built in Iqaluit. There we will be landing our beautiful new fighter jets and our surveillance aircraft that can look down into the waters and intercept and detect the surveillance submarines that the Chinese have been pushing into our territory. We are going to double the size of the Northern Rangers so that they can surveil and protect and use their brilliant knowledge passed down through thousands of years of Inuit tradition. We will have a strong military that defends our country and its interests first. We'll make sure that our veterans are cared for and that they are honored for the heroes that they are. We will end the cancel culture that knocks down our statues and takes down our flag. We will once again be a strong, self-reliant, and sovereign nation that stands on its own 2 feet and stands up to the Americans. We will produce our own resources, trade between provinces, build homes for our youth, protect the vulnerable, stop the violent and the aggressive terrorists against our people. We will uphold our traditional values, and we will ensure that everybody knows that we are the best country the world has ever seen. We will go from being a nation of tax collectors and toll masters, of bureaucrats and busybodies, of gatekeepers and grandees, of rulers and rule makers. Instead, we will be a nation of explorers and entrepreneurs, of adventurers and artists, of workers and warriors, of patriots and hard-working fellow citizens. My friends, we are going to restore the promise of Canada, that anyone from anywhere can achieve anything, that hard work gets you a great life in a beautiful house on a safe street, wrapped in the protective arms of solid borders and brave troops under a proud flag. Canada, let's bring it home!
Wow. There's someone who's trying to do the opposite. There's someone who's trying to weaken our economy. Yeah, Donald Trump. Donald Trump. And Donald Trump, as we know, has put, as the Prime Minister just said, unjustified tariffs on what we build, on what we sell, on how we make a living. He's attacking Canadian families, workers, and businesses, and we cannot let him succeed. And we won't. We won't. I am proud of the response of Canadians who are making their voices heard and their wallets felt. I am grateful for how our provinces are stepping up to the fight, because when we are united, we are Canada strong. The Canadian government has rightly retaliated and is rightly retaliating with our own tariffs that will have maximum impact in the United States and minimum impact here in Canada. And my government will keep our tariffs on until the Americans show us respect. And until they can join us in making credible and reliable commitments to free and fair trade. As Krista did. Yeah. And in the meantime, we will ensure that all the proceeds from our tariffs will be used to protect our workers.
Can we talk about Canada? What is the status of President Trump having a conversation with Mark Carney? We have seen the president use the term governor to refer to Justin Trudeau. Will that moniker also go to Mr. Carney going forward? And is the decision to increase the tariffs, is that based on a specific economic metric that he looked at? Is it impulse? How would you describe his reaction to Canada?
The president has not yet spoken to Mr. Carney, not since I checked, which was just moments ago. But certainly his phone is always open to leaders who wish to speak with him. As for the tariffs, the president made his position on this quite clear with the statement that he put out. And it was a retaliatory statement due to the escalation of rhetoric that we've seen out of Ontario, Canada. The president saw the Premier, Doug Ford, make an egregious and insulting comment threatening to shut down electricity for the American people, for hardworking American families. He made that threat. The president saw that and has an obligation and a responsibility to respond accordingly and represent the interests of the American people. So he has made the decision to add a 25% tariff. So now steel and aluminum tariffs will come into effect tomorrow at the rate of 50%. And our steel and aluminum industries have actually applauded these tariffs because, again, they know it's going to grow their industry here. It's going to allow them to export more steel that is made right here in the United States with American workers.
Egregious and insulting are your words here, but that's what many Canadian leaders have said about the actions President Trump has taken toward Canada. And what do you think the timeline is for speaking to Mr. Carney? Because normally a sitting president speaks to a close ally very quickly when there's new leadership.
Well, the president is, again, responding to the fact that Canada has been ripping off the United States of America and hardworking Americans for decades. If you look at the rates of tariffs across the board that Canadians have been imposing on the American people and our workers here, it is egregious. In fact, I have a handy-dandy chart here that shows not just Canada, but the rate of tariffs across the board. If you look at Canada, since you brought it up, American cheese and butter, nearly 300% tariff. You look at India, 150% tariff on American alcohol. You think that's helping Kentucky bourbon be exported into India? I don't think so. 100% tariff on agricultural products from India. Look at Japan, tariffing rice, 700%. President Trump believes in reciprocity, and it is about dang time that we have a president who actually looks out for the interests of American businesses and workers. And all he's asking for at the end of the day are fair and balanced trade practices, and unfortunately, Canada has not been treating us very fairly at all over the past several decades. To the woman in the purple, because I saw you were making a face at my previous answer, so what's going on? Jasmine.
On Canada, after all of these threats to increase tariffs or turn off electricity, I wonder, does this administration still consider Canada to be a close ally of the United States?
Well, I think Canada is a neighbor. They are a partner. They have always been an ally. Perhaps they are becoming a competitor now. But as the president also laid out in his Truth Social post today, he believes that Canadians would benefit greatly from becoming the 51st state of the United States of America. And I actually looked into some of the research about the cost of living in Canada, and the cost of living is much higher than it is here in the United States of America. The average cost of a home in Canada is much higher. In Quebec, the highest tax rate for an income of $150,000 or more is 53.3%, more than half of Canadians' incomes they are being taxed on. So the president has made it clear that he believes Canadians would be better served economically, militarily, if they were to become the 51st state of the United States of America. Reagan.
This one for Kai.
You mentioned the Ontario Premier calling you and giving you his decision about the electricity surcharge, and you said you were pleased about that. Will you make a different decision now about the tariffs on Canada? Will you reduce it?
At that, but probably so, yeah.
You're looking
he was
at
a gentleman.
Will you reduce it back?
He was a gentleman. Look, I said it before. We give Canada $200 billion a year. We subsidize Canada between all of the things we give them and trade. We give them, we don't have to have cars made in Canada. We don't have to have lumber from Canada. We have tremendous lumber. We have tremendous trees. All I have to do is unfreeze them from some of the restrictions that were put on. I can do that with an executive order. We don't need energy. We have more energy than anybody else in the world. So we spend $200 billion a year subsidizing Canada. We don't have to do that. And frankly, the way that gets solved is Canada should honestly become our 51st state. We wouldn't have a northern border problem. We wouldn't have a tariff problem. They don't have much, they spend very little, as you know, the least of almost anybody on military. And we spend the most of anybody on military. We have a great military. I rebuilt the military during my first term. We're going to have to rebuild it a little bit again. Not that much, but we're going to have to rebuild it a little bit again. But Canada would be great as our cherished 51st state. You wouldn't have to worry about borders. You wouldn't have to worry about anything. And by the way, Canada is very highly taxed, and we're very low tax. We're considered a low tax nation because of me, because I cut the taxes so low. So the people of Canada would pay much less tax.
But just to be
it
clear,
makes a lot of sense. And by the way, when you take away that artificial line that looks like it was done with a ruler, and that's what it was. Some guy sat there years ago and they said, "Rah." Well, when you take away that and you look at that beautiful formation of Canada and the United States, there is no place anywhere in the world that looks like that.
Mr. President, any updates on Greenland?
And then if you add Greenland, that's even.
I mean,
that's
Mr. President,
pretty good.
until the CEOs have. Ask you about the Canada trip coming up. The president has taunted, if you will, Canada, calling the 51st state, calling Prime Minister
What he
Trudeau
said is
governor.
it should become the 51st state from an economic standpoint. He says if they became the 51st state, we wouldn't have to worry about the border and fentanyl coming across because now we would be able to manage that. He's made an argument that it's their interest to do so. Obviously, the Canadians don't agree, apparently. But
Do you agree with this? Should they be, are we going to discuss that, becoming the 51st?
well, that's not what we're going to discuss at the G7, and that's not what we're going to be discussing in our trip here. So they're the host nation, and I mean, we have a lot of other things we work on together. We defend North America through NORAD and the airspace of our continent together. So not to mention the issues of Ukraine and other commonalities. So we're going to be focused in the G7 on all of those things. That's what the meeting is about. It is not a meeting about how we're going to take over Canada.
But are you concerned at all about the reception that you might be getting, particularly at the event?
I don't know. Should I be? What do you know that I don't know?
They're unhappy.
I don't know. You got tariffs the last 12 hours. You've just seen this escalating trade war. Not just with Canada, but with the exception of Japan, all the other members of the G7.
Yeah. So what's your point?
Are you worried about alienating the Canadians, that they wouldn't work with the United States?
Yeah, I mean, they've invited us to come. We intend to go. I mean, the alternative is to not go. I think that would actually make things worse, not better. So it's a G7 summit. Huh?
The alternative could be not to have tariffs or not to have the language of the president.
No, those are policy decisions. And so at the end of the day, the president's made those decisions. He's explained why. It's not just against Canada. It's not just against Mexico. It's not just against G7 countries. He's imposed steel and aluminum tariffs now on virtually the entire world. And the reason why is not to punish those countries. It's because he has outlined the need to develop a domestic capability. If you don't have steel and aluminum, you can't build warships. You can't build airplanes. You're not an industrial economy. There are things we have to be able to protect, and there's a lot of unfair trade practices. A lot of countries out there who subsidize their industries so that they can gain global market share. So they subsidize the industries. They're operating at a loss. Meanwhile, our industries are trying to compete fairly, and that's why you don't have steel plants, and that's why you can't produce the aluminum. And that really threatens our national security in the long term. So these are national security concerns when it comes to steel and aluminum and some of these other products. But ultimately, the president feels strongly, and I personally agree, that we have made some decisions when it comes to trade policies that have led to the deindustrialization of America and have left us deeply vulnerable to any sort of interruptions in global supplies and or it being used to extort us, not to mention our inability to produce things that we need for our own economy and for our own defense. So that's what those policies are about. Every country in the world, we expect, will act in their national interest. The United States forgot that. President Trump is reminding us of that and getting us back to that. And I think it is quite possible that we could do these things and at the same time deal in a constructive way with our allies and friends and partners on all the other issues that we work together on. And that's what I expect out of the G7 in Canada.
Can I just ask on
Senator Coons. Thank you. Thank you to all three of you, former ambassadors, to your spouses, to your families for your willingness to serve. And I look forward to our conversation today and to working with you and following up with you afterwards. Mr. Johnson, if I might, thank you for your military service and that of many in your family, to Alina and your children. I've heard loud and clear in your testimony that securing the southern border is among your top priorities. It's among mine, and I'd like to be a partner in this. But one of my concerns is the drivers of irregular migration throughout the hemisphere that lead to people being at the southern border between the United States and Mexico. You would, I assume, agree that thousands of people leave their homes because of political violence, criminal and gang violence, instability from drug trafficking, and lack of economic opportunity. Do those strike you as some of the real drivers of migration?
Yes, sir, Senator. Thank you. They do.
So then, doesn't it stand to reason that we should be partnering throughout the region with countries to deter or stop those drivers of migration by training local security forces, conducting joint operations to combat fentanyl, providing support to screen for illegal drugs at airports and borders, and combating migrant smuggling and human trafficking?
Yes, sir.
Then all I'm going to say is I was the chair of the subcommittee that appropriated the funding for USAID and the State Department in the last Congress. I am really concerned about the impact of the review of foreign aid and how the chaos of rescissions and waivers and funding flows has largely shut down key programs that were working to deter young people from partnering with human traffickers, to deter drug smuggling. Will you pledge to work with me on trying to find ways to identify programs that are effective and that have actually helped our partnership with the Mexican government in preventing the flow of migrants to our southern border?
Thank you, Senator. I absolutely look forward to working with you on that. And I want to thank you again for a visit you made to El Salvador when I was there. I think we would have had more if it hadn't been for COVID, but thank you for that. That was important.
Sovereignty,
yes,
if I could, because I'm going to try and get questions into at least one other. Sovereignty is a key core principle. I understand that the designation of the drug cartels as foreign terrorist organizations reflects widespread concern and anger in the United States about the cartels and the impact of fentanyl. Would you agree that we should not take any military action against cartels in Mexican territory without the knowledge and consent of the Mexican government?
Sir, I think any decision to take action against a cartel inside Mexico, our first desire would be that it be done in partnership with our Mexican partners. That said, I know that President Trump takes very seriously his responsibility to safeguard the lives of U.S. citizens, and should there be a case where the lives of U.S. citizens are at risk, I think all cards are on the table. I cannot respond to what the Commander-in-Chief might decide based on the information he has. I've been a private citizen for the last 4 years, but I think we would prefer to work with our partners in Mexico. Yes.
Let me just make an assertion, if I might, Ambassador. You recognize Mexico as our #1 trading partner. You talked about how we could find positive ways to further integrate supply chains, further partner with them. We have big opportunities. We have to balance these two. USMCA, one of the main accomplishments of the first Trump administration, the integration of our economies, Canada, US, Mexico, very positive. But if we were to take action without consultation and without permission, then we are putting at real risk that. And that's been a give and take that I hope will involve respect for sovereignty. Ambassador Huckster, if I might briefly, my colleague, Senator Kaine, referenced ways in which negotiation tactics have profoundly unsettled our relationship with Canada. Would you agree that Canada is a sovereign state and should not be even jokingly referred to as the 51st state?
Thank you. Canada is a sovereign state, yes. How the President and the relationship between the former Prime Minister in Canada, the characteristics and nature of that relationship, I don't know, okay?
I view as a positive, sir, that we have a new Prime Minister in Canada.
Yes.
And a chance for a reset. Given my time, I will simply assert that Mexico, Japan, and Canada are among our most important allies. I'm very encouraged there is a positive start to the U.S.-Japan relationship with the meeting with Prime Minister Ishida. But I am hopeful that casual threats about throwing Canada out of Five Eyes, not respecting our border treaty, and there potentially being annexed as a 51st state will stop, and that a positive, respectful conversation about our close integration will continue. I look forward to working with you on pressing the Canadians to increase their defense investment and pressing the Canadians to meet some of our trading objectives, but also I will continue to press for a reduction in some of the rhetoric that I think has destabilized our relationship. I'll also recognize that the amount of fentanyl coming into the United States from Canada is minuscule relative to the very real challenge at our southern border, and I hope we can find a way to move forward in the U.S.-Canada relationship, the U.S.-Japan relationship, and the U.S.-Mexico relationship with the leadership of all three of you. Thank you.
Complicated.
Mr. President, a representative of Canada, the finance minister, are in town and will meet members of your administration during the day. Any chances that you will ban on the tariffs on aluminum and the ones that are planned for April 2nd?
No.
You are not going to change your
No,
mind.
not. Look, we've been ripped off for years, and we're not going to be ripped off anymore. No, I'm not going to bend at all. Aluminum or steel or cars. We're not going to bend. We've been ripped off as a country for many, many years. We've been subjected to costs that we shouldn't be subjected to. In the case of Canada, we're spending $200 billion a year to subsidize Canada. I love Canada. I love the people of Canada. I have many friends in Canada. The great one, Wayne Gretzky, the great. Hey, how good is Wayne Gretzky? He's the great one. But we have, I know many people from Canada that are good friends of mine. But, you know, the United States can't subsidize a country for $200 billion a year. We don't need their cars. We don't need their energy. We don't need their lumber. We don't need anything that they give. We do it because we want to be helpful, but it comes a point when you just can't do that. You have to run your own country. And to be honest with you, Canada only works as a state. It doesn't. We don't need anything they have. As a state, it would be one of the great states anyway. This would be the most incredible country visually. If you look at a map, they drew an artificial line right through it between Canada and the U.S. Just a straight artificial line. Somebody did it a long time ago, many, many decades ago, and makes no sense. It's so perfect as a great and cherished state. Keeping "O Canada," the national anthem. I love it. I think it's great. Keep it. But it'll be for the state, one of our greatest states. Maybe our greatest state. But why should we subsidize another country for $200 billion? It costs us $200 billion a year. And again, we don't need their lumber. We don't need their energy. We have more than they do. We don't need anything. We don't need their cars. I'd much rather make the cars here. And there's not a thing that we need. Now, there'll be a little disruption, but it won't be very long. But they need us. We really don't need them. And we have to do this. I'm sorry. We have to do this. Yes.
Mr. President.
Yeah.
Senator Rosen, thank you.
Thank you, Chair Risch, Ranking Member Shaheen, for holding this hearing today. Thank you to the witnesses for your previous service and again for being here. I want to talk a little bit about counter-narcotics efforts. So, Ambassador Johnson, as you're aware, Mexico is one of the United States' closest partners. We share a 2,000-mile border that contains 47 active land ports of entry. I proudly represent a state with a large Latino population, many with having family ties to Mexico. I've also helped advance legislation to stop the flow of deadly drugs across the southern border by cracking down on transnational criminals, but I know that we cannot combat this crisis alone. We have to work closely with our partners like Mexico to address the flow of illicit drugs coming into our country. So, Mr. Johnson, can you speak to the importance of U.S. support for counter-narcotics programming? And do you think that it is in the United States' best interest to cut funding for programs that that combat the flow of illegal drugs in our hemisphere? And how do you think Mexico would react to a decision to cut that funding that helps combat the flow?
Thank you for the question, Senator, and thank you for your efforts, which I am sure have saved American lives. It's something that the flow of illegal drugs is something that we can't immediately turn off completely. I think it's a continuing process. It's improvements that have to be made as quickly as we can. We absolutely are more effective if we work with partners, and not just Mexican partners, but partners throughout the region. And that's why I think organizations like JTF Bravo and JTF Alpha play such an important role, because that includes a presence from a lot of the countries in the region, and we can share that information. And I think that's key to continuing to improve at a steady rate. I think Mexico wants to do that.
Continuing to improve collaboration, funding, to be sure that we're meeting all the future threats, current and future, be prepared for future threats, you would say.
Yes, Senator, I agree, and I know there's a review going on right now of a lot of those programs. There have been waivers granted already, and I am confident that throughout the review process, those programs that have the greatest impact will continue.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to move on to you, Ambassador Hoekstra, the Five Eyes Alliance, of which Canada is a member. It's one of the most successful intelligence sharing alliances in the world. It's been key
to U.S. military responses, including in Syria, Iraq, Afghanistan, and yet the Trump administration has taken actions that have caused our allies to reconsider what information can be shared with the United States. So, Ambassador, the Five Eyes Alliance is based on a high level of mutual trust. That's how all relationships, the foundation, right? So in your opinion, do you think it makes us safer or stronger if our allies decide to scale back the intelligence that they share with us out of concern that they can't trust the United States?
I've spent a lot of time on Five Eyes. I've spent a lot of time on intelligence. And it's clear that the cooperation, Five Eyes is unique. It's unique internationally. And each of us brings certain strengths to that relationship. And it is critical that...
So are you willing to fight to be sure that it remains resilient and fully operational?
Absolutely. You brought up, the continuing threat of transnational organizations, okay? On those kinds of issues, those kinds of threats, we talked earlier with the ranking member about fentanyl. It's not a huge amount that goes across our border from Canada, but we can expect...
Tomorrow it could be something else.
Tomorrow could be something else. And closer, because I think what we're looking at is these relationships and taking the relationship of Five Eyes and applying it to law enforcement and those types of things, building our relationship will enable us potentially to get a better handle of fentanyl and drugs coming across the border, whether it is from Mexico, whether it's from Canada, or somewhere else.
So I think we're in agreement that our strength and safety and security around the world is based on levels of trust, our partnership, collaboration, and cooperation with our allies to fight against those who wish to harm us.
If confirmed, I will do everything that I can to strengthen that relationship on Five Eyes, law enforcement, cooperation, trade. Those are all opportunities to make Canada and America safer, secure, and more prosperous. Closer cooperation.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
With that, Senator Shaheen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ambassador, Congressman Hoekstra, the U.S.-Canada bilateral relationship is at a historic low point. Recent polling in Canada showed that 75% of Canadians have an unfavorable opinion of President Trump, and 27% view the U.S. as an enemy. 30%, only 30% still view the U.S. as an ally. I come from a state that borders Canada. I know when you were in Congress, you represented a district that bordered Canada. We have the highest percentage of Canadian Americans of any state in the country. I find it very troubling that we are seeing our national anthem booed at ice hockey games, and that the country where we've got the longest undefended border in the world, where we have had such a positive relationship over the years, is now viewing America in the way they are because of this president's statements. They find it particularly offensive that he's talking about Canada as the 51st state. And I don't blame him, I gotta be honest. So how do you, I appreciated your opening statement and your talking about the importance of Canada to the United States, but how do you see approaching turning around that negative relationship that has developed because of the president's statements, and how do you envision addressing tariff issues?
It's a great question. Obviously, I've been spending a lot of time thinking about that myself, pending the confirmation by the Senate of having to go there and being kind of the tip of the spear on this. I experienced similar things when I went to the Netherlands. There was a lot of hostility or concern about some of the objectives of the first Trump administration, which were really about fairness, getting the Dutch to pay for NATO, all right? working with the Dutch to confront Russia on Nord Stream, the pipeline. The Dutch are great with water. They have money, so they were helping build it and to finance it. And what we really spent a tremendous amount of time on is focusing on the strength of the relationship between our two countries. Your state, my state, you know, we have thousands of people, thousands of businesses that rely on this relationship, and they just, you know, they see what's going on at 30,000 feet, but you know, they gotta go to work every day, and they need to make this work. You know, we have cooperated with Canada on so many things. In Michigan, it's the Great Lakes. That's important to us. It's trade. It's business. My experience on the Intel Committee, it is about NATO and those types of things. Canada is part of Five Eyes. So we have a great history of working together, and we know how to make this work. We now have to make and take that and say, we know how to make this work. Now let's do it and apply our experience to the priorities that the President has outlined. Freer, fairer trade, so that we can actually grow the business relationship between Canada and the U.S.
Excuse me for interrupting, but isn't it true that Canada has one of the lowest tariff regimes of any country in the world, and that with the exception of dairy, which the President has pointed out and which I know we're still working on, that actually the tariffs in Canada are not outlandishly restrictive, and we've gotten along very well. I have small businesses in New Hampshire. One in particular called me over the weekend. They make sugar-free candy. They have a retail store in one community and a factory in another. They do 85% of their business with Canada, and Canada has now canceled all of their orders. So they're not sure they're going to be able to continue to operate. And I hear that story time and time again from small businesses in New Hampshire. So how is this trade war helping our economy here, and what are the metrics that the President has that say that when Canada and the United States reach this agreement that we're going to stop the trade war? Because everybody's operating, or we thought we were operating, under an agreement that the President actually negotiated when he was in his first term, and credited as being the best trade agreement ever negotiated in the United States.
Yeah, thanks for the follow-up. I think the President has outlined a series of priorities relating to Canada. Trade and freer, fairer trade with Canada is one. Also, a request to work with the United States on the issue of fentanyl, something that I know is a very important issue in New Hampshire. Across the country, we lose 55,000 people per year.
We do, absolutely, and we have less than 1% of the fentanyl that comes into this country comes from Canada. They actually, last year, interdicted more drugs from the United States than we interdicted from Canada. Yeah. And, you know, I agree, we need to get rid of all fentanyl, and that's important. But let's be honest about what's happening here. I'm sorry, I'm over time.
Alien Enemies Act of 1798. If I can follow up, Mr. Secretary. I know that we're not speaking about Canada becoming the 51st state at this meeting, but I'm asking you now, do you consider what the President has said about Canada becoming the 51st state? Is he serious?
You know, I'll tell you how that came about, okay? He's in a meeting with Trudeau, and Trudeau basically says that if the U.S. imposes tariffs on Canada, Canada couldn't survive as a nation state, at which point the President said, well, then you should become a state. And that's where this began. That said, the President has made an argument for why. He says he loves Canada. He says he made an argument for why Canada would be better off joining the United States from an economic perspective and the like. He's made that argument repeatedly, and I think it stands for itself.
But Mr. Secretary, understanding your point about this not being a reality show or personalities, Ukraine or anything else for that matter, your boss has, shall we say, a rather strong personality. And I'm wondering, in light of that and his repeated comments about Canada becoming, or should be, the 51st state, the whole tariff situation, which intensified as we were on our way here after the big announcement in Jeddah, did that complicate your discussions at all? Was it
Never came up once. In our I mean, obviously with the foreign minister of Canada it has, but it was not a topic, it was not on our agenda. I told you that would not be discussed. Tariffs were.
Yeah.
So let me explain on the tariffs. This is important for everybody to understand. This keeps being characterized as a hostile move against our allies. These are global tariffs on steel, on aluminum, on autos, on semiconductors. Eventually, the president stated this, and then a global, in April, the intention to put tariffs, assuming that the study comes back and so forth. But what they've discussed is a global reciprocal tariff. Understand what that means. That means basically whatever some country charges us, that's what we're going to charge them. The goal the president has made very clear is he wants to reset the baseline of international trade, which he believes, and I agree, is unfair to the United States. This is not meant as a hostile move against Japan or Germany or anybody else. This is not about, this is about balancing and fairness in trade. So he wants to reset the baseline, and once that baseline is reset, then you can enter into bilateral negotiations with individual countries about changes that can be made to our trade, our bilateral trade, so that it's fair for both sides. That's his goal. In his first administration, the president did tariffs as well. What he was disturbed by in hindsight is the fact that they included a bunch of exemptions that basically made them meaningless. And so what he wants to get back to is basically fairness in trade. It's as simple as that. Okay. We want to charge other countries what they charge us. And then ultimately, once the baseline is reset, and then in addition to that, there are industries that are critical to the United States and to our domestic security and our future. And he's identified them: steel, aluminum, semiconductors, automobiles. These are things that we believe are in our interest to have a domestic capacity, and we have to protect these industries from what we feel is subsidization and unfair competition from abroad. This is not meant to be hostile towards anybody. It is meant to be friendly and supportive of our foreign policy, of our national interest as a country. Once the baseline of trade is reset in a way that's fair and equitable, then we can engage in the process of bilateral negotiations with individual countries, including our allies, to set up a more sustainable and fair long-term trade arrangement between our respective countries.
You've likely also seen that Trump has proceeded with tariffs directed at some of our most important allies. Many of his talking points center on the supposed unfairness of a trade plan that he himself negotiated under the U.S.-Mexican-Canada Agreement. You can't make this up. Trump's strange obsession with Canada seems to be driving part of this. Here in Minnesota, we have about $22 billion trade with Canada. And alone in the 5th District, it's about $600 million in goods and services trade with Canada every single year. That makes up about 6,500 jobs that are linked to that trade in Canada alone. Trump has openly suggested that his intent to hobble Canada's economy and force them into becoming part of the United States. It should go without saying that this is absurd and unacceptable way to treat an ally. But we also know in this room, we're very smart. We understand that tariffs are taxes. That they make everyday goods more expensive, they reduce purchasing power, and they disrupt our supply chains. Trump's tariffs will make everything more expensive. It means that it would make cereal more expensive because wheat would go up that we import from Canada. It would make housing more expensive because of lumber. It means our energy will become more expensive. It would become more expensive for us to buy vehicles. So no amount of him lying to the American people changes this truth. The EU and Canada's response makes it clear that the reckless trade policies have real consequences for working Americans. And we can't let that happen. And just like last week, the EPA took extraordinary steps to roll back environmental protections and climate policies. this will lead to more deaths from asthma, heart attacks, and toxic exposure. It would eliminate climate policies that helped ensure the U.S.'s leadership in the transition to a green economy, and it will lead to more devastating storms across the country and the world. And it will only delay a transition to renewable energy that will happen with or without our leadership. And last week, Congress, with the Republican majority, voted to give Trump and his co-president Elon Musk even more power by passing the continued resolution to fund the government. Now, let's be clear. A government shutdown would be horrible for the Americans. But I could not, in good conscience, support a bill that would reduce congressional oversight, send more money for deportations, cut staff at the Social Security Administration, and eliminate programs for veterans. And I am disgusted that several Senate Democrats gave up our first point of leverage. So join me in thanking our senators, Amy Klobuchar and Tina Smith, who did the right thing and voted against this disastrous Republican CR. Over the weekend, Trump invoked the Alien Enemies Act. This is the first time in our nation's history that this law has been used outside of war. We knew this was coming, which is why I introduced the Neighbors Not Enemies Act to repeal this outdated law, because I knew the risk it poses in the hands of someone like Donald Trump. This old law allows Trump to expel people from our country based on their nationality alone, not a crime they have committed, just by claiming that they have invaded the United States. We don't know the charges or evidence or even the identity against the 238 people that Trump wants to has deported over the weekend. But we do know that the judge ordered Trump not to proceed, yet he went ahead anyway. Trump is openly disobeying judicial orders. He is ignoring the law that Congress has passed and creating a constitutional crisis by attacking our Constitution. We know that this is just the beginning of Trump's plans on immigration. This administration detained and for a while disappeared Mahmoud Khalil, a lawful permanent resident, for participating in pro-Palestinian protests. No criminal charges have been brought forth. He's been a U.S. resident with legal rights in this country. We've also seen U.S. citizens and valid U.S. visa holders detained for questionable reasons. He's rolled back the legal status of thousands of people, including Ukrainian refugees who arrived here, documented, and who have been working here legally. It has been clear to many of us that Trump was not going to focus only on those with criminal records. He's coming after any and every immigrant he can. And that's why it is so important that all of us know our legal rights. When you take stock of everything that Trump has done over the last 2 months, it is clear what's happening. Trump is a wannabe dictator. He will continue to ignore our Constitution, our laws, and the checks and balances that have been the bedrock of our country for 250 years. Republicans in Congress are unwilling to challenge Trump. They have abandoned their oaths to protect the Constitution, and our society will reckon with this chapter in our history for generations. Judges are constantly targeted by the mega universe, with some of my colleagues already trying to impeach judges for the rulings that they have made. It is only a matter of time before their verbal attacks result in physical violence against judges like we've seen before. Across the world, countries are seeing the United States fall. They are seeing Trump trying to annex our ally, Canada, parade Zelensky in the Oval Office while he closes up to Putin. They are seeing us abandon foreign aid, which for a generation has widely been regarded as the most important diplomatic work the U.S. does. People are starving to death as we speak, while food rots in warehouses across this country for no reason other than Trump wants it.
Disgraceful.
This betrayal is not something we will recover from quickly, but we will do whatever we can. This is what the collapse of our constitutional democracy looks like. This moment in our history requires all of us to speak out and to show up. For all of you to keep posting on social media, to keep going on protests, to keep calling your members of Congress, make sure your family and friends who are represented by Republicans are calling their elected officials. Make sure they are registering to vote. Submit comments on the proposed rule changes. Find an organization that's doing work that you can work and volunteer with. Speak out in every way you can, especially if you or the organization you work for are personally impacted. We cannot normalize what is happening. And I repeat that. We cannot normalize what is happening.
Mr. President, why do Ukraine's power? A number of industries have come to you asking for exemptions on tariffs. Is that something that is under consideration by you?
Well, people are coming to me and talking about tariffs, and a lot of people are asking me if they could have exceptions. And once you do that for one, you have to do that for all. So, I mean, generally, I did something interestingly during 2 weeks ago. I gave the American car companies a break, because it would have been unfair if I didn't. And everybody said, oh, he changed his mind on tariffs. I didn't change my mind. I helped our, sort of big three, big four. I helped some of the American companies. And instead of taking it properly, they said, oh, he changed it. I don't change. But the word flexibility is an important word. Sometimes there's flexibility, so there'll be flexibility. But basically, it's reciprocal, so that if China is charging us 50% or 30% or 20%, and I don't mean China, I mean anybody, any country, Canada. Nobody knows that Canada is charging our dairy farmers. They have 270% tariffs. Nobody knows that. Nobody knows that. They have up to 400%. They have a couple of tariffs at 400%. Nobody knows that. Nobody talks about that. And remember, with Canada, we don't need their cars, we don't need their lumber, we don't need their energy, we don't need anything from Canada, and yet it costs us $200 billion a year in subsidy to keep Canada afloat. So when I say they should be a state, I mean that. I really mean that, because we can't be expected to carry a country that is right next to us on our border. It would be a great state. It would be a cherished state. The taxes for Canadian citizens would go down in less than half. They don't spend money on military because they think we're going to protect them. There are many things that they do, like icebreakers. They want us to provide icebreakers for them. Oh, that's wonderful. So the Canada, they're very tough traders too. I want to just tell you, of all the people, they're tough traders. They trade very tough. And, the expression I use is, some people don't have the cards. I used that expression about a week and a half ago, right? Somebody was negotiating who didn't have the cards, who's now, I think, saying that he wants to do it, and I think we're going to have a big deal on that very special something. We got to make a deal on that. But Canada has been a very nasty negotiator against the United States, took advantage of the United States for a long time. but nobody knows that they were getting 270% tariffs on dairy products.
And I don't think I've heard you say this in all of the talk about Canada becoming the 51st state. Are you concerned that if they became the 51st state, they would be a very, very blue state? Very, very big and very, very blue.
No, there might be, but it would, you know, you have that artificial line that goes, that straight artificial, that looked like it was drawn by a ruler. Somebody with a, I don't mean a ruler like a king, I mean like a ruler, this way. And it's just an artificial line that was drawn in the sand or in the ice. And you know, and can I tell you, Peter, just, you add that to this country, what a beautiful landmass, the most beautiful landmass anywhere in the world. And it was just cut off for whatever reason. It would be great. Now, is it liberal? Maybe. But, you know, a conservative, until I got involved, because I don't care who wins up there. I frankly probably would do better with the liberal than the conservative, if you want to know the truth. But just a little while ago, before I got involved and totally changed the election, which I don't care about, probably it's to our advantage, actually. But the conservative was leading against, I call him Governor Trudeau. The conservative was leading by 35 points. So, you know, so I don't know about that. I think Canada is a place like a lot of other places. If you have a good candidate, the candidate's going to win.
And says that they will be implementing retaliatory tariffs. You said if that were to happen, that you would be responding with large-scale tariffs. Will you be following through with that promise?
Well, absolutely. But we had a very good conversation. Mark called me today at 10 o'clock. We put out a statement. We had a very, very good talk. He's going through an election now, and we'll see what happens. But we have Liberation Day, as you know, on April 2nd, because, and I'm not referring to Canada, but many countries have taken advantage of us, the likes of which nobody even thought was possible for many, many decades, And, you know, that has to stop. We're going to end up with a very good relationship with Canada and a lot of the other countries. Some we probably won't. It won't be so pleasant. But with, I think most countries are agreeing with me. They actually, many of them have actually apologized. They said, look, we have taken advantage. And I don't blame them as much as I blame the people that stood, in this case I can say the men, because so far they've been all men, haven't they? But the men that sat right there and behind the Resolute desk, mostly the Resolute desk, you know. I don't know if you know, you have a choice of 7 desks. The Resolute is the one I like, but some chose other ones. But they sat right behind a desk right in this location, and they let our country be hurt very badly. But I didn't do that. So, but we had a very good talk, the Prime Minister and myself, and I think things are going to work out very well between Canada and the United States.
Hi, Mr. President.
We're in the process of landing. I didn't realize it's quite late. Is everything good?
Yeah, sir.
We have a lot of good things happening in our country. I hope you're enjoying the flight. Any questions?
Yes, Mr. President.
Canada, sir, and after the call, you seem to be much more positive about Canada than you've been in the past.
No, I just think, you know, I've always loved Canada, and we had a very good conversation with the Prime Minister. They've got an election going on, so we're going to meet after the election.
On the pharma tariffs, Mr. President, you've been talking about the pharma tariffs and what to expect there. Are you going to exempt life-saving medications, or what can we expect there?
Well, we'll be announcing it soon, but we have to bring pharmaceuticals, drugs and pharmaceuticals, back into our country.
And what's the rate you're looking at? 15%, 25%?
We're looking at a certain number that will be enough to get the drugs and the pharmaceutical companies bringing their product into our country. We never want to have to rely on other countries for that, like we did at COVID.
Sir, on the car tariffs and just the reciprocal tariffs, a lot of countries are making gestures, including Britain, which is talked about reducing digital services. They want to make deals.
They do.
Are you in a mode, or, you know?
Well, it's possible if we can get something for the deal. But, you know, we've been taken advantage of for 40 years, maybe more. And it's just not going to happen anymore. But yeah, I'm certainly open to that.
So do you think
if we can do something where we get something for it.
Mr. President, do you plan to?
Would that happen before the tariffs are announced?
No, probably later.
Probably.
Mr. President, do you?
It's a process. Do it probably later. We're landing right now.
Mr. President, do you plan to take Greenland by force?
Does today's inflation report impact?
We're landing right now. I don't want to see anybody get hurt.
don't want to see you get hurt.
Have a good time.
Thank
Good
you,
luck,
Mr.
everybody.
President.
Good luck. Sit
Thank
down.
you.
Yeah, go ahead. The tariffs. There's been some retaliation, some signals at least in the media that Canada is going to respond. Some of these others are going to respond to the president's tariffs. What's your message for Americans that are going to see cost increase on auto manufacturing, new cars, that kind of thing? Is it Buy America, or what's the message going forward there?
Well, let me say a couple of things. First of all, for the Canadians, and we have many dear friends in Canada, and of course we love the Canadian people, but the Canadian leadership threatening retaliatory tariffs against the United States, as President Trump often says, they just don't have the cards. There is no way that Canada can win a trade war with the United States. What President Trump has said is that he wants to level the playing field. For decades, Canadian leadership has forced American farmers and American manufacturers to play by an unfair set of rules. All President Trump has said is that we're done playing by an unfair set of rules. If you're going to do something to our industries, then we're going to do something back to your industries. That's how you protect American manufacturing, and that's how you protect American jobs. Now, what I'd say to the American people is look, the president ran on this, and he said very clearly that we're done being the piggy bank of the entire world. For 40 years, in the same way that our European friends, I think, have neglected international security, for 40 years, a lot of our friends all over the world have used America as a piggy bank. They have used us to absorb all of their excess economic production. What does that mean for Americans? For Americans, that's meant manufacturing jobs declining. That's meant middle-class wages going down. That's meant whole towns that have been hollowed out by empty factories, and that means an America that is less safe because our manufacturing isn't as powerful now as it was 30 years ago. I've got all these brave Americans in front of me and a few behind me too. We want to send, if God forbid we have to send Americans to war, we want them to have weapons, the best weapons in the world that are manufactured in America and not in China. The way you do that is to rebuild the American manufacturing sector. The days of America being the piggy bank of the world, the days of closed factories, the days of people not being able to get a middle-class job in this country, they're over. And yes, that means we're going to have to fight back even against some of our friends and their unfair economic practices, but the long-term consequence of this is going to be higher wages, more manufacturing, and more economic security for the American people. We'll take a couple more questions.
And Canadian tariffs in particular, what will they end up taxing? They'll tax groceries and food products. They'll tax building supplies at a time when home prices are too high already. They will tax fertilizer to our farmers. About 80% of the potash that is used by our farmers for fertilizer comes from Canada. They will tax our national security industries. 35% of the aluminum and steel that go into the ships and subs that we build in this country come from Canada. We're already having a hard time producing ships and subs on time, on budget. This will make it worse. President Trump is saying that there's an emergency with Canada. Canada is a friend, not an adversary. Canada is a sovereign nation, not a 51st state. And while we always have challenges with friends, we have a mechanism that Donald Trump negotiated, the USMCA, that enables us to work through trade deals, and we don't need tariffs at all. The president has justified the imposition of these tariffs on, in my view, a made-up emergency. Fentanyl is a real emergency in this country. Let's be clear about that. Fentanyl is a real emergency. But as President Trump's national security advisor, Tulsi Gabbard, testified before Mark's Intel Committee last week, the fentanyl emergency is for Mexico and China. It's not from Canada. She presented a threat assessment that had nothing about Canada as a threat, that had nothing about Canada as a fentanyl threat. 21,000 pounds of fentanyl interdicted from Mexico coming into the United States last year, a maximum of 43 pounds from Canada. They're actually digging into that number and finding it's probably dramatically less even than that. So why invent this emergency? The emergency is being invented to do the tariffs, to do the taxes on everyday Americans. Why? So they can use the tariff revenue to give a tax cut to billionaires. You saw the Trump tax cut in term one. They did it off deficit financing. They don't want to deficit finance it again. They want to pay for it. How are they going to pay for it? Massive cuts to programs like Medicaid, Medicare, and tariffs imposed on the backs of everyday Americans. They'll put that together, and then that will be the pay for this tax cut bill that we see coming. We need to stand strong against a tax increase, the largest tax increase in American history on our consumers. We need to stand strong for a strong relationship with a good ally, Canada, and that's why I'm really, really excited we have this vote coming up. It's going to be close. Again, it's likely to slip from today into tomorrow, but we feel really good about stakeholders like AFL-CIO, steel workers, machinists, and we think we're going to have some industry groups coming out today also in support of our legislation. With that, I'm really happy to be here with our leader on the Democratic side who's been really strong in pushing this. Please welcome a guy with his own border with Canada, New Yorker, Chuck Schumer.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Tim. And first, let me thank Tim and his co-sponsors, Amy and Mark. Tim has done an amazing job here. He has been persistent. He has been focused. He knew how important this was even a month or two ago before we saw the menace of all these tariffs. So Tim deserves a lot of credit from Virginians and from Americans for getting this issue to the point where we now will have a vote on it. And the Republicans are squirming because they know very simply that tariffs are simply a tax increase. Let's listen to one of them, Senator Mullen. He said tariffs is a tax and it'll be passed on to consumers. Rand Paul said tariffs are simply a tax. And here's the most galling thing. President Trump says, quote, I couldn't care less if prices go up to American families. America, you hear that? Donald Trump says he couldn't care less if you pay more. And it's not just a little. The estimates go as high as $6,500 more for the average American family. To the family that's sitting down Friday night and trying to figure out, do they have enough money to go on that vacation, or to visit grandma, or maybe to buy a car? Take away $6,500 and those dreams are out the window. And Trump couldn't care less? Give me a break. Give me a break. And so many jobs will be lost. In New York alone, we estimate that over 200,000 jobs could be lost. We have the Canadian border. In a city called Plattsburgh, on the northern border in Clinton County, 20% of the companies are Canadian-owned or Canadian-affiliated. Plattsburgh will just go into deep recession if this happens. So we're not going to we're going to do everything we can to fight. And oh, the most galling thing of all, why is he doing this? As Tim outlined, it's not fentanyl. You know, they always make up an excuse because they have no justification for what they're really doing. In this case, they say fentanyl, but the amount of fentanyl that comes over the Canadian border is minuscule. They're doing it so they raise revenue so they can give tax cuts to the billionaires like everything else. The whole government is geared, whether it's Social Security or Medicaid or Medicare or housing or agriculture, the whole government is geared to create dollars that can give tax breaks to the billionaires. And one final thing. Yes, are there certain areas where tariffs might be needed? Yes, it should be pinpointed in specific areas. But typical of this administration, they use a blunderbuss instead of a scalpel. They use a hatchet instead of a scalpel.
Chainsaw.
They use a chainsaw instead of a scalpel. Thank you, Tim. And they just go after everything with huge destruction for the American people. You know, I've been a China hawk, and the kind of sort of imposing broad tariffs on China, which really has hurt us in trade every step of the way, makes sense. To do that to Canada, our friend, who our economies, our interrelated economies depend on each other, makes no sense whatsoever. But this administration makes no sense when it comes to tariffs. One final point. I've talked to New York business people. They hate uncertainty. Whether you're a small business person, a middle-sized business person, or a big business person. And the tariffs are so uncertain, so chaotic, such a mess, that business people are pulling back. So are consumers. They're saying, I don't know what's going to happen. I better not spend on that extra plant or hiring that, training that extra worker. So this is just a nightmare for the American economy, a nightmare for the American worker, a nightmare for American businesses. We're going to fight it every step of the way. Thank you, Tim.
And now my co-sponsor on this from Minnesota, another great border state, Amy Klobuchar.
Thank you, Tim. This is a big moment because this resolution really sets a line in the sand. And it says, you cannot abuse your emergency powers to start an unjustified trade war. You cannot abuse your emergency powers President of the United States, to hurt the relationship, one of the finest relationships in the world, the relationship between the United States of America and Canada. And you cannot drive up prices and risk jobs and put in place a national sales tax when you look at all the tariffs together, not just Canada, now predicted by experts to be at about $5,000 a year for the average family in America. So I first come at this as a Minnesotan, yes, a border state, with all respect to Virginia. We can see Canada from our porch. And for us, Canada is our #1 trading partner in the state of Minnesota. It actually eclipses #2, #3, and #4 combined. That's how much work we do. We are the 4th biggest exporting state for agriculture in the country. And so this is a major hit for northern tier states. I'm not surprised at all that Susan Collins has joined you in supporting this, Senator Kane, because for northern states this is a huge deal. Secondly, I come at it as the chair of the Canadian-American Interparliamentarian Group, go to Canada a lot. Remember well that it was Canada, the Canadian Embassy, that had the words draped on their banner on front of their embassy, friend, ally, partner, the only one when times were tough for America, and the respect that other countries had for us. They have been our ally through times good and bad. They're the ones that when 9/11 happened, when our trade center went down, it was Canada that was the first country showing up at our side, being there, volunteering, helping out. This is a long-standing friendship and an incredible trade relationship, part of our supply chain. As we looked at how we picked up after the pandemic, that was such an important part of picking up our industry again and how disruptive this will be. Third thing is, as ranking member on the Agriculture Committee, I see what this will do to us, how it adds to the cost of planting an acre of corn, an acre of soybeans, because as Tim mentioned, the fertilizer issues, all of the trade and supply chains we have back and forth. I was a strong supporter and am a strong supporter of the USMCA. I was the first one on, remember, one debate stage in the presidential election that was the first one to say I supported it because I could see the benefits. It wasn't perfect, but I could see the benefits. That is the place where Donald Trump should be negotiating his own trade agreement, whatever changes he wants to make with our relationships with Canada and Mexico. So I'm proud to be one of the original sponsors of this very important resolution. I love that we're picking up support. Tariffs as a whole, you literally read the words of Mitch McConnell and you read the words of Chuck Schumer when it comes to tariffs, they're nearly identical. That is unique. You look at the fact that the Chamber of Commerce has been out opposing the tariffs as a whole. I'm not talking about specific measures, but the tariffs as a whole, that the steelworkers have been out there, that the home builders have been out there because of the cost of lumber. This is across the board, across the country, a national sales tax on Americans. And this is the moment to take a stand and stand our ground with the power of Congress.
And now, Senator Warner, as you know, Senator is on the Banking and Housing Committee, knows something through that about the housing cost effectiveness. He's on the Finance Committee, which works on trade issues, and then he's the lead Democrat on Intel, and Canada's been one of the stellar partners we've had for a very, very long time on Intel matters. Senator Mark Warner.
Thank you, Tim, and I'm proud to join you and Amy. Amy, you may have the ability to look at Canada from your third floor window. My mom's parents were Canadian,
Okay,
so I got
got
I got something there. And I just by happenstance, I know the incoming Prime Minister, Mark Carney, and current Prime Minister. And talked to him last night, and the reaction of, like, gosh, kind of his head still spinning. Of, how did we get here? How did we get to a point that a nation has been, that we've, probably next to Britain, has had the closest relationships with since the founding of our nation, is being turned into an enemy? And a lot of this, even when change, and I think, Dave, you may speak to this, things change, because you never know what Trump, one day's on, one day's off. But that bitterness, that unwillingness to buy American products, that lack of trust that was created when This president, I believe, stupidly and potentially illegally threatened to throw Canada out of the Five Eyes partnership. That's not going to be papered over. A couple of quick points before I introduce our guests. You know, don't take my words about how much these tariffs are going to cost. Take the ever colorful Peter Navarro, who Trump's one of his trade people, says it will raise $100 billion off the car tariffs this year, $600 billion off the reciprocal tariffs, $700 billion tariff fees. Who's going to pay those? American consumers. This will be the largest tax increase on American consumers in modern times, in the story. And people will feel that literally in the coming days and weeks. If that was not bad enough, what are we seeing in terms of other economic reverberations? Read this morning, Canadian travel to the United States is down 75%. If you happen to be a place in Arizona or Florida where you love those snowbirds coming from Canada, chances are those revenues aren't going to come. And saying, hey, it was all a mistake, you don't repair this overnight. We've seen already Poland, Germany, Canada rethinking buying our F-35s. We don't treat them as allies, they may not purchase our military goods. We've heard from Microsoft, Amazon, Google, cloud providers that are saying if we get on the wrong side of Trump, country X, are you going to be able to provide those services? So American IT services being cut back. The combination of all these factors, beyond the direct costs of the tariffs, is going to lead this economy into a recession. And Chuck Schumer said it best. Donald Trump didn't give a damn, no matter how high the prices are. This was the guy that was supposed to lower the prices of groceries, when he's doing absolutely the opposite, and time and again is making America less safe. So I'm going to skip all the horrible the stuff that my others have already said and bring up our two guests. First of all, Bill from Port City, who is a brewer in my hometown in Alexandria. He relies on a lot of Canadian Pilsner to brew his best-selling beer. I can just tell you, as a former business guy myself, the idea of what he's had to go through over the last few weeks. When's it coming? Is it coming? How do you predict? Bill, why don't you share some of the examples firsthand of how this is affecting the business?
Thank you, Senator Warner. Yeah, our base malt, really the primary ingredient that goes into our beer, besides water, is Canadian Pilsner malt. It's a very specific strain of high-quality barley that grows in the cold climate of Canada. And there's not a suitable U.S. substitute that we can get of the same quality to make our beer. So we've relied on Canadian Pilsner malt for the past 14 years since we opened to brew our world-class quality beer. If there's a 25% tariff on this basic ingredient, it's going to slow our business down. We're going to have to raise our prices, and by the time it goes from us to our distributor, to the retailer, to the consumer, this $12.99 six-pack of beer is going to end up at $18.99. And so how many people are still going to want to buy a six-pack of great tasting beer, but at $18.99? People are going to start looking for a different substitute. Senator Warner mentioned the chaos that's being injected into the supply chain, and this is a direct effect of that. It's impossible for us to plan our business when we don't know what's going to happen, or when or if or how the tariffs are going to be implemented. So as a result, unfortunately, I had to lay off 2 of our key employees yesterday. That's 10% of our full-time workforce, just because of the uncertainty and the inability for us to be able to plan our production and our sales. So that's some of the real damage that we fear we're going to see with these tariffs on our Canadian, our base ingredient, the Pilsner malt.
And you know, those of you who are part of the resist, 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 we can show a great sign of resistance if we all show up at Port City tomorrow afternoon and start drinking beer, maybe about 1 o'clock, right? So we can roll into the Votorama with a few beers under our belt. Dave Catino is the CEO of Reservoir Distillery in Richmond. He spent 20 years in this business. He has whiskeys that he sells all over the world. I want him to talk about, we have seen some of the effects already. I think it's in Alberta.
Yep.
The Canadian liquor stores are coming in and basically taking all of the American liquor off their shelves. I wonder, is it going to get put back when Trump says, oops, we screwed up? This could have huge long-term ramifications. Dave, talk about what's going on.
Thank you, Senator Warner, and thank you, senators, for having me today and giving a voice to small business. I'm one of many. We make up, I believe, about 50% of private payrolls in the country. And what I want to talk to you about is how we are already directly affected by this Canadian rhetoric and tariffs as well. We have a business that we're building in Western Canada. And I was actually in Western Canada selling out inventory on a market visit and came back on January 20th. And within a week, everything changed. By the beginning of March, I had a message from my distributor in Alberta, and the real message was, one, that Alberta had pulled all of our product off the shelves, but also, more importantly, the Canadian consumer, furious, frustrated, not understanding why, may not be coming back. And that is something that very much is almost, people might think, secondary to what's going on to the tariffs, because tariffs can be lifted, but a consumer not coming back is even worse. Okay? So we're on a timeline here. And, timelines are like rubber bands where you can stretch them out. And sometimes, if you do that, you remove the tariff, it comes back, okay. But we're also at a point now where we're very fastly approaching a critical point where that rubber band is going to break and that consumer won't come back.
Yeah.
And that is the worst possible scenario. So what really needs to happen is action. I'm extraordinarily appreciative that all the senators are actually getting behind this bill and working and standing up to actually say and do something. That's what we've been missing to date, and I'm glad that they're getting this done. Thank you.
Let me just took the lead, so let's
Yeah. This is the guy.
He is
All
the
right.
junior senator, but he
I am the junior senator. I'm such a young man. One other point. We have a third witness who was going to be here today. Something came up. Philip Glaze from Winchester, who runs apple orchards. And a lot of their apples get sold in Canada, exported to Canada. And what we see is, since there's never been a one-sided trade war in world history, as soon as the U.S. takes steps, the Canadians put on retaliatory tariffs. And who they tend to go after is ag and forestry. So he was going to talk about the declining market for American apples in Canada as a result. Everywhere you go, we all have the stories. I have a little bakery, Mom's Apple Pie in Northern Virginia. They have 3 locations. April, the owner, said, you got to do something about these tariffs. I said, April, you just have a small bakery with 3 places. I mean, how do the tariffs affect you? She goes, pie tins. Aluminum pie tins, they all come from Canada. You raise the price of a pie tin by 25%. Nobody has to buy an apple pie. So a whole lot of people quit buying apple pie. This affects, as Dave said, the smallest businesses get really, really hit by this, and they have sometimes the least ability to deal with the excess prices compared to some of the larger businesses. But with that, we're glad to open it up. Take questions, please.
Yeah, Senator Kane, even if this resolution does pass, it doesn't do anything to actually overturn the tariffs. So is this meant to just send a message to the White House?
No, it actually, it has to go to the House. So if it passes in the Senate, and we hope with some bipartisan support, then we got to work on the House. Then it would go to the White House, and the president could veto it. But it actually turns off the emergency that is the basis for the 10 and 25% tariffs. There are other kinds of tariffs that can be imposed, but this one would turn off the Canadian emergency, and the 10 and 25% tariffs would go away. We obviously have got step 1 in the Senate, then in the House, on to the White House. But we think that the economic chaos that's being caused, and markets being roiled, and consumer confidence dropping, and some predicting recession, together with a bipartisan vote, might convince the White House, hey, look, there's a better way to treat American citizens and customers.
Senator,
Please.
yes, hi. Azeb from Radio Canada. Why do you think some elected officials are not willing to support your bill? Why is there resistance?
Well,
there's a lot that are.
Yeah, Republicans aren't yet willing to stand up to the president. Republicans here, our colleagues, they're embarrassed by 51st state or Governor Trudeau. They're embarrassed by this stuff because they view Canada as a great ally. But they got to be willing to stand up. They've said they're concerned about tariffs. Okay, fine, you're concerned. Now we're giving you a vote. You can stop them if you want to. So we're asking everybody to have a backbone, be the Article 1 branch. Trade is supposed to be an Article 1 responsibility, not an executive responsibility. So stand up for your constituents and say no tax increase on it.
Senator Klobuchar, Senator, do these tariffs put us in violation of USMCA? What is the impact next year when we have to renegotiate the treaty?
Well,
and if I could, do you see any positive side to this if the worst trade offenders do lower their tariffs?
Okay, so first of all, I've always been okay with targeted tariffs, and there have been some smart targeted tariffs over history when someone is misbehaving and you want to use them. That's not what this is. This is across the board, exorbitant, 25%. You heard what that adds to their supply chains. And then it is also beyond even Canada with countries. And of course, it violates all kinds of things. Donald Trump doesn't seem to care if he violates things. And the point that we're making up here is our colleagues over in the Senate should not be subjects to a king, okay? We are an independent, co-equal branch of government that's got to speak out. And I have not heard an issue like this. Of all the things that have been going on and the chaos up, the corruption up, the costs up, as these tariffs that our Republican colleagues behind closed doors are telling us, keep going, keep going, keep doing this. Go away, go do this, because this is just decimating our businesses in our state. So this is the moment they can stand up. In general, if only 4 of them stood up on so many of these things, including the tax cuts for the billionaires or whatever else they're doing, that would be it. 4 of them. Just 4 of them need to stand up, like Senator Booker is doing right now on that Senate floor.
Well, Senator Grassley told us this morning that Congress needs to reclaim its Commerce Clause authority, and he's got a bill to do that.
Okay, well, we welcome his vote for this measure then, because this is the way to go right here.
Senator Klobuchar, right now in Canada, Canadians are so angry.
They are. When they boo at hockey games with Minnesota, we know things are gone awry. It's bad.
What would you say to Canadians in this moment who are making those choices to say, I don't want to buy American, and they see this as a turning point in the relationship, and they don't necessarily want to go back?
So we want them back. They have so many friends here that care about Canada deeply, that see them as our best ally in the world. We share this biggest border. We have had this relationships that's helped with security, and it's helped with everything from our trade and our economies and making our countries so much stronger together. So we want them back. These businesses need them back, and so many people do not agree with what Donald Trump is doing right now. So we ask them to support us in what we're doing here, to stand with us, and then once we have a victory, whether it is with this measure or whether it's in the future, that they come back strong. And I'm going to be there at the hockey games, and I will note the women's hockey game, the new league we've started, with 3 teams in the U.S., including Minnesota. I want to be there standing with them cheering. And I don't blame them for being angry. They have every right to be angry. They shouldn't be treated like this.
I think, let me just add on that. I think it's incumbent, I've not had a chance to see you talking with some of the Canadian officials yesterday. I think a big bipartisan group of us in the Senate need to stand up and say, we view Canada as a strong ally, as a friend, as a country that is totally interconnected with our economy, and make clear that this is the action of one guy with not even the majority of his own party, at least on the Canada issue. But I also think we need to make clear that we're going to require our national security apparatus to be more careful. The idea that we would throw Canada out of the Five Eyes, or the idea last week where they put classified information on an unsecure commercial channel that could have cost lives, I know we are hearing from our allies, including Canadians, are going to say, you know, do I want to share intelligence with this gang that can't shoot straight in terms of keeping classified information classified? Do I want to actually stand shoulder to shoulder with a long-term ally where you've got a political leader undercutting that ally and insulting that ally on a daily basis? Canadians got a right to be pissed. We got a responsibility to step up as bipartisan members of the Senate and say, no, we reject this policy, we affirm this long-term friendship.
If this is successful, would you be interested in trying to change the structure of the 232 law so that an imported Chrysler minivan from Canada and lumber from Canada is not considered a national security risk? It seems like the idea of what is national security is being stretched to the breaking point when you're saying that 2x4s are national security.
I think many of us have signed on to larger reform bills like the Grassley bill that was mentioned, where we've just given too much power over the exec over many years. IEPA was never supposed to be used in these circumstances. But I don't think anybody should say, well, let's do a comprehensive reform, and we'll wait for that while taxes are going up every day in our constituents. We can stop this right now. And then, yes, let's look at, is there a better way to reform these tariffs?
So you talk about stopping these taxes right now, but you also say the vote's a little bit in flux because of Senator Booker speaking and occupying the Senate floor. In your view, what is this 15 going on 16 going on speech accomplishing, pushing your vote back?
Oh, look, it is. I think we were all there with Corey. Corey had, last we saw, like 59 million views of people, and of course he did, because any of us who are doing town hall meetings, you had an overflow room down in Hampton Roads. You've been doing them. People are tired of the chaos. Like, who wanted chaos? Who wanted chaos? Who wants a stock market that's declining? Who wants the Atlanta Fed predicting we're going to go into a recession and have, you know, reverse economic growth? Who wants to see prices going up? Who wants to see us shredding alliances around the globe? People don't want to see that. And so that's what Corey is speaking to. And, you know, it's time for people who believe in the values of this country to stand up like Cory Booker's doing, and we think that's what we're doing with this bill.
And I love that it's going to be the first big vote after that, because I think it makes the point.
Again, we're not asking for the whole world to change. We're asking for 4 Republican senators to actually go on record what they've all said privately. They're aghast at the tariffs. They're aghast at the economic turmoil. They are insanely crazed by the carelessness around classified information. But you can't be silenced. Silence leads to more of this, and as Stephen David indicated, you know, Trump comes out, wakes up tomorrow morning and says, well, never mind. You say never mind, but there's still uncertainty. Will it come back? And will those Alberta customers buy American whiskey? You know, those are long-term ramifications. Will Canada vote with us when we're standing? Of course, if we vote again with Russia and North Korea and Belarus and deny factual basis about who started the war, they shouldn't vote with us. But this damage that's being done, you know, America's strength has come from its hard power, its economic power, but also its soft power and its alliances. And on every one of those categories, this crowd is undermining us.
All right, this is a start.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
I just want to get one of those beers.
First of all, these tariffs are an economic poison that is going to work its way through our communities and hammer our families. And the reality, you know, is it is time for Congress to get tougher on trade. There's been a debate for a number of years on this issue, but now is the time to make a strong start. And that's what Senator Kaine, Senator Warner, and Senator Klobuchar are doing as ranking Democrat on the Senate Finance Committee. I will tell you, it is high time, and you you are going to see other efforts in the future. As the leader said, the reality is none of this is going to hurt Donald Trump and his billionaire pals. To tell you the truth, I think they don't mind at all if the general economy hurts, just as long as the billionaires do well. The reality is the Trump tariffs are going to hit our families like a wrecking ball, and it is going to move across the land, and that's why we're going to pull out all the stops. Those of us who believe in a smart trade policy, which is what Senator Kaine and Senator Warner and Senator Klobuchar are talking about, we're going to pull out all the stops between now and the vote to pass this key legislation. Thank you, Lee.
Adding cleanup,
Thank you, Lee.
adding cleanup, number 4, Minnesota Twins.
Hopefully we'll be one. So, I think what you've seen in these last few weeks is that when this administration is undermining the economy and bringing us down, when costs are going up and corruption is going up and chaos is going up, when they're undermining our national security, Democrats are on the offense. Ask Cory Booker, right there. He's on the offense. He's making the case for the American people. Look at what happened last week when we find out that they threatened our national security and the Intelligence Committee Democrats, led by Mark Warner, asked those tough questions. Look what we're doing here. We are leading in the courts with Democratic Attorney Generals. We are leading in Congress, and we are leading with our constituents by our side. So this tariff bill, I cannot tell you how important this is right now. In Minnesota, Canada, we can see Canada from our porch. Minnesota's trade with Canada is more than our combined trade with number 2, number 3, and number 4 below that. I just came back from a 14-county rural tour in our state. People just showed up. They weren't activists at town hall meetings or small things in small towns, and it's devastating them because the Canadians are pissed. As Senator Warner pointed out at our earlier press conference on this, Canadian tourism from Canada to the U.S. is down by 75%. Once you undermine a market and farmers or people in Canada think, you know what, I'm going to go buy from someone else because I can't trust this trading partner. It's not just that moment, it is long lasting. In addition to the numbers that Senator Kaine mentioned, overall, these tariffs beyond Canada to all the other countries result in a national sales tax on Americans. For every American family, you look at all of them, and including Canada, $5,000 per year sales tax, increasing the cost of a new home by $20,000, increasing the cost of American-made cars by $3,000, eliminating up to 400,000 American jobs. So I thank Tim for his leadership. I thank Senator Schumer for moving this along and Senator Wyden. We have to have this vote. And the fact that we can get some Republicans to stand up, I hope Cory Booker is showing them right now. We only need 4 of them to stand up, and we can stop this chaos.
Thank you.
Senator from Maine.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise today in support of the resolution introduced by my colleague from Virginia, Senator Kaine, to overturn the emergency declaration for the northern border that is being used to impose tariffs on goods imported from Canada. Mr. President, the Maine economy is integrated with Canada, our most important trading partner, from home heating oil, gasoline, jet fuel, and other refined petroleum products, to Maine's paper mills, forest products businesses, agricultural producers, and lobstermen. The tariffs on Canada would be detrimental to many Maine families and our local economies. Mr. President, of course, I share the President's goal of stemming the tide of dangerous fentanyl that flows into the United States. I commend him for taking far stronger actions to halt this dangerous and deadly flow than did the previous administration. I do not, however, agree with his invoking the powers of the International Emergency Economic Powers Act to impose tariffs on Canadian goods and products. The fact is, the vast majority of fentanyl in America comes from the southern border. In fiscal year 2024, less than 1% of fentanyl seizures occurred at our northern border. And our Canadian neighbors are working collaboratively and cooperatively with our government to stop that trafficking. Mr. President, one of the best examples of the intertwined relationship between Maine's economy and Canada can be seen at the Twin Rivers paper mill in Madawaska, Maine, way in the north on the Canadian border. Twin Rivers produces lightweight specialty paper for packaging materials for our nation's newspapers and our retailers' catalogs, for food and environmentally safe papers used in restaurants, and for a wide variety of other paper goods that are used all over the country. The raw pulp for this paper mill in Maine is piped across the St. John River from Edmundston, New Brunswick to Madawaska, Maine. There literally is a pipeline through which the pulp travels between these two sister mills. A tariff placed on this pulp would jeopardize the financial well-being of this vital paper mill, which employs more than 500 people in rural northern Maine. There is not another big employer in that area that could possibly compensate for the loss of those 510 direct jobs. And that doesn't include the indirect jobs, the truck drivers, the loggers, the restaurant owners who would be harmed by the closure or reduction in the operation of this vitally important mill. The tariff would not only devastate Twin Rivers, but also harm hundreds of Maine families. Another example of our integration with Canada is in energy. 95% of the heating oil that is used by most Mainers to heat their homes comes from refineries in Canada. Irving Oil, a Canadian-based company, has 150 gas stations in Maine and supplies 2/3 of the state's gas, diesel, and heating oil. This includes, Mr. President, 100% of the jet fuel that is used by the Air National Guard base in Bangor. Maine consumers, Maine businesses, and the U.S. Department of Defense, our own Department of Defense, would bear the cost of that Canadian energy tariff. Mr. President, Canadian tariffs would also harm many Maine farmers, lobstermen, and fishermen. According to the Maine Potato Board, 90% of the potash, which is the fertilizer used for growing potatoes, is imported from Canada. Fertilizer accounts for 11% of total input costs to grow our great Maine potatoes. Tariffs on imports like fertilizer will only hurt Maine potato growers. And Mr. President, I grew up in Aroostook County. I know these potato growers. I picked potatoes as a school child when I was growing up. Just recently, a farmer from Mars Hill, Maine, told me that just the threat of tariffs is causing a price increase on seed and equipment. This farmer supplies potatoes to a Canadian company with facilities on both sides of the border. The different facilities have specialized equipment to process potatoes for different uses. Hash browns in one plant, curly fries in another. A tariff on potatoes as they cross back and forth between Maine and Canada would cause terrible harm to this and other growers. Other products are processed back and forth across the border as well. For example, many Maine blueberries are processed in Prince Edward Island. Maine also sends between $200 million and $400 million worth of lobster to Canada each year for processing. There are 240 lobster processing plants in Canada, but only 15 in the United States. I share the president's goal of getting more of that manufacturing done in the state of Maine, done in the United States. But the fact is that if we impose these tariffs on Canadian processing, it's going to be our Maine lobstermen who will bear the cost. It's going to be consumers who bear the cost. I'd like to make mention of another industry that would be affected as well, and that is the aquaculture industry. In Washington County, in far eastern Maine, Cook Aquaculture is one of the largest employers with more than 200 direct jobs throughout the state. While they have a processing plant in Machias, Maine, the first step of their salmon processing occurs in Canada before re-entering the United States for finishing. At a time when the Maine aquaculture industry is growing, these tariffs on Canada would jeopardize current jobs and also block future ones. Mr. President, close relationships between and among families on both sides of the border are very common in the state of Maine. It's typical of communities ranging from Calais in the east, Fort Kent in the north, and Jackman in the west. You see it all across the northern, eastern, and western parts of our state because our communities are so integrated. It is not surprising to me that I had a conversation with members of the tourism industry in Maine just this morning who told me that they're seeing cancellations by Canadian tourists who have come for years to vacation in Maine. Old Orchard Beach, for example, is known for the number of Canadian tourists. We don't want to discourage these Canadian tourists who are so vital to Maine's economy from vacationing in Maine because they are so angry at what has happened. Maine families benefit from more than $900 billion in goods and services that are exchanged between our two countries every year. It is crucial that we remain a dependent and vibrant global trading partner, particularly with Canada. Now, I want to distinguish that I think there is a strong case to be made for tariffs on Mexico, on our adversary China, But I don't see the case for Canada. There are areas where Canada does need to do better, and the dairy industry is one. And I hope that we will see that result. And let me conclude my remarks by reaffirming my support for ensuring that the Department of Homeland Security has every tool at its disposal to stem the flow of fentanyl into our nation. But unlike Mexico and China, Canada is not complicit in this crisis, and we should continue working with our Canadian allies to secure the northern border, not unfairly penalize them. Our consumers, our manufacturers, our lobstermen, our blueberry growers, our potato farmers will pay the price. Mr. President, the price hikes that will happen for Maine families, every time they go to the grocery store, they fill their gas tank, they fill their heating oil tank. If these tariffs go into effect, will be so harmful. And as price hikes always do, they will hurt those the most who can afford them the least. Therefore, I will support this resolution, and I urge my colleagues to do so likewise. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. President. I rise to support my colleague Senator Kane's joint resolution to terminate the Trump order placing blanket tariffs on products Americans buy from Canada. And I'm going to start by saying, as a ranking Democrat on the Senate Finance Committee, I'm always struck by how much double talk there is about trade. So let's be clear as we start this part of the discussion. Tariffs are taxes on things we buy from other countries. The bottom line is those taxes make it more expensive for Americans to buy those products. No other country pays the tariffs. Let me repeat that. No other country pays the tariffs. The consumer pays the tariff. So if somebody tells you they can do tariffs and do it without raising prices, I'm sorry, but anybody who says that with a straight face is basically taking advantage of you. Every credible economist, every automaker, every business on the record has said that Trump's trade taxes are going to make things more expensive for Americans. Ronald Reagan's favorite economist, Art Laffer, just released a study showing auto tariffs are going to raise car prices by $4,700. The Yale Budget Lab estimates that the full Trump tariff scheme is going to cost an average family thousands of dollars a year. It's one thing if tariffs are imposed with a good strategy, like decreasing sales in the U.S. by raising prices to punish countries that cheat on trade and changing their behavior so that U.S. workers get a fair shake. I've consistently supported targeted tariffs in the past as a tool to fight back against trade cheating, especially by China. When China was stealing America's trade secrets, subsidizing cheap solar panels, and then dumping them here to drive U.S. manufacturers out of business, we were shouting from the rooftops for more tariffs on these Chinese goods. But Canada is not China. Canada is America's closest ally, not a rival. Making everything Americans buy from Canada more expensive for some bogus reason is, in the words of the Wall Street Journal, quote, the dumbest trade war in history. There are 8 million American jobs that depend on trade with Canada. Canada is the biggest export market for 32 states. It provides raw materials that so often farmers need to grow their crops. U.S. farmers can't replace 90% of that material that comes from Canada. Definitely not overnight. The only choice is higher prices. Again, Mr. President, higher prices paid for by Americans. So the stuff we buy from Canada gets more expensive. And on top of that, in response, Canada's already slapped tariffs on a whole host of crops, ag products, dairy, alcohol, manufactured goods, the list goes on and on. Canadian grocery stores pull U.S. products off the shelves. Our small businesses and farmers are losing sales as we speak because of the weird obsession in the Trump administration with attacking our northern neighbor. Mr. President, plunging our economy into recession because of the Trump desire to annex Canada is just bizarre, bizarre even by Washington, D.C. standards. Congress has delegated far too much of its authority to the executive branch, and it's far past time for the Congress to take it back. In 1962 and 1974, Congress passed laws handing the President major portions of our constitutional power over tariffs. It is time to reverse that trend. Those dates I mentioned, Mr. President, were before my time, but I want everybody to know on our watch, I think this has got to be a bipartisan concern, and we got to take these powers back, because if Republicans say it's not their fault that Trump's destroying our economy, why not do something like this to restore the power of Congress to set tariffs? I'm going to close by addressing the bogus claim of the Trump administration that tariffs are actually intended to stop fentanyl trafficking from Canada. Let me be clear, our immigration system needs reform, and the fentanyl crisis is a serious issue. Oregon is no stranger to the devastating effects it's wreaked on our communities. But reality is there is no crisis at the northern border. Less than 0.1% of fentanyl entering the United States comes from Canada. Fentanyl seizures at the northern border are down over 97% from July 2024. I think almost everybody understands that Canada is not the issue here. So instead of coming up with real solutions to get fentanyl off the street and out of our communities, Donald Trump has decided he would rather make threats and tariff our closest allies. So now, Mr. President, my colleague from Alabama is on the floor, and we're going to have a little bit of a discussion. We just talked about how we're going to handle it. But I want to be clear. If Donald Trump and the Republicans wanted to address fentanyl in an effective way, they would pass my bill to limit the millions of low-value packages that come into the United States from China and elsewhere. Getting a handle on these so-called de minimis imports will help our border agents detect the illicit imports of things like fentanyl and pill presses before they reach communities in the United States. So with that, Mr. President, as if in legislative session, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Finance be discharged from further consideration of S1185 and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration. The bill be considered read a third time and passed, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there objection?
Mr. President.
Senator from Alabama.
Reserving the right to object. You know, the media, for some reason, is in full meltdown mode after President Trump declared today Liberation Day. Only my Democratic colleagues and the media, globalist media, would find a reason to be mad about that. I'm sadly convinced that my colleagues and the woke media would rather President Trump fail than achieve a goal to help the United States of America and the taxpayers. President Trump's views on tariffs, they aren't complicated. He believes, as I do, that America has been ripped off by unfair trade deals for decades and simply wants a level playing field. We have to change directions. What we're doing is not working. U.S. catfish and shrimp producers have faced some of the worst blows. For example, Vietnam is dumping billions, I repeat, billions of pounds of catfish, and India is dumping billions of pounds of shrimp every year into U.S. markets, flooding the markets, and reducing the price for our quality domestic products. It's devastating. We need to put a reciprocal tariff on these countries to protect our American producers. I get calls every day, whether it's cabinets, whether it's produce, whether it's fish, it makes no difference. Our people are going broke. Now, I recognize that tariff actions may cause reciprocal tariffs from other countries. We need to take that in stride. In this country, we've had a party for 249 years. The United States has put that party on. The party needs to continue, but all the other countries that have been built off the American taxpayers, such as the Middle East, such as Europe, such as China, they need to start bringing gifts to the party because the American taxpayer can't afford it any longer. We're $37 trillion in debt. And the only way to pay that down is to force other people to help us. The American taxpayer can't afford it. As a result, American jobs have been sent overseas because of all the domestic problems that we're having for labor, for things that stand out for our manufacturing. We have to get manufacturing back in this country. The days are over. President Trump is 100% committed, folks, 100%. He's going to do whatever it takes to usher in a golden age for the American economy. And by the way, just the threat of President Trump's tariffs has already led India, Vietnam, and Israel to proactively drop significantly and lower tariffs against the United States before it's really even started. And it doesn't matter if you're a Republican or Democrat. We should all be united in wanting economic policies that put American farmers, producers, businesses, and manufacturers first. So, Mr. President, for that reason, I object.
Mr. President.
Objection is heard. Senator from Oregon.
So I listened very carefully to my colleague from Alabama, and I don't believe my colleague used the word fentanyl. And that's what we're concerned about in the Pacific Northwest. We're concerned that this fentanyl has hit our country and our region like a wrecking ball. And so maybe when this all gets sorted out, he'll support my bill to crack down on fentanyl everywhere through reforms of this de minimis kind of area. And I would just say, for purposes of our discussion now, what I understand, and we all await the announcement, I gather, sometime late this afternoon, the Trump administration only is going to address de minimis shipments from China and nowhere else. And we got to make this comprehensive. My colleague serving as president knows what it's like in the West with fentanyl hitting us so hard. You know, if you just do it with China, Chinese companies are going to circumvent the rules and transship through other countries. That's why I felt so strongly about a comprehensive solution to get at this fentanyl, this poison that has hit us so hard. Because if you just go to one country, what you're going to have is something called merchandise laundering, Mr. President. We saw it when we did an investigation in the committee. A Chinese company ships its product through an intermediary in Vietnam or another third country. The intermediary then slaps a made in Vietnam sticker on the Chinese product and falsely labels the product, and they can easily evade the Chinese product restrictions. And with millions of shipments coming in from China, there's no way for Customs and Border Protection to police Chinese products transshipped through third countries. This is not a new gimmick. Chinese companies have been circumventing tariffs all this time with products like steel and solar panels. I've been bird-dogging this issue since I passed the Enforce and Protect Act nearly a year ago. My de minimis bill that I hope will get bipartisan support for would stop the flood of low-value packages from all countries on a global scale. That is the only way to deal with this problem, not create, as my colleague from Alabama would do, a gigantic game of whack-a-mole. So I hope we'll be back on this floor doing something comprehensive to fight the scourge of fentanyl, and I proposed it with legislation. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Now, on a separate subject, I want to talk about Canada. And by the way, Mr. President, my colleague here today, Nick Ayers, is with me. Nick is one of my colleagues in my Senate office, and I thank him for being here today. I want to talk a moment about Canada. I want to make it clear, I love Canada. I visited Canada several times, many times. It is breathtakingly beautiful. And the people of Canada are just terrific. They're hardworking. They're very pleasant. They're fun-loving once you get to know them. The United States of America and Canada have been friends and allies for decades. We're neighbors. We share a 5,525-mile border. I'm proud of that. We share history. We share values. We maintain long-standing mutual security commitments. We're both members of NATO. Canada and America are members of the binational North American Aerospace Defense Command. You probably know that as NORAD. It's more than just security commitments, though. It's more than just business. We're friends, and I'm proud of that. I remember on 9/11, who will ever be able to forget 9/11? U.S. airspace was shut down. The people of Canada stepped right up to the plate. They immediately implemented Operation Yellow Ribbon. They opened their airports. The Canadians opened their homes. The Canadians opened their hearts to 33,000 Americans who were stranded. There's a little town in Newfoundland called Gander. I remember this too. Gander has 10,000 people, but they welcomed thousands of American passengers. They fed them. They sheltered them. They comforted our American citizens. They gave them a little bit of peace at a scary time for America and the world. There was no hesitation by the people of Canada. It was only humanity. I'll never forget that. I remember after Hurricane Katrina, which hit my state, it destroyed southeast Louisiana. New Orleans, yes, but many other parts of my state as well, and Mississippi. Canada was the very first country, and the people of Canada were the very first people to send disaster relief. Their program was called Operation Unison. Their military ship sailed south to help us in Louisiana. They sent 1,000 people and a lot of supplies. And you know what? The good people of Canada did the same thing when we had the horrible fires in California. Here's my point. I don't want to be at war with Canada. I don't want to have a trade war with Canada. I want us to continue to be friends. I made this suggestion to the new Prime Minister of Canada the other day, Prime Minister Carney. I'm going to make it again. And I hope this time he'll take it more seriously. Remember, if you want to be taken seriously, you have to act seriously. If you want respect, you have to act respectfully. Prime Minister Carney, you say that President Trump is not a fair trader. And I understand your point of view. I don't agree with you, but I understand your point of view. You've got to stand up for your people. If Prime Minister Carney, if you believe in free trade, then here's what you do. Make this offer today. Offer to go to zero tariffs in Canada on American goods. No tariffs. None. Zero. Zilch. Nada. And challenge America to remove all of our tariffs on Canada. So the people of Canada can sell their goods to Americans without a tariff, and the people of America can sell their goods to our friends in Canada without a tariff. 0 tariffs. Let Canadian businesses and American businesses compete. Competition makes all of us better. That's one of the shared values that we have with our friends in Canada. Let American businesses and Canadian businesses go at it in a friendly, competitive way, and may the best price and the best product win. That's fair trade. That's free trade. And if Prime Minister Carney, if he wants fair trade and free trade, he will make that offer. And I don't speak for President Trump, but I'll certainly encourage President Trump to accept that offer, and I think he will. There's a way to stop this trade war. It's just to remove the tariffs on both sides. Remember what Mama Gump said? Stupid is as stupid does. Let's don't be stupid. Let's don't have a trade war. Let's continue to be friends. Let's get rid of these tariffs. Mr. President, I suggest the absence of a quorum.
The yeas are 51, the nays are 46. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report.
HJ Res 24, joint resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code and so forth.
Under the previous order, the Senate.
I recognize the senator from Rhode Island.
Mr. President, I'm here in support of Senator Kane's effort to get this body to take a public view on President Trump's mad declaration that we have a border emergency with Canada happening right now. I can tell you that if I go home to Rhode Island and ask people what the emergency is in their lives, I wouldn't get one person who said, oh, we've got a real emergency with Canada. They're a huge threat. That whole Canada situation, boy, that's dangerous. This is nutty stuff. And it's dangerous stuff economically. Just in Rhode Island, Canada is our largest international trading partner. 22% of Rhode Island's exports are to Canada. And we import from Canada as well. And when the tariffs get reciprocated by our Canadian friends after this ridiculous behavior by President Trump, then that's going to affect all Rhode Islanders. We buy a lot of energy, for instance, from Canada. And that's going to raise costs for Rhode Island families. It's a direct hit to people's pocketbooks. And as has been pointed out, this is just a shady way to hit Americans in the pocketbook, to raise revenue, so that this phony baloney budget resolution we're about to have to deal with can open up revenues that they can then use as a justification for lowering taxes for the billionaires and the big corporations who already pay way too little in taxes. Some billionaires pay no income taxes at all. The corporate share of America's revenue has gone from about 30% of America's revenue down to single digits. That's just a huge sucking sound pulling out of America's revenue, the revenue of corporate entities, and it's not the mom and pop flower store. It's the huge multinational that goes and pretends that it's doing its business in Ireland or the Cayman Islands or someplace and hides profits. This is a tax racket against the American people that is now being propped up and made worse by a tariff racket against the American people. And the excuse is one of the dumbest ones ever, that the emergency is fentanyl. Well, Rhode Island was at the heart of the opioid epidemic. That's why I worked with Senator Portman to pass the CARA bill, the biggest addiction recovery response bill this body has ever passed. I take this issue deadly seriously. Not the president, not the president. 0.2% of the fentanyl in America comes across the enormous Canadian border. If you did it like per mile of the American border, it would be unmeasurably small. And over this fake excuse that there's a huge fentanyl problem, 0.2%, they're going to dump enormous new expenses on American families. People have called this a sales tax, and it kind of is, because what it does is it raises prices. It raises prices because the money that the federal government takes in has to be recovered. And it gets recovered from families, from people who are paying higher prices for imported goods or higher prices for the domestic freeloaders who are going to raise their prices to match the imported goods, just the way the fossil fuel industry raised their prices to match the foreign prices of fuel after the Ukraine invasion, and so gorged themselves that they made the biggest profits off the American people in the history of corporations. It was the biggest gouge ever by the scoundrels of the fossil fuel industry, and now we're opening the door for this to happen across all industries. American families are going to be hurt, and they're going to be hurt hard, and it just puts revenues on the books that the Republicans can then use to go and do what they really want to do here, which is to make sure that all their billionaire cronies, everybody who's surrounding Trump, all the pals in the cabinet, all the ones who write the big checks to the super PACs and who fund Republican politicians, that they don't have to pay taxes anymore. It's Leona Helmsley Day here in the Senate. Taxes are just for the little people. This is a disgrace, and I hope there'll be a few voices on the Republican side to recognize that considering the Canadian border to be an emergency is preposterous. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Mr. President, yesterday, Donald Trump made one of the dumbest decisions he has ever made as president, and that's saying something. The tariffs Donald Trump approved yesterday are far, far worse than we thought. It's the largest tax hike on families since World War II. Yesterday was not Liberation Day, it was Tax Day. Middle class, pay more taxes, Donald Trump is telling you. That's what the day's all about. This morning, naturally, the markets are plunging. The Dow was down 800 points. The S&P is already on track for its worst day in years. Donald Trump has single-handedly created a financial forest fire. Trump called yesterday Liberation Day. Nobody was feeling even close to liberated. Quite the opposite. American families are learning the hard way that Donald Trump has them right in the middle of a pincer and is squeezing them on both sides. On the one side, Donald Trump is pushing tariffs that will cost working families an extra $5,000 a year. And by his own admission, he, quote, could not care less. On the other side, Donald Trump is working with Republicans to gut vital programs working families rely on, like Medicaid, Social Security, veterans programs. So there's a pincer. So there's a pincer. Trump's tariffs raise costs and pick people's pockets on one side. And Trump's budget and his budget cuts are taking away health care and benefits and veterans care on the other side. Now, there are smart ways to use tariffs, and there are dumb ways to use tariffs. Donald Trump is using tariffs in the dumbest way imaginable. In fact, Donald Trump slapped tariffs on penguins and not on Putin. Trump sanctioned the herd in McDonald Islands, only inhabited by penguins. And that's what happens when you don't have a clue as to what you're doing. You fire air traffic controllers, dismantle disease outbreak monitoring, sabotage Social Security and VA operations, censor climate data, defund public schools, an ND trade war on penguins. What is going on? Prices on groceries, prices on electronics, appliances, metals, beer, furniture, fertilizer, and so much more will go up. People's retirements are in peril as markets are in turmoil across the globe. And Donald Trump says, I couldn't care less. That's his quote, America. You're getting squeezed on both sides by his tariffs and his budget. And he says, I couldn't care less. The American people are learning quickly that Donald Trump is breaking all the promises he made in the campaigns, and he's not on their side. He couldn't care less. It's truly unbelievable to watch the sheer destruction Republicans are inflicting on Americans. We aren't even 100 days into President Trump's second term, and the Republicans this week will plow ahead to take away people's Medicaid. They're letting Elon Musk sabotage Social Security. He says it's a Ponzi scheme. He says he's okay if it's eliminated. What do these rich people know about how middle-class people struggle? It's a little coterie of billionaires that's running policy, and as I said, the middle class is getting squeezed by the pincers on both sides. What are they doing, firing tens of thousands of epidemic responders, healthcare workers, food inspectors, abandoning veterans? And now, on top of all of that, it's been bad enough before, quote, Liberation Day, which is tax day. The Americans are going to pay $5,000 a year through his tariffs. For what? Why are they doing all this? Why would they do all this? Why would they hurt people, so many people, in so many ways? Why would they have that pincer squeeze them? I'll tell you why. One thing, one reason. Tax breaks for the billionaires. As I said, this is a coterie of billionaires running the government. Trump and Musk and Lutnick and so many others. You've heard the net worth of his cabinet. It's incredible. Cutting taxes for billionaires makes them squeeze the American people. It's utterly disgusting. President Trump should reverse course on his disastrous tariffs immediately, or else he risks plunging America into a recession. Some of the leading banks, the leading financial analysts, with no axe to grind, have greatly increased the odds that we will have a recession because of what Trump is doing. What president walks mindlessly into a recession, which means it's harder to get a job, harder to keep a job, harder to pay the bills? What president does that? So I am calling on the House and Speaker Johnson, given how bad Trump's tariffs are, they now know it, to come back into session and vote the Senate's bipartisan bill undoing the tariffs on Canada, the bill we passed yesterday with bipartisan support, because a few Republicans had the courage of their convictions and voted against the president and for Senator Kane's very, very timely and needed bill. If the Speaker really cares about the American people and the costs they would bear by these tariffs, he should call back the House and take up the Senate bill immediately. The American people care about one thing above all, and they care about a lot of things, But at the top of the list is inflation. That's the number one thing on people's minds. We've heard that over and over again on November's election day and ever since. And Donald Trump said in his campaign he'd reduce prices on day one when he got elected. He's doing just the opposite. He's not just reducing prices, he's dramatically raising them, $5,000 a year on the average American family. And by his own admissions, quote, Donald Trump said, I could not care less.
I recognize the senator from Connecticut.
I'm honored to follow my colleague from Maryland who has described so well the reasons that we should oppose these tariffs, and thank my colleague from Virginia, Senator Kaine, who has demonstrated once again the leadership that makes him such a great member of this body. I want to begin, and I hope the presiding officer will forgive me, with a four-letter word. It's a word that I said to my children they should never use. Dumb. Dumb. D-U-M-B. These tariffs are dumb. They are also cruel, and they are stupid. They are imposed in the name of perhaps building manufacturing in this country, which they won't do, or in the name of raising revenue to cut taxes for the wealthy, which is adding insult to injury, or simply for vengeance. So much of what this administration does is for the purpose of vengeance and vanity. Careless, cruel, reckless. That's what these tariffs are, particularly as directed to Canada. Let's be clear. The tariffs proposed by President Trump are a tax. They are a tax. There's no tariff ever imposed in the history of the United States of America that has ever lowered prices. These tariffs will raise prices, and they threaten not only higher costs for everything from gas to groceries to rental housing, but they also deeply threaten a recession. I've been reading a book called Freedom from Fear, written by a great historian, a professor at Yale named David Kennedy. Freedom from Fear is about the events and the misdirection and mistakes that led our nation to the Great Depression. What began as a recession, what started as a Wall Street problem, became a global depression because the world failed to realize that even then our economies were connected and that tariffs could hurt all countries when all countries adopted them, when a trade war ensued, and a trade war now is what we face. Canada has long been one of our nation's closest allies and trading partners. We have a bond with Canada that goes beyond simple economics. Although, frankly, our relationship with Canada supports millions of jobs, protects the competitiveness of American businesses, and ensures our long-term economic prosperity. Our countries have countless trade and investment agreements, cross-border projects, such as communications, highways, bridges, pipelines, that have resulted in integrated networks and transportation system. We have a long-standing defense and security partnership, providing us with greater security than we could have alone. And we share a border. But the border is a symbol of a bond that our peoples have in common. A friendship that goes deep, a heritage and a culture that we respect. These bonds will be betrayed by a reckless trade policy the administration is pursuing and threatens to derail that valuable, in fact, precious partnership. These tariffs are going to hurt all Americans. We have, with Canada, one of the most comprehensive and important trading relationships. I go into the numbers. In 2024, Canada was the United States' second largest trading partner with $761.2 billion in total trade, largest single U.S. export markets for goods. Every day, nearly 500,000 people and billions of dollars in goods and services cross that border. But I want to focus on Connecticut for the moment, because Connecticut demonstrates what will happen to America as a whole. And I represent the people of Connecticut, and this regimen of tariffs will be catastrophic for Connecticut. Friends in Connecticut, listen to what these haphazard tariffs will do. Canada is Connecticut's single largest trading partner, accounting for 20% of our total trade in 2024, including 13% of our imports and 13% of our exports and 25% of our imports. Consumers in Connecticut already face some of the highest electricity prices in the nation, with an average cost of 28.16 cents per kilowatt hour compared to the national average of 16.26 cents per kilowatt hour. Connecticut and New York as a whole get a significant share of our electricity from cheaper Eastern Canadian hydropower. The 10% tariffs proposed on energy resources from Canada will directly impact and drastically increase those electricity costs. ISO New England has estimated that this tax would add $66 million in annual consumer costs. I hope President Trump will listen to the people of Connecticut and New England when it comes to electricity costs. Do not impose these tariffs. And the harm to Connecticut is far from limited to just energy prices. Some of the largest state industries, including aerospace, defense, advanced manufacturing, medical devices, all rely on trade with Canada to remain profitable. These industries source key production imports from Canada, including aerospace parts, critical minerals and metals, basic chemicals and petroleum and coal products, and in return we export billions of dollars of goods to Canada. We're talking about hundreds of thousands of people across Connecticut, jobs, employment, all stand to see their livelihoods threatened if this tax is allowed. And it will ripple across Connecticut. It will reverberate through the country, to the presiding officer's state, to Virginia, New York, Maryland, colleagues on both sides of the aisle. The cost of living in Connecticut will rise drastically. We already have one of the highest costs of living in the country. Taxing these goods will put an undue financial strain on individuals and families across Connecticut, but most important, on people who can least afford a higher tax, our middle income and lower income members of the workforce, working people in Connecticut who have to buy stuff depending on their paychecks, for groceries, for gasoline. A tax on those products will hit them in the pocketbook, it will hit their families, it will hit them at the kitchen table, when they go to the drugstore to buy pharmaceuticals, when they have down payments on homes, on furnishings, across the board. So I am not here to make a speech. I'm really here to make a plea. Mr. President, please reconsider. these tariffs are fundamentally misguided. They are dumb. They are cruel, reckless, and careless. They play fast and loose with America's credibility around the world. And I urge my colleagues to vote yes on Senate Joint Resolution 37 and join us in trying to save the American economy and our credibility around the world. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
President.
I recognize the Democrat leader.
Thank you, and thank my friend from Connecticut for his
So I understand that not to be all balled up in one agreement, separate agreements, but in the future negotiation then, I want to understand what you take from President Trump's 12% reciprocal tariff, sort of that he has hanging over Canada, even if he lifts the border tariffs you call unjustified.
So I think there are several things, if I may, and it's hard to predict all elements of this, but there's certain sectors in the North American economy, the Canadian-U.S. economy, that fundamentally rely on the integration in those sectors. There's no better example of this than in autos, where it literally has been built up over my entire lifetime. And that the competitive threat in North America is from Asia, not within North America. And it will become our judgment, and the judgment, I would say, of virtually everybody who works in the auto industry, virtually everyone, not everyone, not the UAW apparently, but I think they're going to find out, that this is going to damage the U.S. auto industry as well as the Canadian auto industry. And it's going to damage the industry relative to competition from Asia. So when there's that discussion, the question, part of the discussion is going to be, how do we put back together elements of that integration? And if it's not going to come, how are we going to act in Canada? And we're going to do this, elements of this anyways, if my government is elected, which is to build a true Made in Canada strategy that makes us much more resilient with the U.S. So, Tonda, I can't pre-wire all those discussions, but what I know is that trying to have a discussion, given the scale of ambition of the United States, given all the measures they've taken, not just against Canada, but against the whole world, that we are not going to make progress if we try to focus on only one issue. We need to reset the overall relationship. We need to set the boundaries around that, where we're going to work together, reestablish confidence, first and foremost for Canadian workers and their families, so that they know where their careers are, where their jobs are, and then more broadly for investors and business. Okay? Thank you.
Good morning, Prime Minister. Jillian Piper with Global News. Are you planning to have another phone call with President Donald Trump to discuss these tariffs?
If it's appropriate, we will. We agreed that we would, when we last spoke, that we would talk as needed over the coming weeks. So it may happen. There's not one scheduled, and as I said, I'll just reiterate. When we spoke, I did advise the President that we would be retaliating against the auto tariffs. We were going to wait to see what happened with these reciprocal tariffs that were announced yesterday. We have taken a very focused, calibrated response, balanced response, one that creates incentives for the automakers. So as appropriate, we will speak. I'm very conscious, we're very conscious that there are additional measures likely to come in other sectors, including forest products, pharmaceuticals, and others.
Senator Whitehouse.
Thanks, Ambassador Greer, for being here. Just to sort of frame our conversation, tell me what a negative externality is.
This is something you and I like to talk about.
Yes, we do.
This is a situation where you have a foreign country where perhaps they have actions such as poor environmental regimes or lax labor laws, and they don't bear the cost of that. Instead, they send their goods that are the product of these processes where they have lax regulatory regimes. They send it here, and we end up bearing this. They externalize these negative externalities to us, and we have to bear it, and our workers have to bear it, and we don't compete on a level playing field.
So two things are wrong with this. One, the customary negative externality is pollution. And to the extent, for instance, on an issue I've done a lot of work on in bipartisan fashion, plastic in our oceans. Now it's in our drinking water, it's in breast milk. I mean, we've really gone down a very weird pathway with respect to plastics. If China, for instance, is responsible for dumping 60 or 70% of the plastics into the Pacific, then that's a harm to us, correct?
Yes, I agree.
Because it's a commons, the ocean, and we suffer from that. And then if the Chinese company is exporting their goods to the U.S., and that Chinese company has a lower cost for its product because it doesn't have proper pollution control with respect to plastic, and the U.S. company does, then that's an unfair trade imbalance, correct?
Yes, I agree with that.
So two things are wrong when we get into this situation of foreign countries allowing pollution that our companies pay to prevent.
That's right.
And that's an appropriate place for tariffs to be deployed to offset that trade imbalance and help protect the commons from this particular tragedy, correct?
I think trade action can be appropriate, and when the president announced his reciprocal tariff regime last Wednesday, he specifically referred to pollution by other countries in his speech. You may not have listened to it, but you may want to go back and listen to that part, because that's very true, and I agree with you.
Well, it might be the only place in which the administration shows the slightest interest in pollution, so good for that. The issue of plastics is, I think, a pretty significant one. Again, there's been a lot of bipartisan interest. I even went up to the Oval Office during Trump 1 to have one of my bills signed by the president, and he gave a very animated riff on Asian countries polluting our beautiful oceans and how it comes ashore very often in Alaska by the ton along their beaches. So I hope this is an area we can continue to work together. And in particular, I hope that you'll sit down with me and Senator Cassidy on legislation that we are working on. Will you give us that meeting?
Senator, I'll take any meeting with you that you would like to talk about this issue. And I'd like to
Well,
also
we'll
let
sit
you
down with Senator Cassidy's team and have a conversation there. The other thing I wanted to flag for you is that you pretty well successfully deflected all of Senator Bennett's questions about what the immediate impact looks like in the short-term pain for the long-term gain. I just want to flag for you one issue that is very important to me. Rhode Island is a small business state, right? We don't have a whole lot of big mega corporations there who can balance things and move things around. Canada is our largest trading partner. We have companies who fill an important niche in the global supply chain, and particularly in American companies' supply chains, because they get something from Canada, or let's say China, could be, but Canada's our major trading partner, and they process that thing, and then they put it into the supply chain for the larger corporate entities. That's their business. That's all they've got. So if we're not looking out for these small businesses that are actually going to have to lock their doors and close the shutters and fire their employees and go out of business, I think you've missed a huge hole in the problem that these tariffs have created. If all you're listening to is the big mega corporations who can move things around the world and have the resources to dodge these effects, you're not getting the straight story. I think in every one of our states, there are going to be small businesses that occupy a niche in which trade is an important factor and that are going to go bust because of these tariffs. And I urge you to look out for those businesses because I don't think they're getting their voices heard at all.
So, Senator, I've talked to you about this. I've talked to Senator Hassan about this and others. One thing I asked my team to do last week was to convene a meeting of I have I have a trade advisory council for small business. I've asked them to convene that meeting. I've connected with the Small Business Administration. They have an international trade desk there. I've talked to I have an office that also deals with small business because I do want to hear it. I think it's important that we hear it because they don't have the same voices in Washington. I will say right now, Canada and Mexico, things coming from Canada and Mexico that comply with the United States-Mexico-Canada agreement come in duty-free. They continue to do so if they follow the rules. If they don't follow the rules and are trying to put in Chinese stuff, that's going to be tariffed. But if they follow the rules, they're going to be getting the duty-free treatment they're due.
Well, a small business that has gone broke is not very amenable to a meeting. They don't exist any longer.
Senator Hassan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Ranking Member. Good morning, Ambassador Greer. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for the question.
A second question. Canada has an election coming up. How do you have a prediction for that, and what do you think the results of
With respect to Canada?
With the negotiations?
Oh, I don't want to predict other nations' elections. It's tough enough doing this one. Look, I love the Canadian people. I like Canada, but it's costing us $200 billion a year to support Canada. $200 billion. And I say, why are we doing that? You know what? We can make our own cars. We have more energy than they do. We have more energy than anybody in the world. We don't need their lumber, obviously. We have more lumber. We have a lot of lumber. We have a lot of everything that they sell us. But in particular, cars, they took a large percentage of the car making, and I want to bring it back to this country. I really don't want cars from Canada. So when I put tariffs on Canada, they're paying 25%, but that could go up in terms of cars. When we put tariffs on, all we're doing is we're saying we don't want your cars in all due respect. We want really to make our own cars, which is what we're doing in record numbers now. You know, we're going to be at record levels in a very near future because of all the plants, the car plants that are being built. And I'd rather see them made in Michigan and made in South Carolina and made in different states, Tennessee. We have a lot of great car-making states, and we have some that aren't car-making yet, but they will soon be car-making states. And that's what I want to see for our country. At the same time, I want to help Canada. I have spoken to the current Prime Minister. He was very, very nice, I will say. Very nice. We had a couple of very nice conversations, very good. But I don't think it's appropriate for me to get involved in their election.
Oh, they're just getting up. I thought they were standing for me. They're moving. Thank you, ma'am. Oh, gosh, no. Did I come in too quickly? Maybe I did, for a change, but not too quickly, technically, obviously. Busy day. Great. Hi, everyone.
Hello.
All right. Thanks for being here. And for everyone watching at home, thank you very much. And for C-SPAN covering this, always live, which I appreciate. All righty, so obviously a little bit of an announcement. Happy 100 days. I know this was on your calendar, wasn't it? It should be. Happy 100 days, everyone. Just hours after President Trump took the oath of office, Secretary of State Marco Rubio was confirmed in a historic bipartisan vote of 99-0. From day one, he got right to work, and I can certainly attest to that. As I said in my first briefing, Secretary Rubio promised to deliver a foreign policy grounded in President Trump's vision, one that would make America stronger, safer, and more prosperous. 100 days later, that promise is being kept. Secretary Rubio has returned the department to the fundamentals of diplomacy, engaging in the persuasion and power of face-to-face meetings around the globe, reminding our partners that being friends with the United States brings benefits that improve the quality of everyone's lives. Here at the State Department, we are rewarding performance based on merit, demanding accountability for every tax dollar spent, and ensuring every policy serves the interests of the American people. To restore integrity and results-driven foreign assistance, the Department and USAID have saved the American taxpayers billions of dollars by ending outdated and misaligned foreign aid programs. Instead, we are prioritizing core U.S. policies. That includes the life-saving response in Uganda, where more than 75 American experts worked hand in hand with local officials to officially end Uganda's 2025 Ebola outbreak, a tremendous global health achievement. The Secretary has traveled extensively, and don't I know it, to 15 countries, deepening U.S. diplomatic ties and securing major foreign policy wins, from Panama's decision to withdraw from China's Belt and Road Initiative to his leadership in bringing Ukraine and Russia to the table to discuss a path towards peace, leading the nations closer to peace than ever before. His efforts to protect our homeland are having a global impact. We've designated 6 violent Mexican cartels, along with TDA and MS-13, as foreign terrorist organizations to block their financial networks and bar their entry into the United States. Our border is more secure than ever, and illegal crossings at our southwest border have dropped by 95% since 2024. This is due to President Trump's leadership and Secretary Rubio's historic action to secure agreements with Guatemala, Panama, and El Salvador to intercept and deport illegal aliens who enter their territories. And to further build regional peace, Secretary Rubio signed a declaration of principles between the Democratic Republic of Congo and Rwanda, launching a pathway to stability in the region. In the Middle East, he is actively working with Israel, Arab partners, and the European Union to shape post-war governance in Gaza and lay the groundwork for Arab-led reconstruction efforts, aligning with President Trump's long-term vision for peace in the region. He also has reinforced the United States as the premier strategic partner for Gulf allies, resulting in 2 landmark investment commitments from the United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia for technology, defense, and infrastructure. Those deals total $2 trillion in investments. We've also brought Americans home. Through diplomacy, we've helped secure the release of dozens of unjustly detained U.S. citizens, bringing them back to their families where they belong. We've reinstated Cuba as a state sponsor of terrorism, sanctioned Iran's shadow oil fleet and Houthi financiers, as well as designated the Houthis as a foreign terrorist organization. These steps send a clear message. Under this administration, there will be consequences for supporting terrorism. 100 days in, the results are undeniable. This is American diplomacy the American people deserve: decisive, accountable, and unapologetically America first. And I do believe that you may have some questions. Andrea Mitchell, who is now surprised. Hi, good afternoon. Andrea Mitchell.
It was all set up.
She is, she was thinking she had some extra time, but this afternoon, it's morning somewhere. In Los Angeles, it's the morning. In Hawaii, it's very early. What can I do for you? Or should I ask? I will go to Matt Lee first.
I'll start.
Well, no, shall we? Finally, I'm asking the questions. All right, here's what we'll do. We will go with Matt, and then I will come back to you.
I just have 2 very brief.
You set that up as who set
I
this
did
up.
not.
All right, sir.
Wait a second.
And now I've missed you. Everyone missed you. It was notably different here in the room with you gallivanting around London for some reason. But here we are now. We're all together.
Secretary who never showed up.
Well.
But anyway, so listen, since last week, since I was away last week, and I know this came up last week, but I just want to try and get a fine point, put a fine point on it, which is that tomorrow is the 50th anniversary of the fall of Saigon, and the end of the Vietnam War. There have been reports that the U.S. has instructed or otherwise advised U.S. diplomats in Vietnam not to attend commemoration ceremonies. Is that true? Because the answer that we keep getting is that the U.S. and Vietnam are strong partners, and this, and they invited people, but there's no decision one way or another. So is it correct that they've been told or advised not to attend?
Well, you know, as well as most people here, if not even better, after decades, that I'm not going to discuss conversations that we've had with our diplomats here or overseas. But I will, in the event people are curious about the answer you expect, I will provide you an answer, and everyone else as well. The United States and Vietnam have a robust bilateral relationship, and we are committed to deepening and broadening those ties. We look forward to working with the Vietnamese government and the people of Vietnam to address shared challenges and opportunities. And considering, again, half a century ago when that ended, we now, of course, have a generation, my generation, that it is amazing to be able to say that, to have this relationship with Vietnam as a good relationship and one that is bilateral and robust. So that is a very good example of what can happen over the time of about 50 years. Okay. Did you have a second question?
Well, yeah, but just on this, I mean, so
sure.
Are U.S. diplomats going to be participating in these?
You know, I'm not going to answer that question. I'm not going to discuss what has been suggested or not suggested or communications with our allies and or our diplomats in foreign countries. Yes, sir.
Thanks.
Thank you.
I have two questions. The first, there's reporting today that 4,000 visas for students with criminal records were revoked in the first 100 days of the administration. That's a number that's higher than we've seen before. So I wanted to see if I could get more fidelity on that. And then I had a different topic.
Well, I know that consular affairs and the State Department do not discuss the details of visas. We do not provide statistics. We do not discuss numbers. And so I would just remind people that certainly I wouldn't comment on a number that has been printed somewhere. What I can tell you is that it's something that we don't provide.
And then separately, there's reporting that Iraq has arrested an ISIS suspect linked to the New Orleans terror attack on New Year's. Is the state have any comment on that or any participation?
I spoke with the secretary a little earlier. I did not ask him about that, so let's take that back. And I certainly would hope to speak with him again and can ask him that, and we'll get that back to you, certainly. And now, Andrea Mitchell. Yes.
I wanted to ask about Ukraine.
Okay.
Russia has continuously been bombing Ukraine. Kyiv the other day, more bombing overnight. After calling for a ceremonial ceasefire, a 3-day ceasefire next week to honor, so they can celebrate and honor their World War II victory, but they have still not agreed. I believe almost 50 days since it was first proposed to the ceasefire, the 30-day ceasefire that Ukraine has accepted. And now, as well, Foreign Minister Lavrov in an interview has said that the Russian position includes the demilitarization. He says denazification, which is a false statement, but the demilitarization of Ukraine as part of their agenda, as well as the lifting of sanctions, withdrawing lawsuits, canceling arrest warrants, and the like. First of all, the U.S. reaction to the continual bombing in Ukraine by Russia, and second of all, the Russian demand for demilitarizing. Would the U.S. ever consider requiring the demilitarizing of Ukraine as a condition of a peace plan?
Well, you know I can't and would not discuss what the options were or what's on the minds of our diplomats. And I understand, and I hear from people outside of this briefing room and certainly from all of you, and it's your job to ask. But that is not something we can do. It's harmful to get ahead of what our experts, what our diplomats, what the Secretary of State, what the President of the United States, the most powerful people in the world meeting to find a resolution to this. And discussing it or speculating does not help. It increases, I think, fear and confusion. So I won't do that. But I do have something I can tell you that the Secretary said to me about the situation just a short time ago, Andrea Mitchell. We are now at a time where concrete proposals need to be delivered by the two parties on how to end this conflict. How we proceed from here is a decision that belongs now to the President. If there is not progress, we will step back as mediators in this process.
Well, he said on Meet the Press that this week was going to be pivotal.
Oh, sure. This sounds like a pivotal statement to me.
Yeah. So is there some sort of a time frame
Well, he
to
said
what
now.
he's just said.
He said now is the time where concrete proposals need to be delivered by the two parties in the conflict. And if there is not progress, which we leave, of course, I'm not going to speculate on what that timeline means to the president or to the secretary. But that is a very distinct statement from the secretary. Both the secretary and the president are very transparent men, and the American people have been watching this process openly, which itself is kind of a new experience. But that is what he said to me just a little bit ago.
Can you
All right.
speak to his level of frustration with the process? It seems to be reflected in his statement.
I will not channel the secretary. He again is very available, and he has been. Again, you saw him this weekend on television, and he's a very clear, often unguarded, transparent man who cares about the nature of what is transpiring on this planet in a very unique position to make a difference, and that is what he wants to do. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Just to follow up on what the secretary has said, you quoted him as saying concrete proposals need to be delivered by both sides. Proposals on what?
Well, obviously to end the conflict.
So you expect-
I mean, we're clearly it's about what they've been working toward is a ceasefire, a complete, full, durable ceasefire. Right? Not a 3-day moment so you can celebrate something else. A complete, durable ceasefire and an end to the conflict.
Does this mean that the proposals that the United States had on the table, is it off the table now that you're seeking?
I'm not going to speculate on what the statement that's been made here means about things that have existed or have been discussed before. It's just what he has said today, and I think it's clear.
Fair enough. And my second question on North Korea, they acknowledged finally that they apparently have sent their soldiers to fight for Russia in Ukraine. Does this change your approach, your view to the conflict at all? And any response that you could come up with?
Well, we know this is pretty simple. North Korea is not being helpful. They're not being helpful. There are other nations that also are facilitating this carnage, and their actions make it possible to continue. Third countries, like North Korea, have perpetuated the Russia-Ukraine war, and they bear responsibility for it.
China?
We continue, North Korea, I'm speaking about North Korea, and other third countries, like North Korea. We continue to be concerned by North Korea's direct involvement in the war, North Korea's military deployment to Russia, and any support provided by the Russian Federation to the DPRK in return must end. Russia's training of North Korean soldiers directly violates Security Council resolutions 1718, 1874, and 2270, which collectively impose a broad prohibition on providing or receiving military training or assistance to or from the DPRK. All right? Yes, sir. Go ahead. Yes, sir.
Thank you. On the Middle East, UN Rights Chief Volker Turk today called for concerted efforts to end the Israeli blockade of the Gaza Strip, and Amnesty International accused Israel of committing a live-streamed genocide against Palestinians. We heard President Trump on Friday acknowledge the suffering of people in Gaza and the need for aid to go in. What is the department's view of the ongoing blockade, and will the Secretary push to lift it? And I have a second question.
President Trump said just a few days ago that there is a very big need for medicine and food regarding, of course, Gaza and Gaza aid, and that we are taking care of it. And again, within the framework of the negotiations, the actions, the efforts, as we've discussed, I think every briefing, which is appropriate. I think the President of the United States making that statement makes clear that actions being considered and taken, and that the President is working on it.
So we are taking care of it. How will that translate to actual
Well,
actions?
we'll find out. He's not a slow man. Also, the United States, of course, supports the flow of humanitarian aid with safeguards to ensure assistance is not diverted, looted, or misused by terrorist groups such as Hamas and the Palestinian Islamic Jihad. But for one thing, we certainly, I think I can say generally about the President, is that when he says something, he acts, and he doesn't lollygag. And in this particular case, with both men setting these first 100 days as the hallmark of the nature of where they've both been personally committed, Secretary Rubio and President Trump. It is on peace and ceasefires for both Ukraine and Russia, and certainly in Gaza, and his noting what he wants to accomplish in that regard. Again, there's a very big need for medicine, food, and we're taking care of it. So it will not be long, I'm sure, to see the results of his work.
Second question.
Yes, sir.
Senator Sanders.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, please.
Thanks, Tammy. I wanted to move on to a country which is a neighbor, in fact, Canada. Unless mistaken, I haven't seen any official reaction by the White House or the State Department or officials on the election
I have one.
Victory
I have a
last night of
yes.
Mark Carney
Yes,
as
indeed.
the Prime Minister. And he pledged today that a united Canada would confront the President.
Well, here's what we can say about Canada. The United States extends its congratulations to Prime Minister Mark Carney and his party on their win in Canada's recent federal elections. The U.S.-Canada relationship remains one of the most extensive in the world. We look forward to working with Prime Minister Carney's government, particularly on key issues such as trade fairness, combating illegal immigration, halting the flow of fentanyl and other dangerous drugs, and countering the Chinese Communist Party influence in our hemisphere. All right. Yeah, Daphne.
Thank you. On Syria, we're reporting that the Syrian foreign minister is set to meet with senior U.S. State Department officials later today in New York. Who will he meet from state, and what will Washington's message be to him on sanctions relief?
Well, of course, we know that we can confirm that some representatives of the Syrian interim authorities are in New York for various UN meetings, but you knew that. We continue to assess our Syria policy cautiously and will judge the interim authorities by their actions. We are not normalizing diplomatic relations with Syria at this time, and I can preview nothing for you regarding any meetings. I have no meetings at all to be able to describe or to confirm for you.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have another question on Cuba, but if there's other questions, I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Cuba.
Okay.
Right.
Cuba today arrested high-profile dissident Jose Daniel Ferrer for violating the terms of his parole just 3 months after releasing him from jail as part of a Vatican-brokered deal with the Biden administration. And Felix Navarro, another high-profile dissident, was also arrested.
Mm-hmm.
Does the State Department have any reaction to these arrests?
Yes, we do. We strongly condemn the brutal treatment and unjust detention of Cuban patriots Jose Daniel Ferrer and his wife and young son, as well as Felix Navarro and other pro-democracy activists. We call for the immediate release of the hundreds of unjustly detained political prisoners and prisoners of conscience that the Cuban regime holds. All right. Now, who is somebody in the back? We were following up here. Syria? Yes, please. So go ahead.
In the jails in Syria, there are around 9,500 terrorists from ISIS. And I wonder whether the United States is going to ease the sanctions so those terrorists in Syria don't take advantage of the situation there. Also, there was yesterday civil unrest near Damascus. I wonder whether you have any comment on that. Thank you.
I cannot comment on the nature of what's happening inside of Syria or the nature of the reaction of our government or of the State Department. I'm sorry about that. Yes, sir.
Spain and Portugal suffered yesterday a massive blackout. Has the United States provided any support to them, and does it have any information of what were the causes?
We're all curious about that. It was kind of terrifying to see for all of our friends in Spain and Portugal. One thing I can tell you, of interest, of course, also to the State Department, is that there was no impact on the operation of our missions in Spain or Portugal. Electricity was fully restored to our missions as of this morning. And at this point, I could just refer you to the governments of Portugal and Spain for further information about what has happened. I know they're looking into it, obviously. But at this point, I have nothing further. All right. Yes?
Thank you, Tammy. Following up on your comments from Secretary Rubio on the Ukraine proposals, our understanding is Ukraine and the Europeans have presented a counter-proposal to what was put on the table by the United States. Should we take this as a rejection of their counter-proposal?
I think you should take it as what the Secretary meant, which is that what is happening now is that what we expect from them are concrete proposals on how to end this situation. So that's his statement. I would not expand on it as those are the words he used for me. I think it's very, very distinct that now we are at the time where concrete proposals need to be delivered by the two parties on how to end the conflict. How we proceed from here is now a decision of the president's. If there is not progress, we will step back as mediators of the process.
And does he have any follow-on conversations planned with his Ukrainian and European counterparts? I saw he spoke with
Nothing
his
that I
UK
can report
counterpart.
as of this moment, but clearly this is not a closing of the door. This is now a next step, which I hope that we are able to see. Yes, sir.
Do you think that in first 100 days, President Trump was able to make America more great again, make America more richer again, make America more safer again?
Are you setting me up?
No, I'm just asking your opinion. I'm just asking your opinion.
The ultimate freezing moment. I am standing here because of my faith in the President of the United States prior to him winning this particular election, knowing from his past what he's accomplished. We, of course, the American people have felt the same way in returning him to this office after 4 years that were not good for the people of this country, economically or otherwise. There are an extraordinary number of accomplishments ranging from the closed border, inflation going down, people at tables to discuss peace and ceasefires that never anyone had imagined or was able to accomplish previously. In addition to the nature of the idea that the State Department, as an example, that we have a responsibility when it comes to the money that is spent, that American taxpayers might have been the forgotten man and woman of the past, but they are now remembered again, and that the money that we spend is theirs, that they have worked for, and a commitment to the values and the nature of what matters to the United States. So we're doing these larger issues, but also, of course, every day we discuss the nature of what's happening in the world based on those values, and these men and women deciding to live their lives, including the men and women who I speak of often in this room, who anonymously have spent their lives, decades in many cases, to help make sure that the people leading this country of either party have the information they need to make sure this nation is safe and secure. We now have an administration that is implementing those values and making it clear to the American people. And it's been 100 days, and already we know that tremendous change has happened. And it will continue to happen under the leadership of President Trump, his entire cabinet. But I'm standing at the State Department because of the leadership of Marco Rubio. And it's an exciting and good time for the globe. So the answer is yes.
Yesterday's State Department press statement says that the United States is in touch with the leadership of both Pakistan and India, and
that is correct.
Trying to calm down the situation. Do you have something to say?
Yes, the Secretary also gave me a note about that as well, sir. So we are reaching out regarding the Kashmir situation, India and Pakistan, that he said we are reaching out to both parties. And telling, of course, them to not escalate the situation. The Secretary expects to speak with the foreign ministers of Pakistan and India as early as today or tomorrow. He is encouraging other national leaders, other foreign ministers, to also reach out to the countries on this issue. So it is, again, as I've noted, every day action is being taken. In this case, the Secretary speaking directly to his counterparts in India and Pakistan. We expect certainly the impact he's usually had with the individuals he's spoken with, and certainly with President Trump's leadership, India and Pakistan, having those conversations. It's very important for them. And yes, sir, yes, I've been.
There were, on Monday, 68 mostly Ethiopian migrants killed in a detention center in Yemen. Are you in a position to confirm now that this was U.S. military, the result of U.S. military action?
I'm not prepared to speak about that. What I can tell you is that Houthi attacks continue to hinder international trade routes in the Red Sea region and have cost the global economy billions. That must stop. And we are aware of various reports in the region, and we are referring questions first to the Department of Defense, but also I will have us take this back to see what more we can have for you later this week regarding that issue. Absolutely. All right, Pakistan, certainly.
A Pakistani minister made a statement about performing dirty work for the United States while also denying the existence of Lashkar-e-Toiba in Pakistan. What is the State Department's response to that?
Well, as I've noted, the only thing I'm really prepared to discuss here is the fact that the Secretary of State is going to be speaking with the foreign ministers of both countries.
And will that be raised?
What I can tell you, obviously, we're also monitoring the developments across the board in that region. And we, as you know, at multiple levels, I have to say, are in touch with the governments of India and Pakistan, not just at the foreign minister level, certainly, but at multiple levels. We, of course, are encouraging all parties to work together for a responsible solution. The world is watching this, but I have no additional details in that regard. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
On whether there has been any further collaboration between the United States and Pakistan since Pakistan facilitated the arrest of an ISIS suspect last month.
Yeah, I recall that we appreciated that arrest when it occurred, and I said so here at this podium. But at this point, I think what we should all be looking for is the results of the conversations the Secretary has today with the foreign ministers of both of those countries.
Can we on Pakistan follow, please?
Yes, certainly. Go ahead.
Congratulations on your 100 days completion.
Thank you, sir.
So the Secretary, Senor Rubio, already spoke to Pakistan Foreign Minister in these 100 days. But the problem is that the entire U.S. Congress has voted that the election last year were rigged. Recently, your congressional leaders went to Pakistan, which includes a general, a very respectable general. He said that things are not going well, and unelected leaders are ruling Pakistan illegally. So,
well, yes. We have a very specific environment right now, with very specific requirements that the Secretary of State is taking care of and engaging in. And we're gonna leave it at that. And as a matter of fact, I've got an event I need to be going to regarding. As a matter of fact, we'll take one more question perhaps on this issue. The young man there with the glasses there in the center here. Yes, sir.
Moving to Indo-Pacific a little bit. First question on Taiwan. Today marks the first 100 days of Trump administration, but also marks the 100th day that we don't have an AIT chairperson yet. So when can we expect a new AIT chairperson? Second question being that I don't think Secretary Rubio has traveled to Asia. Does he have any plan to travel to Asia in near future and meeting with his Chinese counterpart in the near future? Thank you.
Well, I don't have an answer to the first question. We can perhaps take that back and see if we can get something for you. And at this point in time, I don't have anything to report to you about the Secretary's travels. But what I will tell you as to what I am going to here is the Secretary meeting with families of Japanese abductees. He is going to be meeting with a delegation of the Japanese legislative members, family members, and advocates for Japanese citizens abducted by North Korea. We will have a readout for you that will be released following that meeting. And that is what I'm heading to now. Thank you all very much. We have a very, very exciting week, and happy 100 days. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Thanks, Tammy. I wanted to move on to a country which is a neighbor, in fact, Canada. Unless mistaken, I haven't seen any official reaction by the White House or the State Department or officials on the election
I have one.
Victory last night of Mark Carney
as
the Prime Minister. And he pledged today that a united Canada would confront the President.
Well, here's what we can say about Canada. The United States extends its congratulations to Prime Minister Mark Carney and his party on their win in Canada's recent federal elections. The U.S.-Canada relationship remains one of the most extensive in the world. We look forward to working with Prime Minister Carney's government, particularly on key issues such as trade fairness, combating illegal immigration, halting the flow of fentanyl, and other dangerous drugs, and countering the Chinese Communist Party influence in our hemisphere. All right. Yeah, Daphne.
On Syria, we're reporting that the Syrian...
For me to try and squeeze some more reporters in. But to my colleague's point, the White House's public position has continued to be that Canada should be the 51st state. You yourself have said that Donald Trump is trying to break Canada. Considering all that, how can you expect good faith negotiations when you travel to Washington next week?
Look, I think first I've had the direct conversation with him on whatever day it was, Tuesday, I guess it was, a couple of days ago, and we agreed to have those negotiations. Very clear discussion between us, as I said, very constructive, and I would say the time allocated to our meeting and the seniority of he's the president, so that's as senior as you get, but the other members of his administration who will be assisting at those meetings suggests the seriousness of the discussions. Again, do not expect white smoke out of that meeting. There'll be white smoke probably later somewhere else in the world this month, but do not expect that. But so that's the first thing, is just the level of the direct dialogue, the discussion, the level of people there. The second point, I'll make it quickly, and thank you for restricting the question so others can get in, is that he respects, as others who are good negotiators, and he's one of the best negotiators, they respect strength. That's why we're building Canada strong. There's lots of reasons to build Canada strong, but the point is, and I will make this point repeatedly, we have more than enough to do here at home. That point about we can give ourselves more than the Americans can take away is absolutely right. We can have a bigger boost to our economy, to incomes, to jobs, by focusing on building one Canadian economy, by building these nation-building projects, by focusing on getting productivity up, by reducing government waste, by driving investment in this country. And so that is a good in and of itself. We're going to focus on that while we have these negotiations with the Americans. And if the negotiations with the Americans take longer, so be it. We've got more than enough to do here.
Kyle Duggan, the Canadian Press.
Thank you very much, everybody. It's a great honor to have Prime Minister Mark Carney with us. As you know, just a few days ago, he won a very big election in Canada. And I think I was probably the greatest thing that happened to him, but I can't take vote credit. His party was losing by a lot, and he ended up winning. So I really want to congratulate him. It was probably one of the greatest comebacks in the history of politics, maybe even greater than mine. But I want to just congratulate you. That was a great election, actually. We were watching it with interest, and I think Canada chose a very talented person, a very good person, because we spoke before the election quite a few times. And it's an honor to have you at the White House and the Oval Office. And you see the new and improved Oval Office as it becomes more and more beautiful with love. We handle it with great love. And 24-karat gold, that always helps too, right? But it's been a lot of fun. We're going over some of the beautiful pictures that were stored in the vaults that were for many, many years, in some cases over 100 years. They were stored in vaults of the great presidents, or almost great presidents, all having a reason for being up, every one of them. So it's very interesting. But I just want to congratulate you, and ran a really great race. I watched the debate. I thought you were excellent, and I think we have a lot of things in common. We have some tough points to go over, and that'll be fine. We're going to also be discussing Ukraine, Russia, the war, because Mark wants it ended as quickly as I do. I think it has to end. We had some very good news last night. The Houthis have announced that they are not, or they've announced to us at least, that they don't want to fight anymore. They just don't want to fight, and we will honor that. And we will stop the bombings, and they have capitulated. But more importantly, we will take their word. They say they will not be blowing up ships anymore, and that's what the purpose of what we were doing. So that's just news. We just found out about that. So I think that's very, very positive. They were knocking out a lot of ships going, as you know, sailing beautifully down the various seas. It wasn't just the canal, it was a lot of other places. And I will accept their word, and we are going to stop the bombing of the Houthis. effective immediately. And Marco, you'll let everybody know that, okay? Do you have something to say about that, by the way? It's a pretty big announcement.
Yeah, this was always a freedom of navigation mission. These guys, these are, a band of individuals with advanced weaponry that were threatening global shipping. And the job was to get that to stop. And if it's going to stop, then we can stop. And I think it's an important development.
And we'll have maybe before we're going to, as you know, the Middle East, Saudi Arabia. We're going to UAE and Qatar. And that'll be, I guess, Monday night. Some of you are coming with us. I think before then we're going to have a very, very big announcement to make, like as big as it gets. And I won't tell you on what, but it's going to, and it's very positive. I'd tell you if it was negative or positive. I can't keep that out. It is really, really positive. And that announcement will be made either Thursday or Friday or Monday before we leave. But it'll be one of the most important announcements that have been made in many years about a certain subject, very important subject. So you'll all be here. Mark, would you like to say a few words?
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I'm on the edge of my seat, actually, for the big announcement. But thank you for your hospitality and above all, for your leadership. You're a transformational president, focus on the economy with a relentless focus on the American worker, securing your borders, ending the scourge of fentanyl and other opioids, and securing the world. And I've been elected with my colleagues here, with the help of my colleagues here. I'm going to spread the credit to transform Canada with a similar focus on the economy, securing our borders. Again, on fentanyl, much greater focus on defense and security, securing the Arctic and developing the Arctic. And the history of Canada and the U.S. is we're stronger when we work together, and there's many opportunities to work together. And I look forward to, addressing some of those issues that we have, but also finding those areas of mutual cooperation so we can move forward.
That's great. Very nice. Thank you very much. It's a very nice statement.
Mr. President.
Yeah, please.
What's the top concession you want out of Canada? The top concession you want out of Canada?
Concession?
Yes.
Friendship.
But that's not a concession.
No, we're going to be friends with Canada. Regardless of anything, we're going to be friends with Canada. Canada is a very special place to me. I know so many people that live in Canada. My parents had relatives that lived in Canada, my mother in particular. And I love Canada. I have a lot of respect for the Canadians. Wayne Gretzky, how good, the great one. You happen to have a very, very good hockey player right here on the Capitals, who I have a lot of. He is a big, tough cookie too. He just broke the record, and he's a great guy. And we had the team here, and I got to know a lot of the players. But now Canada is a very special place. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, Mr. Prime Minister, I'd like to get your response to this too. Mr. President, you have said that Canada should become the 51st state.
Yeah. No. Well, I still believe that, but it takes two to tango, right? But no, I do. I believe it would be a massive tax cut for the Canadian citizens. You get free military, you get tremendous medical cares and other things. There would be a lot of advantages, but it would be a massive tax cut. And it's also a beautiful, as a real estate developer, I'm a real estate developer at heart. When you get rid of that artificially drawn line, somebody drew that line many years ago with like a ruler, just a straight line right across the top of the country. When you look at that beautiful formation when it's together, I'm a very artistic person, but when I looked at that beauty, I said that's the way it was meant to be. But I do feel it's much better for Canada. But we're not going to be discussing that unless somebody wants to discuss it. I think that there are tremendous benefits to the Canadian citizens, tremendously lower taxes, free military, which honestly we give you essentially anyway because we're protecting Canada if you ever had a problem. But I think it would really be a wonderful marriage because it's two places that get along very well. They like each other a lot.
Well, if I may, as you know from real estate, there are some places that are never for sale.
That's true.
We're sitting in one right now, Buckingham Palace that you visited as well.
That's true.
And having met with the owners of Canada over the course of the campaign last several months, it's not for sale, won't be for sale.
ever. But the opportunity is in the partnership and what we can build together. And we have done that in the past. And part of that, as the President just said, is with respect to our own security. And my government is committed for a step change in our investment in Canadian security and our partnership. And I'll say this as well, that the President has revitalized international security, revitalized NATO, and us playing our full weight in NATO, and that will be part of it.
And they have, I must say, Canada is stepping up the military participation because Mark knew, they were low, and now they're stepping it up, and that's a very important thing. But never say never. Never say never.
Yeah, please. Thank you, Mr. President. When you first announced this idea, critics said it would be prohibitively expensive, potentially ineffective, and could trigger an arms race in space. What do you say to those critics about that?
Well, they're wrong. It's about as close to perfect as you can have in terms of real production. I told you Canada wants to be a part of it, which be, fairly small expansion. But we'll work with them on pricing. We'll be dealing with them on pricing. They know about it very much. They've asked to be a part of it, actually. They've asked us to be a part of it. I think it's something that is great. If you can afford to do it, we can afford to do it. We took in $5.1 trillion in the last 4 days in the Middle East. And when you think about it, this is a tiny fraction of that. But we make it all here. We're going to make it all here. We have, I will tell you, an adversary told me, a very big adversary told me the most brilliant people in the world are Silicon Valley. He said, we cannot duplicate them. We can't. This was somebody that I won't tell you who it is, but you'd be amazed. We have the most brilliant minds in the world doing this kind of thing, the equipment, the space, the computers, everything. But I said that we just can't duplicate what you have there in Silicon Valley. We never have been able to, and there's a very strong group of people and very strong minds, but they can't. So we have things that nobody else can have. You see what we've done helping Israel with that. You probably wouldn't have in Israel. They launched probably 500 missiles altogether, and I think 1/2 of a missile got through, and that was only falling to the ground as scrap metal. It's pretty amazing, and this is in terms of technology far advanced from that system.
On Golden Dome, the president put out this number of $61 billion. How did he arrive at that? Is that the number it will cost to protect Canada, and is it negotiable, or where did it come from?
I can certainly ask the president, and I can check in with our research team, and we'll get you the facts on that number. But the Golden Dome is certainly a significant investment in our nation's national security and homeland security to protect Americans, all of you in this room, from future threats.
Any readout on, have the Canadians been talking in good faith about paying to be in it? I know they've expressed some interest.
Well, the president has certainly expressed to the Canadians how we are essentially subsidizing their national defense. He brought it up in his meeting with their new leader here, and as you know, we'll be traveling to Canada next month for the G7, so I expect that topic of discussion to come up on that trip as well. Sure.
Hey, thanks, Caroline.
Well, I don't want to say that. Mr. President, do you expect to have some trade deals announced at the G7 summit coming up?
Look, we have our trade deals. All we have to do is send a letter. This is what you're going to have to pay. But I think we'll have a few new trade deals. Yeah.
Will the U.S. continue to support the defense of Israel? Will the U.S. continue to support Israel in its defense?
We do. Yeah. Thank you very much, everybody.
All right, just relax. We'll open in. Just relax.
Peter.
Okay, one more. One more. Just move. Right back.
Kit, yes, either that.
1 second, sir. All right.
Bring everybody in.
Hey, you're in. Peter.
We good to go? We good to go?
We good to go?
Go ahead, sir.
All right, thank you. Mr. President, welcome to Canada. Thank you. It's a great honor. Happy birthday. A few days short.
A little bit.
A few days short, but didn't have a chance to see you on the day. Happy birthday to the U.S. military as well, 250th, and this is the 50th birthday, if you will, of the G7. This marks the 50th birthday of the G7, and the G7 is nothing without U.S. leadership, and your personal leadership of the United States. Many issues geopolitics, economic, technology, and working hand in hand with the United States, Canada and the United States, and the other G7 partners with your leadership. Very much looking forward to the meeting. I'm grateful to have you.
Thank you very much, Mark. I appreciate it, and we've developed a very good relationship, and we're going to be talking about trade and many other things. And we have a whole group of people, some traders and some other people. I see my top economy people. But we have a very talented group of people, and you do too, and I know they work together very well. I look forward to that. The G7 used to be the G8. Barack Obama and a person named Trudeau didn't want to have Russia in, and I would say that that was a mistake, because I think you wouldn't have a war right now if you had Russia in. And you wouldn't have a war right now if Trump were president 4 years ago. But it didn't work out that way. But it used to be the G8, and now it's, I guess, what's that, 8 years ago, it switched over. They threw Russia out, which I claimed was a very big mistake. Even though I wasn't in politics then, I was very loud about it. It was a mistake in that you spend so much time talking about Russia, and he's no longer at the table. So it makes life more complicated. But you wouldn't have had the war. Other than that, I think we're going to accomplish a lot, and I expect to. And I think our primary focus will be trade and trade with Canada, and I'm sure we can work something out.
Yeah, very good.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, so am I. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, holding up a deal with Canada.
Say it.
What is holding up a deal with Canada from your perspective?
It's not so much holding up. I think we have different concepts. I have a tariff concept, and Mark has a different concept, which is something that some people like. But we're going to see if we can get to the bottom of it today. I'm a tariff person. I've always been a tariff. It's simple, it's easy, it's precise, and it just goes very quickly. And I think Mark has a more complex idea, but also very good. So we're going to look at both, and we're going to see what we're going to come out with something, hopefully.
Mr. President, do you think a deal is achievable within days, within weeks? Is there that kind of runway?
Yeah, it's achievable. Both parties have to agree. Yeah, sure.
Mr. President, have you heard any signals or seen any messages from intermediaries that Iran wishes to de-escalate the conflict?
Yeah.
What have you heard? What have you heard from the Iranians?
They'd like to talk, but they should have done that before. I had 60 days, and they had 60 days, and on the 61st day, I said, we don't have a deal. They have to make a deal, and it's painful for both parties, but I'd say Iran is not winning this war, and they should talk, and they should talk immediately before it's too late.
And what would you say, in your opinion, what would it take for the U.S. to get involved in this conflict militarily?
I don't want to talk about that.
And you mentioned Putin. Do you think that he should have a seat at the G7 today, that it should be the G8?
I'm not saying he should at this point, because too much water's gone over the dam, maybe. But it was a big mistake. Obama didn't want him, and the head of your country, the proud head of your country, didn't want him. This was a big mistake. You wouldn't have that war. You know, you have your enemy at the table. Even I don't even consider him. He wasn't really an enemy at that time. There was no concept. If I were president, this war would have never happened. But likewise, if he were a member of what was called the G8 at that time, it was always the G8. You wouldn't have a war right now.
What Israel support and what intelligence support are you providing Israel?
We've always supported Israel. We have for a long period of time, strongly. And Israel's doing very well right now.
Why not have China at the G8? Why not have China here, the biggest economy in the world after the United States?
Well, it's not a bad idea. I don't mind that. If somebody wants to suggest China coming in, I think we suggest. But you want to have people that you can talk to. You know, they don't talk. Putin speaks to me. He doesn't speak to anybody else. He doesn't want to talk because he was very insulted when he got thrown out of the G8. As I would be, as you would be, as anybody would be. He was very insulted. And, I mean, he was thrown out by Trudeau, who convinced one or two people, along with Obama. He was thrown out, and he's not a happy person about it, I can tell you that. He basically doesn't even speak to the people that throw him out. and I agree with him.
On immigration, why are you ordering ICE to target Democratic inner cities? What's behind that?
I don't know what you're saying.
You did a post last night where you said you want ICE to really target Democratic.
Yeah, I want them to focus on the cities, because the cities are where you really have what's called sanctuary cities, and that's where the people are. I look at New York, I look at Chicago. I mean, you got a really bad governor in Chicago and a bad mayor, but the governor's probably the worst in the country, Pritzker. But I look at how that city has been overrun by criminals, and you know, New York and L.A. Look at L.A. L.A. Those people weren't from L.A. They weren't from California. Most of those people, many of those people, and yeah, that's a focus. Biden allowed 21 million people to come into our country. Of that, vast numbers of those people were murderers, killers, people from gangs, people from jails. They emptied their jails out into the U.S. Most of those people are in the cities, all blue cities, all Democrat-run cities, and they think they're going to use them to vote. It's not going to happen.
That's it. Thank you. If you don't mind, I'm going to exercise my role, if you will, as G7 chair, since we have a few more minutes with the president and his team, and then we actually have to start the meeting to address some of these big issues. So thank you. Thank you, media. Let's go. Thank you. That's it. That's it. Thank you very much. Out. Go, guys. Out. Thank you. Katie, let's go. Out. They don't want to. Thank you. Okay.
Mr. President, are you seriously considering guys are headed out?
Let's go. Thank you very much. Okay, let's go.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions?
Yes, sir. On the subject, sir.
Not Canada.
Why not? Why not Canada, by the way?
Why?
I mean,
because this is about a different subject right now. This is right now actually a much more important subject. We just ended a war that was going on for 30 years where 6 million people died. So don't ask me a trade question on Canada.
Mr. President, Kara Castanova from Lindell TV. Now that your administration, and congratulations, has secured peace in Africa to a bloody, horrific war that's gone on for decades and no other president could do it, do you think the mainstream media will finally...
I'm telling you. But you're right. No other president could do it. They tried, and they didn't even try, I don't think. I actually straighten out their act. Okay?
Is there anything Canada can do to change your mind about this situation?
Well, no, they put a tax on companies that were American companies that they shouldn't. Very severe tax, and yeah, I guess they could remove it. They will, but I don't really. I mean, it doesn't matter to me. We have all the cards. We have all the cards. You know, we do a lot of business with Canada, but relatively little. They do most of their businesses with us. And when you have that circumstance, you treat people better. They've had farmers that are getting like 300, 400, 200% in tariffs. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. We have cases, you don't read this and the people don't report, but they charge us 400% on some dairy products. 400%. Nobody writes that. It's not fair to our farmers, and we've got to protect our farmers. Severe penalties, financial and otherwise. Okay?
On the President, to go back to your Truth Social post on Canada specifically, why are you deciding to end trade talks with Canada, and what rate are you looking to set?
So Canada put a charge on some of our companies, and Canada's been a very difficult country to deal with over the years. You know, we hear Canada, we have a great relationship with the people of Canada, but it's been very difficult. And they put a charge, and they were a little bit early, we found out about it. So, and we have all the cards. We have every single one. We don't want to do anything bad, but they have, economically, we have such power over Canada. I'd rather not use it, but they did something with our tech companies today trying to copy Europe. You know, they copied Europe. It's not going to work out well for Europe either. And it's not going to work out well for Canada. They were foolish to do it. And so I said, we're going to stop all negotiations with Canada right now until they straighten out their act. Okay?
Is there anything Canada can do to change your...
Mr. President, sir. So we're going to Texas. Some of you are coming with us.
a horrible thing. A horrible thing. Nobody can even believe it. Such a thing. That much water that fast. Without a dam break, you'd think a dam would have to break to have it. So it's a terrible thing, but we're going to be there with some of the great families and others, the governor, everybody.
So what is the message to families? Will you plan to talk to the Brazilian president about the tariffs?
Maybe at some point I'll talk to him. Right now I'm not. They're treating President Bolsonaro very unfairly. He's a good man. You know, I know him well. I negotiated with him. He was a very tough negotiator, and I can tell you he was a very honest man, and he loved the people of Brazil. He was a very tough guy to negotiate with. I shouldn't like him because he was very tough in negotiation, but he was also very honest. And I know the honest one, and I know the crooked one.
Mr. President, what's your role in Any carve-out?
We're going to see. It was sent yesterday. They called. I think it was fairly well received. It's what we need. So we'll see what happens.
Sir, Russian drones hit a maternity hospital in Ukraine overnight. Your reaction to
I know.
that?
You'll be seeing things happen.
Now that you were going to take that, are you planning on delivering any type of help for undocumented families that lost everything, including their children?
I think we've done very well on immigration. We were given a very bad hand by Biden. He allowed 25 million people to come in, totally unchecked, unvetted. We're getting the criminals out, and we're getting them out fast. The courts have ultimately done the right thing. Amazingly, they've really done the right thing, and they understand it's really the survival of our country. It's a very important thing. We can't have like 11,888 murderers. And, you know, something that you should have that you haven't reported. As you know, 300,000 children are missing, right? 300,000 under Biden. We've already gotten back 10,000 of those children, and we have a lot more planned to come back. We're getting them back by the thousands. But 300,000, and as of this morning, over 10,000 we've gotten back.
What is your advice to countries worldwide ahead of the upcoming tariff deadline?
Oh, I think just keep working hard. You know, we've been taken advantage of for many, many years by countries, both friend and foe. And frankly, the friends have been worse than the foes in many cases. So I would say just keep working. It's all going to work out.
And families who have loved ones still missing.
I think he's doing a terrible job. I think we should be, I think we should be 3 points lower interest rate.
So your message
is costing our country a lot of money. We should be number one, and we're not. And that's because of Jerome Powell. In terms of interest, we are number one in the world. Look, I'll tell you a little simple language. 1 year ago, our country was a dead country. We were going nowhere except down. We were the laughing stock all over the world. And now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We're number one everywhere, anywhere in the world. And that's all they're talking about is our country. 1 year ago it was a dead country. Now it's the hottest country anywhere in the world.
So your message to families.
Dropped her glasses.
What's the holdup with the negotiations with Canada?
Well, they have to pay a fair rate. That's all. It's very simple. They have been charging very, very high tariffs to our farmers, some over 200%. And they've been treating our farmers very badly. They've been treating our country very badly for years. And look, we like Canada. I love Canada. I have so many friends in Canada. But they've been very poorly led. They've been very, very poorly led. And all we want is fairness for our country. That's all. You know, they want to be under the, as we call it, the Golden Dome. And I said, well, you know, you're going to have to pay for that. They want a lot of things from our country, and for years we did it. We basically protect them with our military. They spend very little money on their military, as you know. Not an acceptable amount of money. Yeah, please. Very happy.
Mr. President, a very good call with Prime Minister Carney of Canada yesterday morning.
Yes.
Actually, Canada is taking away some retaliatory tariffs.
He's removing his tariffs, yeah.
Exactly.
He's removing his retaliatory tariffs, which I thought was nice. And we're going to have another call soon. Okay. Yeah, we had a very good call.
You're getting closer towards an agreement on trade?
I like them. You know, look, I'm fighting for the United States. Canada and Mexico have taken a lot of our business over the years, over 25, 30 years, especially during the Biden years. They took a lot of our business, and it's basically all coming back into the United States now. Well, hot as a pistol, and it's coming back in. Because of tariffs and the incentives we give, it's coming back. And it's impossible, I think, for another country to stop it. And we are working on something. We want to be very good to Canada. I like Carney a lot. I think he's a good person. And we had a very good talk yesterday. So I think it'll be good.
Mr. President, I have a question about...
Mr. Secretary, if I could ask you a question just a little closer to home. Yesterday, President Trump terminated trade negotiations with Canada. Have you spoken with Foreign Minister Anand? What can Canada do to resume these?
Well, I think what happened is one of the leaders in Canada was running ads in the United States on tariffs that took President Reagan's words out of context. Even the Reagan Foundation criticized them for it. But I have not spoken. I've been traveling since yesterday. I have not spoken to the foreign minister since then. But I mean, the president made his announcement that he's suspended any trade talks with Canada for now.
Hello, everybody. Have a good trip. It's going to be a long one. It's going to be a very long trip, right? What's up?
What are you expecting from your meeting with President Xi, and what is your message to him?
Well, we have a lot of things to discuss, including our farmers. Right? We have a lot of things to discuss. The various trade deals that have been made in the past, and some broken, some not broken, but we've got many, many things. I think it's going to turn out to be a very good meeting.
Do they need to make concessions to get a deal? Are you willing to pause tariffs?
Yeah, sure. They have to make concessions. I guess we would too. We're at 157% tariff for them. I don't think that's sustainable for them, and they want to get that down, and we want certain things from them. I think it'll be very good.
What do you think the odds are you go ahead? Sorry, what do you think the odds are you go ahead with that 100% tariff on November 1st?
I don't know. I have no odds. I don't want to predict odds. I don't think they would want that, and that would not be good for them.
Sir,
and I would like to see it.
Sir, what's your view on what Canada needs to do to get things back on track?
Well, Canada lied. I mean, what they did was terrible. They made up a fake statement by President Reagan. Reagan was a big supporter of tariffs when needed, and we need tariffs for national security, and they totally turned it around because they're getting hurt by tariffs and we're gaining by tariffs. They've used tariffs on us when we had different presidents very successfully, and they've taken a lot of money out of our country, and now we're taking it all back. And so they went out and they made a fake commercial. The Reagan Foundation went crazy when they saw it because it was, the opposite. It was the opposite of what Ronald Reagan liked tariffs, and when necessary, he would use tariffs. And it's made us a very rich country. It's also made us, when they were used against us, it was not good for us. But we've used them very successfully. We have the highest stock market we've ever had. We have great national security. I've settled wars because of tariffs. And a president has the right to use tariffs, especially when it comes to national security. We need it for national security, even including our own wealth and paying down debt and all of the other things. So, we're in very good shape with that. but they took a commercial saying the exact opposite, Canada. And so I'm very disappointed in Canada. They lied. I mean, it was a fraud what they did.
What can they do to get it back on track, though?
I don't know. I mean, I'm satisfied with the deal we have. We have a deal right now that's very good for us. Any deal that would have been made would have been better for them than the one they have right now. That's why I was surprised they did this. They did this to try and influence the Supreme Court. And many foreign countries aren't particularly happy, but they took advantage of us for years. For years and years they took advantage. And presidents shouldn't have allowed that to happen, but they did. So, really, I don't think there's much they can do. I just assume leave it the way it is. If you leave it the way it is, it's very good for us.
Will you meet with Prime Minister Carney during this trip?
I don't have any intention of it, no.
What do you expect of your meeting with the new Japanese Prime Minister, Takaichi?
I think good. I hear great things about her. I think she's going to be great. She was a great friend of Mr. Abe, who was a great man, Prime Minister Abe, and a great friend of mine, as you know, and he was just a fantastic person, and he liked her a lot, she liked him a lot, so that's a good sign. I look forward to meeting her.
She's reportedly planning to bring plans to buy Ford F-150 pickup trucks.
Oh, good. Well, that's good. They're great trucks. Are you saying I have that plan, or she has that plan?
She has that plan.
Well, that's great. She has good taste.
That's
a hot truck.
That she might eventually try to renegotiate the
She might. I mean, she might. Look, I'm open to whatever they. We have a great relationship with Japan, and we're going to have a fantastic relationship with them. So we'll see.
Mr. President, do you believe that China played a role at all in establishing peace between Cambodia and Thailand in their recent conflict? Did China help in that process?
Well, they weren't involved. They weren't.
Will you still sign over preside over
Malaysia was involved, actually. So Malaysia helped us. One of the reasons I'm going to Malaysia is they were very much involved in the whole thing, Thailand and all that. I told the leader of Malaysia, who's a very good man, I said, I think I owe you a trip. And that's why we're stopping in Malaysia for that reason. Malaysia was very much involved.
Sir, while in South Korea, do you have any plans to meet with Kim Jong-un and to meet him?
Well, I would if he would contact him. And I was, the last time I met you, and I put it out over the internet that I'm coming to South Korea. If he'd like to meet, I'm open to it, certainly. We had a very, yeah, I do it. I mean, if you want to put out the word, I'm open to it. You know, they don't have a lot of telephone service. They have a lot of nuclear weapons, but not a lot of telephone service. So I'm open to it. I had a great relationship with him, and he probably knows I'm coming, right? But you want to put out the word, I'm open to it.
Has he been in touch at all before this trip?
Well, there's not a lot of ways other than the internet. You know, they have very little telephonic service, and but he knows I'm coming, and he would, yeah, I'd be open to it 100%. I got along very well with Kim Jong-un.
Do you expect to finalize your trade deal with, or your tariff deal with South Korea on this trip? It hasn't been signed
Well,
yet.
it's pretty close to being finalized, I think, and so it could be, if they have it ready, I'm ready.
How about Malaysia and Cambodia, those trade deals? Are you ready?
Yeah, sure. If the papers are ready, we have deals with a lot of people, and they're very good deals. I hope they're very good for everybody.
Do you know if the signing ceremony?
Who are you with?
I'm with Politico.
With Politico. Oh, that's good.
Do you know if the signing ceremony
Stepping up their game. That's good.
is still going forward? There's a report just
About what? Which one?
that the Thailand Prime Minister may not attend due to death in Thailand.
Well, there was a change. Yeah, there was a death. So I don't know. I really don't know. No, I don't know that.
How did you manage to find somebody to pay for our troops during the shutdown?
He's a great gentleman. He's a great patriot. He's obviously a very substantial man. And he contributed $130 million toward the military in order to make up any difference. So he wanted to see the military get paid. So did I. And he's a wonderful man, and he doesn't want publicity. He doesn't, he'd prefer, I think, that his name not be mentioned, which is pretty unusual in the world I come from. And in the world of politics, you want your name mentioned. He doesn't. He's a great patriot. He really is. He put up $130 million in order to make sure that's a lot of money, in order to make sure that the military got paid. And he's a big supporter of mine.
Is it an American citizen?
It is, yeah. Great American citizen.
And do you want Congress to pass a bill to allow 42 million Americans to continue to get food stamps during the shutdown?
Well, I'm going to let some other people talk to you. I'll have a comment on that later, but the Democrats are stopping it. All they have to do is agree to let's go, and we're ready. And we voted for it many times. All we need is 5 Democrats. The Republicans vote for it, but we'll see what happens. But really, this is purely Democrat. They're doing some really bad things. I think they're lost souls. You know what that is? They are lost souls.
After this trip, do you think you'll sit down with Hakeem Jeffries and?
I would. I'd be willing to. I would have now too. You know, I left. I said, "Come on over. Just put the government back." All they have to do is say yes, and it's over. And we start, and then we go into a negotiation. Look, Obamacare has been terrible. We can make it better. I'm all for that. But they're not, and they want to allow many illegal people that came into our country illegally from prisons, from mental institutions, from all over the world. They want them to get paid, and that's going to hurt the citizens of our country, and I just can't do it.
Sir, what influence do you want China to exert on Russia to stop?
Well, I'd love China to help us out with Russia. We put very big sanctions on Russia. I think those sanctions are going to be, you know, they're very biting, they're very strong. But I'd like to see China help us out. I have a good relationship with, as you know, President Xi. Very good. We're going to be meeting. We'll have a good meeting. I'm pretty sure we're going to have a great meeting, maybe a great meeting. But I think we're going to do some good business. One of the things we'll talk about is the Russia-Ukraine. They're killing 7,000 people a week, soldiers, mostly soldiers, and we'll certainly be talking about that. He'd like to see that end too.
And do you worry that the sanctions are so biting that you might push Putin too far?
I don't think so. No, I don't think so. He's saying, well, they won't have that much of an effect. So I don't know. Yeah, that's what he says. I don't think he's right about that. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. I think he'd like to see it over with.
Earlier this week, you said that you don't think that China would make any moves on Taiwan. What gives you that?
I don't think China would what?
Would make any moves on Taiwan.
Well, I hope they won't. We'll have to see. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. I hope they won't. I think it would be very dangerous for them to do.
Are you open to changing U.S. policy on Taiwan?
Well, I don't want to talk about that now. I don't want to create any complexity. The trip is already complex enough.
Is there any reason?
But, you know, I think China wants to have 10 great years. And they can, you know, they can. Or they can have some bad years, and they don't want that, and we're going to have a very good meeting.
If you don't get a deal, what will you do for U.S. farmers who are being impacted by this?
Well, we're going to subsidize them, and we'll give them some money because it's not their fault. They've been doing very well. They did very well under me. Even if you look at the ranchers for the first time in years have made some money, but the beef prices are up a little bit, so we'll have to make a determination. But the ranchers are very happy because, you know, for many years they suffered. Now they're making a little money, they're making some money, and that's a good thing. You know, I'm happy about that. So we'll see, but we'll see. Beyond that point, we'll see.
Back on North Korea, they say that in order to have talks with the U.S., they have to be recognized as a nuclear power. Is that something you're open to?
Well, I think they are sort of a nuclear power. I mean, I know how many weapons they have. I know everything about them. And I've had a very good relationship with Kim Jong-un. When you say they have to be recognized as a nuclear power, well, they got a lot of nuclear weapons, I'll say that. Okay, go ahead, Liz.
What kind of land targets in Venezuela do you want to strike? And how do you decide which ones to strike?
Well, we're going to see with Venezuela. I can tell you one thing. We stopped all drugs virtually from coming in by sea. And we'll stop all drugs from coming in by land very shortly. You'll see that starting. They're not going to want to do that. They're not going to want to do that. But you're going to see drugs stopping coming into our country, just like we stopped prisoners and drug dealers, drug addicts, we have stopped virtually everybody from coming in, other than people that want to come in legally. You know, we have a lot of people coming in legally, passing tests, going through a process, but we don't have people coming in from prisons and from mental institutions and the drug dealers. We don't have them coming in. We have almost nobody. We really have nobody, if you know it. For 5 months in a row, they had 0 people come in. And we used to have 1 million and 2 million and 3 million people coming in.
Will you meet with Brazil's president on this trip? He's going to the
I believe we're meeting, yeah. We met at the United Nations briefly, just before I went on, and there was no teleprompter. They didn't allow my teleprompter to work. How about that one? But I gave a good speech anyway. Have a good trip, everybody.
Are you open to reducing the tariffs on Brazil?
Yeah, under the right circumstances.
Mr. President, what do you talk about AI with President Xi?
Well, we're leading AI. We're leading China in AI. We're leading everybody in AI. We're doing very well. We have plants being built all over the country. We're going to have maybe $21 trillion by the time my first year's up. Nobody's ever had that. We've already hit $17 trillion. No country has ever hit numbers like that. That's investment into our country. We have auto factories open. You saw General Motors yesterday and Ford. They took a big leap forward because of tariffs, but they took a big leap. They went way up. We're respected again, is really respected as a country, and a lot of that has to do with the tariffs. The tariffs are giving us national security and strength. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Have a good time. Go to sleep, everybody, right?
Are you going to sleep?
I don't know. I'd love to. I don't know. I don't know that I'm capable of it if you want to know that, but I'm going to try. This is a long trip. The answer's, I would imagine so. Have fun. Have fun. Thank you.
Taxation without representation is tyranny. This was the rallying cry of our founding fathers. This was the rallying cry of American patriots in the years leading up to the American Revolution. It was the rallying cry of militiamen at the battles of Lexington and Concord, and it still should be the rallying cry of Congress. No taxation without representation is embedded in our Constitution. The Constitution forbids any one man or woman from raising taxes. Revenue is not only a question for Congress, but the Constitution commands that taxation legislation originate in the House of Representatives. This is the only issue that specifically has to originate not only in Congress, but in one specific house. Our founders thought that the House of Representatives, elected every 2 years, were closer to the people. And the things they feared the most were big taxes and big government. They said taxes must originate in the House. And yet these taxes are originating with the White House. The idea that no one should have taxes imposed on them without their consent is central to the ancient concept of what constitutes a free people. That principle is enshrined in Magna Carta, that taxation should be imposed only after obtaining the common counsel of the kingdom. It was reaffirmed in the 1689 English Bill of Rights when it declared that there shall be no taxation without the consent of Parliament. In 1765, the American patriot who helped formulate the grievances against the British Crown, James Otis, called for a defense of this principle by popularizing the phrase, taxation without representation is tyranny. This principle was said by many to be the principle, the spark that sparked our revolution. Yet today the Senate is compelled to act because one person in our country wishes to raise taxes. Without the approval of the Senate, without the approval of the House, without the approval of the Constitution. The idea that one person can raise taxes is contrary to our founding principles. The Constitution forbids it. As Montesquieu wrote, in the spirit of the laws, when the legislative and the executive are combined and united in one person, there can be no liberty. Our founders took that heart to lesson and embedded that in the Constitution, the principle of the separation of powers, as well as a system of checks and balances. They knew that combining the legislative and executive powers would lead the country down a path to tyranny. Allowing taxes to be levied, doubled, tripled, and then one day perhaps forgiven is a recipe for chaos. The tariffs are implemented, the tariffs are canceled, the tariffs are delayed, the tariff rate changes daily. Just this week, the President added a special 10% import tax on Canada because he was mad about the nation's Ronald Reagan ad. An ad, by the way, which was showing Ronald Reagan verbatim speaking. Newsflash to the administration, Reagan was a free trader. Reagan believed, and I quote, that protectionism costs consumers billions of dollars, damages the overall economy, and destroys jobs. Ronald Reagan's vision for America can be seen in our trading relationship with Canada. In 1986, President Reagan said, "Our trade policy rests firmly on the foundation of free and open markets." Further, he said, "I recognize the inescapable conclusion that all history has taught. The freer the flow of trade, the stronger the tides of human progress and peace among nations." It was Bastiat who wrote that when trade and when goods don't cross borders, armies will. It's not a guarantee of peace, but one way to achieve peace is to attempt to have good relations and trade with all nations. No country, no business, no family can plan a budget when the tax rates, the import tax rates, and the cost of every commodity are determined by the whims of one man. There are now tariffs on steel, there are tariffs on aluminum, there are tariffs on lumber, and they change from day to day. But not one of these tariffs was voted on by the people's elected representative in Congress. These tariffs are simply announced by presidential proclamation. So perhaps more fundamental than a debate over what these tariffs are, what the rates are, and what they do to our economy is the question of whether Americans ought to perpetually live under emergency rule. This administration has declared emergencies with over 100 nations. With these emergency declarations, the president claims the unilateral right to levy import taxes. Think about this. What do you think of when you think of an emergency? You think of a war, a tornado, a famine. You don't think of trade policy that all of a sudden we have to give up on all of our constitutional prerogatives, all of the separation of powers, all that is embedded in the Constitution because there's an emergency in trade policy. If that were true, imagine what emergencies might come forward. Imagine where we would be and what lack of restraint would happen. And for Republicans, imagine what it's going to be like when someone from the other party is elected and they declare an emergency over the climate and ban cars or whatever might happen. We shouldn't be living this way. People say Congress is messy. Congress goes to gridlock. It's called debate. It's called discussion. And the only way we typically get somewhere is we have to agree with some people on the other side. That's one of the things we're trying to overcome now. But our founding fathers anticipated that a president might attempt someday to usurp the powers, the constitutional powers of the legislature. Madison wrote that our constitutional government would pit ambition against ambition. The ambition of a president or ambition of the Congress to usurp power will be checked by the other guarding their power. That we would limit the power of any one branch through checks and balances and prevent abuses of power. Madison, if he were here today, would be aghast to witness today's Congress that seems to lack any ambition to defend the constitutional separation of power. Emergency rule rejects the premise of a constitutional republic with limited powers and full accountability. Emergency rule is ruled by one person. We will perpetuate emergency rule that provides the president extraordinary powers to tax us without our consent. Is that what we're going to allow? Or will we restore constitutional government in which taxes are debated and voted on by the people's representatives? I, for one, still believe in the principle of no taxation without representation and will vote to terminate this contrived emergency and end these unconstitutional import taxes.
I recognize the Democrat leader. Mr. President, first I want to thank our great senators Klobuchar and Kaine and Wyden for leading the charge here on the Senate floor against Donald Trump's destructive, self-defeating, and often utterly juvenile trade war. Today, the Senate will vote to end Donald Trump's national emergency declaration against Canada and put a stop to the asinine trade war with our neighbors to the north. This has been the most peaceful relationship over the centuries, and Donald Trump seems to throw a hand grenade to undo that relationship. We need to put a stop to this asinine trade war with our neighbors to the north. And if Americans want proof that Donald Trump's trade war has been a catastrophe, considering this: while he capitulates to Beijing, he's raising tariffs on Canada. How nonsensical, how stupid, how thoughtless. One of our strongest allies, one of our most important trading partners. I don't know of two large economies that are more entwined than America's and Canada's. And after a year and a half of failed trade war, Americans have not gotten liberation. Instead, Americans have been saddled with a national sales tax. That's what Trump's tariffs are, a national sales tax on Americans. The average family, America, listen to this, the average family, American family, is paying $2,000 more a year thanks to Trump's tariffs. Our farmers are taking a beating. In New York, Donald Trump's 35% tariffs on Canada have been devastating. We depend on tourism. More than a quarter of the tourists who visit Niagara Falls and the wine country in the Finger Lakes region are from Canada. So many from Canada are flood New York City every year. And yet, this year, tourism and border crossings are down 20%. Western New York and Buffalo depend on those border crossings all the time. Trade between our nations has been hurt. Jobs have been squandered. The economy of every northern border state, as Minnesota, has suffered. And now Donald Trump wants to add another 10% tariff on Canada because his feelings were hurt over an ad featuring Ronald Reagan. Can you imagine what an infantile leader we have in America? He sees an ad and then hurts the American people with these tariffs? Yep. That's right. Donald Trump's pride has become so fragile that he's threatening to increase tariffs on Canada by another 10%, from 35% to 45%. Why? Simply because the government of Ontario released an ad that included a radio address from President Reagan warning about the danger of tariffs. And apparently that got Donald Trump's feelings all hurt. Trump is letting his delicate little ego drive U.S. trade, whether it's with Brazil or Argentina or with Canada. And the consequence is that Americans are paying more. This isn't a laughing matter, really. No. Struggling families have to pay thousands of dollars more each year because Donald Trump doesn't like the internal goings-on in Canada or Argentina or Brazil. That hurts Americans. And we pay more for construction materials, for aluminum, for paper, and so much more. But do you know what the truth hurts? What President Reagan said back in those years about the danger of tariffs was true back then and remains true today. And I know my colleagues on both sides of the aisle disagree. So right now, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the radio address delivered by President Reagan on April 25th on free trade and on the harms of tariffs on the economy, April 25th, 1987, be added into the congressional record.
Without objection.
Yesterday, the Senate came together in a bipartisan way to pass legislation to end Donald Trump's bogus emergency declaration in Brazil under the leadership of Senator Kaine. Today, we can take the next step to reverse Trump's trade war on one of America's most important allies, Canada, under the leadership of Senator Klobuchar. I urge my Republican colleagues to join Democrats once again to think about the families back home that are hurt by Trump's tariffs and to put an end to Trump's tariff war on Canada. Enough is enough. I yield the floor and ask consent to yield back the remaining time.
Without objection. Under the previous order, the clerk will read the title of the joint resolution a third time.
SJ Res 77, joint resolution terminating the national emergency declared to impose duties on articles imported from Canada.
The question occurs on the passage of the joint resolution. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.